If I can have members of council, if you're in your offices, please come up to the council chambers. Members of council. How many more do we need? How many more? Yuli? Yuli. We're good to go. Okay. Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Yes, we do. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. If you can please take your seats. Members of council, we will now review, well, before we do that, Mayor Tory, would you like to?
Yeah, well, yes, Madam Speaker, I had just indicated to you, and thank you, that I would just, and I'm not sure it's a point of anything except an important point, to say that I had on your behalf reached out to early yesterday, to the mayor of what's actually called Wood Buffalo, which includes Fort McMurray, just to say what I know you would want me to say, which is at that time, and I reiterated by writing to her again this morning, that I said we were sitting in council and we were, our thoughts and prayers were with her and her council, but obviously also with the people of Fort McMurray, and that if there was anything we could do as a city to help, that we would be pleased to do so, but that, when you're in the midst of some kind of an emergency like that, the last thing you need is people deciding that they know what help you need. So I said we would await hearing from them. I said, but we had a very large public service of lots of qualified people who know how to do lots of different things, and that if there was a need, that we would obviously await hearing from them. I wrote her again this morning just to say, I know that things haven't improved very much, and we're still thinking about you, and we're still meeting, and that our offer of help, of course, still stands. And she just wrote me back a short time ago and just said that, they were having to, as she said, deal with the beast still, because it is a beast, that they seem to be doing quite well with the food and shelter, which, of course, is the first consideration that you would have, and that she really appreciated the fact that we had collectively reached out here, that we had made an offer of help, and she thought that as they got into later stages of this that are really helping people adjust to the circumstances after the fire is dealt with, that they may well be able to call upon us for help. But I had just said to her, please, if there's anything you think we can help with, that we want to try and help. And I'm very gratified, as I'm sure you are, that we have in Ontario some forest firefighters, which is more so. We have lots of really well-qualified, excellent firefighters here, but they fight different kinds of fires. And fighting forest fires and wildfires is a different vocation in some respects. And I'm gratified, as we all would be, that Ontario is sending some of our group out to help. And I said yesterday to the media, and I would only reiterate here, and through the media, that, of course, the one thing people can do is donate through the Red Cross money if they think, even if it's a small amount of money, because as we all know, the Red Cross are the people, among others, that show up all the time. And I happened to watch a representative of the Red Cross talking on TV Ontario last night, and we're reminded of the things they do in terms of just dealing with the human side of this, and people who are dislocated and people who've left all their belongings in a house that may be destroyed. And so I think if people thought there was nothing else they could do as individuals, that they might consider donating to the Red Cross. And you can go to redcross.ca, and as there is the case for the earthquake, there's a place there where you can donate. But I really just wanted the members of council to know that on your behalf I had been reaching out to Mayor Blake and just making it known to her that we cared very much about this, and that if there was anything we could do, and she has promised to stay in touch with me as events unfold. So I just wanted to update the members of council on that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, council has completed 129 items. There are 28 items left on the agenda. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on your request to question staff. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning. My item is on page 2, Executive Committee Management, Non-Union Employees, Accountability Officers, and Elected Officials Compensation. I have a motion that I'd like to put on, ask the clerks to put on the screen. And basically it asks for a report Oh, it's the other one.
It's just replacing. If you don't like it.
And
This is on
basically-
page 2, EX 14.7.
Yes, basically, the purpose of my report request is to, frankly, get that report that we've asked for respectfully to staff twice around different salaries and compensation and the way different categories, both within the city and within the city's agency boards and commissions, have grown over the past few years, to see what kind of trend lines are evident, and then to adjust policies on compensation accordingly.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I have one just very quick question to staff on that item.
Okay, we'll hold the item down then, sir. We'll hold the item down. Counselor, oh, sorry, you have a second one? Okay.
Yes, it's CC, it's page
Page 4,
page 4,
18.9.
18.9. And this one, if people had a chance to read the report, it talks about the social media, and of course, those of us who are concerned about who owns that media, who owns that Twitter. Is it the city or us? She confirms that it is us that own it. And so
What's your amendment? Do you have an amendment?
a quick release? Okay. Sorry, I tried.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Who held it?
I did.
Joe will continue to.
Oh, okay, thank you. Counselor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everybody. Page 3, third time lucky. EY 13.12. The reason, I just want to give a 2-second reason why this was being held. This tree was planted by a person on what they thought was private property. It turned out to be on city property, and the city has been maintaining this tree over the time. So this is the issue we had, but at Community Council, this was the information we had, but as you know, I am putting a motion forward for the city to deny the request to remove this healthy tree. It has been pruned, so it now is not a sightline issue. It's a healthy tree and should be allowed to continue living for probably another 100 years.
Okay, Counselor Holliday still wants to hold it.
Have a recorded vote. Just have a
Can we do a recorded vote?
I'd like to speak to it. Okay. No, that's not that one.
This
That's
is not Ward
that
2,
one.
Councillor. This is not Ward 2. That's the other one I'd like to release, which I will talk to the clerks about how I release that one.
Okay. All right, thank you. Counselor, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Yes. Page 4, members' motion 18.4, preventing suicide deaths from bridges. I have a small amendment. I think that the drafter said members' motion is fine with. And it had the changes, because this is a complicated issue, to have the city manager in collaboration with the medical officer, health, general manager, transportation services, etc.
Okay, that's the amendment on the screen. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Pardon? Recorded? Recorded vote. This is on page 4, MM 18.4. Yes.
Do. Yeah. I got in a lot of trouble on that one last time I said that.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor DiGiorgio.
The item is amended, carries 28-2.
I have another one. It's same page, page 4, 18.9, accessibility and public safety around the Yonge Dundas intersection. I'm just going to, well, okay. I was just going to release it, but. Well, if you want to try, if you have it, yeah, I mean, do you want to do it now? Oh, okay, well, I'm happy to release it to Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam.
Okay.
Well, Kristen Wong-Tam's holding it anyway, so.
Councillor Wong-Tam is holding it. Thank you. All right. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 3, item T 15.78, 48 Abel Street, I have a motion to defer it until the June 7 and 8 meeting.
We have that motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So on page 3, T 15.78, it's being deferred. On favor? Carried. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 4, MM 18.37, demolition of a designated heritage property, 10 St. Mary Street. I would need to withdraw this motion. There are a number of communications currently running back and forth between the applicant and City Legal, and they've asked that we deal with it during the next meeting, so I'm just going to withdraw the motion.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. On page 4, MM 18.37, Councillor Wong-Tam is moving that we withdraw the motion. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Just very quickly, on page 5, MM 18.4, I just want to hold that for Councillor DiCiano. I don't know if that's necessary, but
Which one?
18.4, MM 18.4, on page 5.
No, we're on the pink sheets.
Yeah, I'm on the pink sheet, right here. Pink sheet, page 5.
Oh, 18.40. You said 18.4. We just released that one.
Yeah, well, I guess I dropped the 0, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he was chair of the school board.
So what?
Specialized
I
in
just want to
math.
hold that.
But it's already held. It's on here.
Yeah. It's before us, so it doesn't need to be held.
Okay.
It is held, yeah. Okay. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I was just approached by staff. I understand this wasn't held by myself, but in fact it was because I asked for a deferral, and that's Councillor Doucette's hold on 13.14.
Right.
Staff are suggesting that in this particular case, it's best to just vote. Do you want me just to hold it? Then I'll hold it. But
Okay, just a sec. Hold on. We have a point. Councillor Mammoliti, hold on. We have a point of order.
If a member is holding an item, it is inappropriate for another member to stand up and try to release it when that member has a hold on it. It's disrespectful to that member who held it. And so we shouldn't be Madam Chair, I would suggest the chair should not allow members to stand up when other members are holding an item. It's disrespectful to that member, it's disrespectful to the process.
Yeah, and understand, and I wasn't going to accept his motion.
You shouldn't even let them talk.
No, because you were moving.
Suggest he go talk to
Yeah. What I would suggest, Councillor Mammoliti, that you speak to Councillor Doucette, because I understand that Councillor Doucette did say earlier that she wanted to talk about that MM 18, 13. Okay. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an item that would have to be dealt with in camera, but we do have a motion that I can advance circulate on purple paper, and so I guess I'm asking you and/or it's CC 18.1 on page 4, and maybe we'll wait till members have seen that motion until we decide whether we have to go into camera or not.
Sounds good. Good idea.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Cole, once we start the first item this morning, the clerk will work with you on getting that and possibly having an event circulation.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thanks. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Vakadakis, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
I just had a quick point of privilege.
The motion to adopt the order paper carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a point of personal, I guess, professional privilege. Yesterday morning, I was late coming in, and I missed the presentation and the accolades to our city solicitor. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge all of her hard work. I've been a councillor here for 10 years now. I was a staffer before that for another councillor. I think I can count on my hand the number of times I've disagreed with our city solicitor over those years, and I was wrong every time. So I learned my lesson well over those years about what a great job she does. I'm also on a number of boards and commissions that deal with other municipalities, outside law firms, lawyers from other municipalities. And when they talk about our legal department, they always talk about the high quality of the lawyers in it and the excellent work that they do. And I don't think that could have been achieved without the guidance of our city solicitor. And I wanted to acknowledge that work and also wish her a long, happy, healthy retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, we'll go to our first item this morning, which is on page 2, the top of page 2, deferred item from the previous meeting. And we're going to deal, I believe that we agreed that we're going to deal with the two items together, HL 7.6 and PW 11.4, the Highland Creek. So, Councillor McMahon, if we have questions, we'll be asking questions on both items. Okay? Councillor McMahon.
Great, thank you. Good morning, charming colleagues. Happy to see you on this third day of council. So, through you to our General Manager of Toronto Water, that was sincere, I'll just say. Can you explain? Oh, are you okay? Sorry.
Speak up, speak up. You get that noisy group away.
Yes. All right. Can you explain the process of thermal hydrolysis to us?
Through you, Madam Speaker. The thermal hydrolysis process was looked at during the environmental assessment. And essentially, it's a pre-treatment technology before you digest the sludges or biosolids that you treat in a wastewater treatment plant. And it's a process that helps enhance the generation of methane and the reduction of solids. In the EA, we reviewed it as a technology that's being employed to a greater degree around the world, and it's something that our recommendation was to look at after in detailed design phase.
So is it ever used? It was my understanding that it can be used as a standalone or final kind of process, not just a pre.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, that's not correct. It is not a final biosolids management option. It is a pre-treatment option. So it's in the middle of the process train. So it does enhance the process for digestion and generation of methane. At the end of the day, it still leaves a biosolids or sludge residual that needs to be managed in one way or another. And this environmental assessment was looking at the three different ways of managing biosolids. So this was it's an inline process, not an end treatment result.
And is that final product, is that like a Class A product versus?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in fact, the thermal hydrolysis process could be used with all three of the options. So it is used in Europe in some applications ahead of an incineration process. Could also be used ahead of a beneficial use process, and could also be used ahead of a pelletization biosolids process. So that's why when we looked at it, it's applicable to all three of the end state treatment ones. It's a decision that should be made later after we have the detailed design of the end treatment.
Doesn't it factor in, I mean, if you're making the decision later versus earlier, doesn't that factor into I mean, if you made it earlier, wouldn't that affect the budgeting for the facility, the plant? You wouldn't maybe need as many digesters, or?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it does refine the budget somewhat, but it doesn't materially affect the assessment and the budget ranges that were used in the assessment process. So it does, once you make the decision, and that's why it's referred to detailed design, there will be a refinement of the budget. There always is a refinement of the budget for all of the options and any of the options. So it's in keeping with our normal practice to refine that. We would then put that in as part of our 10-year capital budgeting process and present the final pre-bid costs. Right now, what we have is what we call a Class C level budget estimate. We use that for the environmental assessment process. You can't get to better numbers until you get into the detailed design stage.
And by using, implementing that process somewhere along the lines, you reduce costs and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that you can potentially reduce costs. One of the key things you have to look at is what is the business case and return for investing in that technology. So that's a key component of looking at thermal hydrolysis, because there is a capital cost to proceeding with that technology, and you have to compare that to what we have in place today at Highland Creek. Sorry. So we do have 4 digesters already at Highland Creek, and if it was a greenfield situation and we had no digesters, then you're doing a like-for-like comparison. In this case, you need to look at, do I add a whole new process train ahead of digestion, and what will that cost me versus the benefits I receive, against adding just an additional digester, what's that cost me, and what are the benefits? And that would be part of the assessment that we'd undertake.
And with regards to incineration, aren't most municipalities going away from that type of process and exploring other safer, greener processes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the trend over the last 5 to 10 years is in certain urban areas that have actually been going back to incineration. They've moved away from it. And so there's some U.S. cities that have had new installations of incineration. There are big programs that continue with beneficial use with large urban areas, including ourselves. It remains a viable option. What you have is the risks of the market and whether you have enough markets to place your end biosolids product. Where you see it more prevalent is in the southern U.S., where they have large agricultural fields or large tracts of land, and they can do it year-round. The big challenge that we have in Canada is our climate. Once we hit the winter season, we cannot land apply our biosolids in the winter, and you end up getting into storage issues.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. To Mr. DiGeronimo. Mr. DiGeronimo, you have 3 alternatives that you assessed. Does each of them meet the legal requirements, the regulatory standards in terms of occupational health and safety standards?
Through you, Madam Speaker, all 3 options would meet occupational health and safety standards, and that's why they're on the list to be evaluated.
Right. And did they all meet noise, dust, odor, safety standards, legal standards?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they all can be designed to meet those standards. There's some variability between each one, but they can be designed to meet present standards.
And it's your intention that whatever we built, it would meet the standards, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we would have to. We would not get our approvals without having met those standards.
Okay, turning now to one of your evaluation criteria, which is having to do with the emissions of toxic chemicals. I asked you to do some work looking at some of the international agreements that Canada is signatory to, particularly the Stockholm Convention. Do you meet the requirements of the Stockholm Convention?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we've submitted a supplementary report, and in our opinion, we fully comply with the regulations that were promulgated by the federal government, endorsed by the provinces to enact that convention.
Right, and I'm looking right now at the convention, the section that covers particularly the persistent organic pollutants that come out of burning waste. And the very first line of it says, parties must take measures to reduce the unintentional releases of chemicals listed under Annex C, which you know includes these, with the goal of minimization and, where feasible, ultimate elimination. Did you evaluate these technologies for which of them comes closest to minimizing and, where feasible, ultimately eliminating persistent organic pollutants?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the review compared it against the standards that were put in place, because the Stockholm Convention required the national governments to put in place national air standards, which we did, and the provinces adopted the same thing. So we compared against those standards, and there's a significant reduction against those standards. For example, the standards right now are at 80 picograms. Presently today, those existing incinerators are running roughly about 6 or 7 picograms. The new ones will be significantly better than that.
So I'm looking at the evaluation scoring for protecting air quality, which is the section that would have reviewed the emissions of these chemicals. And I noticed that all 3 options, including incineration, received a full score here. Does that full score reflect which one emits the most and the least, or is it just simply because they met the regulations, you gave them all full marks?
Through you, Madam Speaker, because all of them achieved significant reductions that they scored the full marks. And that's the way that most of the criteria were assessed, even the other ones for. As long as there was a significant reduction, we weighted them all equally.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager, I wondered if you could just point out which one is lowest with respect to greenhouse gas emissions.
Through you, Madam Speaker, in our calculations, the one that's lowest is the option that is being recommended by staff, which is option 1, the fluidized bed incineration.
And would I be correct in my understanding of the discussion that Councillor Perks has raised about persistent organic pollutants, that this is now a discussion, a weighting between greenhouse gas pollution and POPs?
Through you, Madam Speaker, when we do an environmental assessment, what we look at is a wide array of factors, and we never recommend looking at only 1 or 2 factors to make this type of decision. So when we do our scoring, we did look at all of those issues, and we scored and weighted a number of different factors, scored them to get a weighted average, and therefore put forward a recommendation. You have to be careful not to put too much weight on one issue over another. We do it on an aggregate basis.
So this has been back and forth before Council a few times. Is this an urgent decision that needs to be made?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my advice to this Council, yes, it is urgent. We have, first time we brought this forward would have been 2008, 2009, brought it back again in 2012. We are in the midst of repairing the incinerators, the existing ones that were originally commissioned in the 1970s. If we do not make a decision, I do not have a plan, and it takes us at least 5-6 years to get something approved and even started construction. We may be faced with a crisis 5-6 years from now if I have no plan to replace what I have, and they start failing on us because they're old equipment. So that's why I'm bringing it forward at this time. We need to get on with our long-term plans.
So the risk is failure of the current equipment. If we fail to make a decision and our equipment fails, we're stuck. So does the sewage stop flowing? Can you divert it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, we cannot. It shows up every day, and every day we got to treat it. And so that's the challenge that we face as staff, is the risk that we have. If we take it further, and what do we face as a corporation? If we run into that type of scenario, we run the risk of not being compliant with our environmental compliance agreement with the Ministry of Environment. If the performance of the plant starts to deteriorate, we can be charged and fined by the Ministry for not keeping that plant up and running and current. We will be scrambling then at that time in crisis situation. And what do I do with the biosolids if we lose operational units? and literally we'll be having to truck it out of there without having proper facilities designed and built. So that's why we're bringing it forward at this time, as a decision needs to be made so we can get on with long-term planning.
Could it be released into the environment, some of it, into the lake? Is that a possible?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, that would be illegal. We have a requirement to meet a certain suspended solid, and we have to report that regularly.
How many times more clean is the preferred option versus the current situation? I thought I read somewhere in here 30 times.
Yes, I'm just trying to get the specific order of magnitude. Yeah, it depends on what type of particulate or organic compound you're looking at. Suffice to say that the technology that we are employing today, the multiple hearth, is no longer used by anyone else, nor would anybody put a new installation. Fluidized bed system is being used, and continued new installations are occurring. It is the best available technology. You get a much cleaner burn, a much controlled burn, and it reduces your energy cost by switching.
Is it safe to say for every month that we dawdle on this, or every year we dawdle on this, we get 30 times the pollution because we haven't picked it, picked a new solution?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you do continue to have a situation where you don't have the best performance then. With the new technology, you will get significantly better environmental outcomes. And that's why we do an environmental assessment. So the delay continues, not only that, but costs as well.
One other detail, in here we look at trucking the sludge, and there's a number of evaluations on that. I understand that you move the trucks from the plant to the 401 and then out to some farmer's field somewhere, or to a dump, or wherever it is that you put the product. In the evaluation, how far of a trucking distance did you look at before you stop, not knowing that the end point is variable? It's somewhere out in the countryside, and is there a big difference in what you measured versus the actual distance of the truck traveled?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what staff did in the calculation is they took kind of an average distance that we have gone out based on our experience of Ashbridges Bay, where we do have a beneficial use program. The concerns we have is that might be underestimating it, because Ashbridges Bay will use up those local and close markets first. This will be in addition to that, and what we're finding even in the Ashbridges Bay program, we're having to go further and further afield in order to secure sites and locations. And so we're traveling hundreds of kilometers per truckload in order to manage the biosalts.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Mr. DiGeronimo. I wanted to ask about the public consultation process. I understand the public, so on the sheets here, this report says it has citywide implications. I understand all of the community meetings about this matter were only held in Ward 44, in the communities surrounding the plant.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. The original biosolids master plan did cover citywide, and in fact there were public meetings held outside the city. In this process, given that the Highland Creek facility was targeted as the subject of the Class EA, everything was done locally. The public meetings were held locally. There was a challenge in terms of finding a local venue to host hundreds some odd citizens, and so yes, the local venue was used.
Okay, so I wanted to ask Mr. DiGeronimo if you could comment. So all of the community meetings on something had fairly regional concerns, were only held locally. The neighborhood or the community liaison committee that engages the community on behalf of this plant went out to every school and parent-teacher community association meeting in both Ward 44, Ward 43, and I believe part of Ward 36. So was that committee sent out as a replacement for those community meetings that were held previously outside of Ward 44?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, that's a community group, and the community group makes their own decisions. When you say sent out, staff did not instruct anyone to do anything, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor Ainsley, please.
Sure.
Sorry, I'll re-answer the question, Madam Speaker. That is a local community group. They make their own decisions of who they speak to. Staff did not provide any instruction. Staff only participated in the public consultation sessions that were set up officially as part of our process. We had no other involvement or interactions in the work of the community groups.
So it's a community-organized group that until a few years ago only met at the filtration plant.
Through you, Madam Speaker, neighborhood liaison committees exist throughout the city, and some other councillors are aware of those community groups that meet with our plant staff. They meet with us to advise on typically local operational issues associated with those specific plants, be it odor, noise, traffic, redevelopment concerns. So we've been meeting with neighborhood liaison committees for many, many years, and they're generally tied to those types of issues, unless we've got big projects, very much like you find right now with this report in front of you. Their level of activity does increase because this is a big change going on at that plant.
All right, okay. And so going back to the processes that we've had previously, the last time this was debated at City Council, Councillor Moser, who's unfortunately not here, presented a petition of about 1,400 people. I had a petition, which I presented with about 2,100 people, counter to what Councillor Moser was presenting, based mainly on those meetings that were held outside of Ward 44. You don't see that there's an issue here with only holding the meetings in Ward 44 now?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we advertised the meetings in both wards and had a long mailing list from the original biosolids residual master plan process, and as well as the subsequent meetings that we had tied to that. We distributed the notices. Everybody was well informed. We had multiple meetings, and we had attendance from people from Ward 42, I believe, as well as 43. And so, no, I felt the public process was fine.
So you don't see, the gentleman beside you earlier said that you had trouble finding a room for 100 people, but the rooms that were held in the prior process where the community was consulted and engaged, for example, the community center at Kingston Road in Markham was more than adequate, but you didn't feel the need to go back to the same locations outside the immediate community.
Through you, Madam Speaker, as the Director of Wastewater Management, or Wastewater Treatment, said, the previous process that we used was beyond the city as well. We had an advisory group that had members actually from rural Ontario on it. So we were moving meetings in the city, throughout the city, downtown, outside in rural areas. So that was a planned public consultation. In this case, because we were no longer dealing with the other locations, just Highland Creek, what we had heard from the community groups was keep it local. We tried to. The issue was we had great interest and great turnout at the meetings, and there weren't too many venues that we could find that could host that many people without going outside of the local community again.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. And I just wanted to mention, before I ask my question, and thank the councillors, Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Moser, so much for their work in their communities, Ward 43 and 44. And I know they've worked really hard, and there's been some different sides and different opinions on the issue. And they've both worked very hard on the issue. And they're to be commended for their work on behalf of their community. And so also for your leadership, Mr. DiGeronimo. I know it's been a long time, and it's been sort of contentious over the years, but so far your feedback from the community, from the residents, has it gone? I know that it's been very contentious with the moving of the trucks, with the sludge moving in and out. So with the majority of residents, are they in support of the fluidized bed option?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in the staff report, we did put the results of the public consultation statistics. They're there. Of about 550 respondents to the request for comments, I believe there were only about 6 or 7 that were opposed to the recommendation in front of you. The rest were all in favor of it. So strong support by the people who live in the immediate area for the recommended option that's in front of you today.
That's great. And so we have majority of support from the community. And again, this goes back, way back, 2009, 2010, which was a problem back then. And we were looking at the fluidized bed option. So in your opinion, your professional opinion, the fluidized bed is the most superior option at this time?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if we talk about the previous review, where the conclusion for Highland Creek was also fluidized bed, we had a different terms of reference and scoring system, which gave us that outcome. The second time that we've done it, which is before you today, we did modify terms of reference and scoring based on the fact that we're only looking at the local area. We did change it, and we ended up with the same outcome. So, Madam Speaker, my professional advice to you is this is the best option for that local community and for that site. And that's why we're recommending it and put it in front of you.
Great. And sorry if I'm asking the same question. I know that you were speaking about this earlier. When you're looking at, and sorry, Madam Speaker, I can't hear anything. It's just really loud back here. Thank you.
Members of council?
Okay, thanks. And so when you're looking at other locations, this was the issue with Ashbridges Bay, that it's topped up, you're looking at other options, you're going over to the U.S., and there's simply difficulty in finding locations to move these biosolids. Is that correct?
That's through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that's one of the issues that was addressed significantly in the biosolids master plan, where we were looking at all sites. And what we were saying at that time is, as a city, it's smart to diversify your options. Do not rely on only one particular stream for all of the solids generated in the city, because if you run into a problem, then you have a problem citywide. And so the strategy of putting forward another option, which is acceptable to the local community, it diversifies the risks the city faces. So if we do run into challenges in the beneficial use market, we are only dealing then with the Ashbridges Bay volume and not also the Highland Creek volume. In addition, what we have put forward is it in fact protects the beneficial use program that we have at Ashbridges Bay. If we continue to add to it, we may create additional problems out in the rural community, because to be quite honest, there are some communities that are not happy taking our biosolids. But we have a right to do that, and we continue to do that. And so what we're saying is, here's an opportunity to deal with some of it within our backyard, and it protects the program we have in place for Ashbridges Bay.
So we are still continuing to ship our sludge to...
It's processed, so we call it biosolids.
Right? Yeah, and so we're still shipping that to other neighborhoods, is that correct?
That's correct. It is going to mainly sites in southwestern Ontario and eastern Ontario, but also some still in the United States and some now going up to northern Ontario as well.
Right. And we know that back in the U.S., Michigan was very adamantly opposed to us with our trucks on the Blue Water Bridge going over through Sarnia. I know that's one of my hometowns, and all those trucks that we had coming from Toronto going right through those communities, southwestern Ontario, and then over to Michigan, and those politicians over there were really opposed to it. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we continue to face that challenge. We do have some pretty good suppliers who are managing the product for us, but what they tell us is their local communities, once they hear that it can be coming from Toronto, they sometimes run into opposition from local community members. So quite honestly, we have to be discreet and quiet about, and so therefore a lot of protection around the program, how we truck it, how we make sure the odors are contained in order to protect our program.
Thank you. It's awfully noisy back there. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crisanti. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Mr. DiGeronimo, my recollection on this particular issue, it's been before us a number of times. The fluidized bed incineration, that was an option that was proposed or advocated by your department going way back. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, for the Highland Creek treatment plant, yes, that's always been the option, and we've reviewed the analysis now 3 times through 2 EAs, and we've reached that same conclusion.
Right. And one of the reasons we ran into a bit of a stumbling block was because there seemed to be some disagreement with respect to perhaps the optimum truck route in having the biosolids transferred. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the general concern as expressed by the local community is about truck traffic. We have to drive through a local community in order to access the plant. And so that's a big concern to the local community. The incineration option that's in place today and being recommended to continue reduces that truck traffic to a very short window of a few weeks during the year when we have to empty the ash lagoons, as opposed to a daily trucking.
So if I were to ask the question as to what changes have been made to the options available, you're basically saying we've managed to reduce the time period where the trucks would be coming in. Is that, and that's why it's more acceptable or palatable to the community?
No, essentially the option that's in front of you would continue what's existed for 40 years right now with the same level of trucking. We wouldn't change it. It would be the similar amount. So no trucking of biosolids or the ash at all, except once a year during a few-week period. The other 2 options that were analyzed do increase truck volumes, and they increase it based on whatever option you want. The pelletization one increases it slightly more, additional 1 to 1.5 to 2 trucks a day. The beneficial use can go up to 5 to 6 trucks a day. So they do impact traffic differently.
All right, but what I'm trying to grapple with is what is it that is being proposed that has all of a sudden made it more palatable to the community to accept this preferred option?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the issue that they look at and they like is the fact that they're getting a better unit, better air emission technology, and so they see the improvements that will come along with this investment, and so they're happy with the truck traffic issue, but they're also happy with the improvements to the local environment with the introduction of these technologies.
Were those improvements not always there?
No, because we're running older technologies right now. So right now, the facility we're running is running well within standards, and so we're okay that way standards-wise. We do know that if we switch to the technologies that are put in front of you today, we'll actually have even better performance. So they like that.
But that's always been the case.
That's been always the recommendation.
Right, that's my
Yes.
point. My point
Yes.
is, what is it?
That has not changed at all.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to Mr. DiGeronimo. This matter, as you pointed out, has been around for quite a long time, and you're trying to replace an aging facility. So, in my time here, there have been many residents who have come forward in support of this change to address this aging facility. And you've talked about the number of community meetings and so on that you've had. What then has been the stumbling block or the prevention in terms of the decision? Is it simply council, or is it simply some other reasons? I mean, because the community have come forward, many that I've seen are supportive. We've had many meetings. So who is ultimately, obviously, the challenge in terms of making a decision at this point?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to keep it short, has been council to get the final decision made on where we go in the future.
So you have identified, you've worked with the Board of Health, you've come up with terms of reference, you work with the community, you work with the Ministry of Environment, you work with all of these different groups. You have looked at international standards. And you, with your professional judgment and the team and all of the information that's been gathered and garnered, and community meetings that you've had, have come to the conclusion that the options and the alternatives that has been proposed, you've selected a preferred option.
That's correct. And this time we broadened it by allowing those other groups to run their own environmental analysis, their own health analysis, and we took the results without us doing anything with it and just embedding it in.
So the City of Toronto and Council has basically not acted on the results that you brought forward through the mechanism that we've just identified. And so my question to you then is this. Since 2003, when I go back that far, to this point, what has been the cost parameters that has changed in terms of if you had gotten permission 5 years ago to build based on the information that we have, what would we have looked at in terms of the cost 5 years ago versus where we are right now? I think the number is about $146 million. Is that correct, that you're talking now about what it would cost? Is that correct?
Through Madam Speaker, the additional cost of the time it's taken to get to this point, roughly about $8 to $10 million for the refurbishment to date of the old technologies.
Right.
And continuing, and then annually about $1 million to $1.5 million per year extra operating costs.
Has that been since 2003 or 2000?
No, that would have probably
Or prior?
would have been since I first brought it 2006, so probably about 5 or 6 years.
So it's an additional 10, 12
Because you have to build it. First time I brought it forward for decision would have been about 2006.
So would that, my number be in excess of $20 million then? 10 on refurbishing, additional 10 in terms of additional costs?
And it continues until we get the new one built.
And that's not going to stop?
No, we have to
Right.
keep the plant running.
And so let me just turn my mind now to the notion of simply trucking elsewhere. Now, you've talked about when you shut down for a particular period of time, you have to do it naturally. Are other jurisdictions now turning their attention to this fact of Toronto, and I know you call it biosolid, it's a fantastic term, but it's human waste, basically, that we're talking about. Is that correct?
It's primarily
human
organic
waste.
matter from humans, but also industry and other institutions, commercial waste.
I understand, but it's that type of
It is
waste.
that type, yes.
All right. that
Whatever
we need-
gets flushed down the drain, essentially.
Right, and so we are talking about maybe having other jurisdiction taking responsibility of our waste,
That is happening.
if in fact we are going to truck it.
That's correct.
And other jurisdictions have the ability to say no to our waste.
Not the local jurisdictions.
No,
We
I
are
under-
governed,
No, I understand.
we're governed
but-
by the province regulations.
No, I understand, but also in the United States, they could say no. Our borders are as close as Toronto's
If we are
waste.
internationally, yes, a different
Right.
story. Yeah.
And so we have an aging facility that's 40-plus years old. We can't make a decision with respect to going ahead and proceeding based on the analysis and the recommendations that you brought forward. We're actually now buttressed against people who want to stop, right, the exportation of waste into their own jurisdiction. So we're now left with an aging facility, and we don't want to make a decision. That's costing us more every time we look at it. Do
correct.
I get this clearly?
You got it clearly. You continue to face the risk with other people controlling essentially how you manage biosolids, because they can turn around and shut it down on you, and then what do you do? And you're not ready for that answer.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. If I can please ask that everyone on this side, if you can please try to keep it down because it's awfully, awfully noisy. Please? And if somebody can go check to see who's behind me, because there seems to be a lot of people talking behind me as well. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm asking questions, Speaker.
Yes.
Oh.
I meant a question, yeah.
I wasn't prepared to
Sorry.
speak. I just wanted to confirm that the Toronto Water, City of Toronto, has a very robust biosolids plan. Is that not right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we have a plan in place right now where we are managing each of our plants. Humber sends their biosolids over to Ashbridges Bay. So does North Toronto, and we co-manage those 3 plants at Ashbridges Bay with a beneficial use program. We have a pelletizer at that facility. We also do land application, and we also use landfill if required. And at Highland Creek, it remains a standalone operation where the sludge is generated from its sewer shed are managed on site with incineration.
So, and I would say we have a very robust beneficial use program at the City of Toronto. Would you not agree with that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we've been able over time to build a successful beneficial use program for Ashbridges Bay.
And that has been developed over quite a few years.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe the first pilots that were looked at were by the former Metro government in the early 1990s, and it has taken us a better part of 20 years to build a solid program.
And that the Ashbridges Bay site actually is governed by a mediation agreement through its environmental assessment.
Through you, Madam Speaker, in order to get the approvals for the work that's being constructed now, we did reach agreement with the local community to implement a series of initiatives, and beneficial use was one of them.
So beneficial use was a major component of that environmental assessment and the mediation agreement, which I've read many times and you've read many times.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it wasn't part of it was a part of the mediation agreement, not the final environmental approvals, because it wasn't subject to the undertakings we're asking for, but we had agreed as a city to implement beneficial use at Ashbridges Bay.
But that was a mediated agreement.
That's correct.
With the local community.
That's correct.
So in any way, that's a strong, I'm just going to call it quite mature program for beneficial use that exists at Ashbridges Bay.
It's taken quite some time, but we've got it to be a strong program.
And there's
originally, we did have a lot of challenges, and a lot of it went to landfill.
And yes, I understand. But so we are a city that actually understands beneficial use. We've worked hard to create beneficial use. And rather than, you call it beneficial use, not dumping human waste on fields, would you not?
That's correct, because it is a regulated program we have. It's regulated under the Nutrient Management Act. There's full regulations, and we are good at managing that program.
Because just as cow waste, sheep waste, it's actually a form of fertilizer.
It is a low-grade fertilizer. It's more like a soil amendment, but there are some benefits when applied. But you have to apply it very carefully, and you have to work closely with farmers and local communities when you're doing that.
Correct. So the results of any vote here today on the Highland Creek plant would not have any effect on Ashbridges Bay and its program there.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, not directly, but as I answered earlier, indirectly, in our opinion, it helps protect that Ashbridges Bay program by not adding more material that we have to then market out to the field.
Or because we have such a sophisticated program at Ashbridges Bay, it would be easier to move that to Highland Creek because you have developed that in such a way you wouldn't be starting at zero at Highland Creek.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we continue to run risks even with the Ashbridges Bay program. We do lose contract suppliers and service contractors, so it is a program that requires constant attention, and we are always at risk of losing some of our major suppliers, and then we're back into having to put a lot more into landfill, which we try to avoid. So that's always an annual challenge for us.
Is there not an issue where another pelletizer or the pelletizer could have a increased capacity?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the pelletizer option was looked at in the ZA process. That is alternative 3 that's in front of you. It is also a technology that we're familiar with because we are owner of one. Right now. There are some challenges with a pelletizer. It is a very mechanical and intensive process. And so when we did the scoring, it scored well in a number of areas. It does lessen the number of trucks, can be managed, less odorous, easier to handle. However, it does cost more to operate. You're using more natural gas, and there are some dust and fire risk related issues with it.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, to appropriate staff. We've had a chance to talk, and I will be moving 2 motions today. One of the motions talks about ensuring that if an incinerator is built, that it has, I'll call it cleaner scrubbers that meet the U.S. EPA standards. Do you support that motion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if it's the motion that you and I were looking at, where it's looking at putting in scrubbing technologies that meet the U.S. EPA standard, which is lower than the Ontario and Canadian standards today, we're okay with that motion.
But when we say lower, we actually mean better.
Better, absolutely. Lower from a target emission, it is better, yes, for the environment.
And this is basically what Councillor Moser and I had agreed to back. I actually have a motion from January 2010. So what you're saying to us today, 7 years later, is basically the same as what you said to us 7 years ago.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. What we had agreed to at that time, as we moved into detailed design, we would look at sizing the emission control technology appropriately to meet those lower emission targets or better targets. And in fact, that's fully in keeping with the Canada-wide National Action Plan and the Stockholm Convention, which is looking at reductions of emissions. So this is, and it said look at best available technologies. I believe that's a term that we used back in 2012, best available technologies, and we continue to endorse that.
And the other motion we talked about was asking for a staff report back to the Works Committee about looking at, I'll call it offsetting or eliminating the greenhouse gases emitted by whatever option we approved today, including looking at the feasibility of a solar plant on that site. So you're supportive of that motion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. As part of our energy management reviews, we always look at what we can do to lessen not only our footprint, but our costs for operating. So as part of our efforts during detailed design, we will start to make decisions on what do we do with solar. For example, at the Horgan water treatment plant, we do have a solar panel array on top of the roof already when we did recent renovations there. We could look at that. We could also look at what we do with the existing methane we have. We can look at the waste heat. So all of those issues on energy management will move into the detailed design phase.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hold on. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Hi, Lou.
How are you doing today, Councillor?
I'm all right. We've been here before, haven't we?
We have, Councillor.
And the last time, and the last time, and the last time, we were trying to maintain the current process that we have at Highland Creek, which is incinerating the waste.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I describe it as maintain the same methodology, which is incineration, using a different and better technology.
Right. So this process is now, you've gone out to public consultation.
That's correct, many times.
And that's what you're reporting here.
This is the request for us to table the findings of our environmental assessment. We are complying with the Provincial Environmental Assessment Act, and this is asking Council permission to proceed with filing that and labeling this as the preferred option for final 30-day comment period. So there's another round of comments that can happen.
And the preferred option is to what?
Is to implement a fluidized bed incinerator, in fact, two of them at Highland Creek. One would be redundant to the other, and we would manage biosolids all on that site.
And if we don't go through with this, what do we have to do? Because we've done consultation.
I could answer some of that, and I may ask Graham Rempe, our lawyer, to jump in, but as I understand the process, because we went through it the second time, Council asked to either proceed with our recommendation or reject the recommendation. If it's rejected, we're back at square one. I will be doing another environmental assessment.
Because there are obligations that we have when we go through a government process and an EA process. It's not one where we can just as council say, thank you for telling us something, but we don't care. So maybe, Graham, you can tell me.
Perhaps legal could expand on that.
Yes, the idea is that you have this planning process that's being put in place, and at the end of it, you reach a conclusion that is presented to you, and that's what you go ahead. If you were to reject it now, my opinion is the only thing you could do is go back to ground zero. And if you did that, because of the public interest that's being expressed in this matter, it's very likely that the same options would end up there anyway.
So we can't just reject this and choose another option without going back to the public?
In my opinion, you certainly can't just reject this and choose another option for a couple of reasons. One being the very elaborate process that this council has been through to end up where it is now, not once but twice. And the second is, in my opinion, the very extensive public input that's being received through this process. So my view is that would be met unfavorably.
So if it's met unfavorably and we try to overturn what the public opinion is on this particular option, which is to go for, not to go for spreading this stuff on fields, but to continue with what we're doing, and improving what we're doing, what happens if council rejects it?
Well, the best I think that council could hope for is to go back to ground zero. As Mr. DiGeronimo has pointed out, there is an obligation to keep these things running properly, so it's a question that would have to be examined. And in my view, given the public interest, you would probably end up with the same options.
So, Mr. DiGeronimo, we go back out to the public, and the public tells us again to do this, or we're challenged. In the meantime, we have to do something with the waste out of the plant. We have to be practical in our go forward. We have to keep the old incinerators that are in place there now running? Is that what we have to do?
That's correct, Madam Speaker. In fact, in our capital program right now, we have a contract that is upgrading that facility to make sure it can run for about 10 years so I can get a decision, get an environmental approval, tender and construct whatever we're building. And that's the timing that we have. If we fail to make a decision now and we run into problems 5 or 6 years from now, and I don't have something in the queue to build, that's when we're going to have a significant problem. And that's why I'm putting in front of you right now. We need a decision.
All right. So in other words, I'm trying to get this into very simple, plain English.
Yes.
We've been trying to do something with this plant to do better for our communities out there and deal with the waste. I was going to use the word crap, but I'll use the word waste, that we all send down to that plant in that area. We've been doing Band-Aid processes to keep the existing facility operating, which is not as good as it could be on the environmental initiative. The multiple EAs that we've done now have all come back with the same conclusion. Upgrade the facilities that are there, make them cleaner and better, go to state-of-the-art incineration. And if we reject that, we're actually, am I correct, not doing as good as we could for our communities, but we're making it worse everywhere, and we could have a major problem if those incinerators break down.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's an accurate assessment of what could potentially happen, yes.
So if we don't fix this, we could be in real crap.
We would be challenged if both units went down at the exact same time. Several years from now, we would be scrambling in crisis mode.
My last question. Does all of our waste come in Canada, or are we actually sending some of our biosolids down to the States?
There are some trucks still going down to the United States.
So we have so much crap coming out of the beaches now that we can't keep it all in Ontario. We have to send it down to the U.S. And if we did it now from Highland Creek, we could be all over the States spreading our good news.
I would describe it as 3/4 of the city are managed at the beaches. So it's not just coming from the beaches. It is managing essentially everything west of Scarborough.
We could be spreading a lot of our good news and odors all the way through the U.S.
We do truck to the U.S. still today.
Now, that was your last question. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, good morning. So, just to follow up on Councillor Chandra's question, so I just heard that these units could break down. But what's the probability of that, and what is the plan that is in place to protect the surrounding community? Yes, the risk in terms of long-term operation is high. The level of activity... I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry, the risk to long-term operation is high. The amount of work that's done on an ongoing basis through the maintenance program and through the active capital program in terms of doing some capital upgrades has been virtually continuous. The overall reliability of those units has been problematic now for a number of years. The overall capacity of each unit has been down from what it was originally, from what it was built in the 1970s. So it remains an ongoing challenge and will only get worse. So you're saying currently the probability is higher than it should be? Yes. In our view, it's a risk level that is high for a municipal type operation. Right. So I just want to understand, so what measures are in place should, God forbid, something happen here? Well, the measures are through the active maintenance program and through the capital, the refurbishments that are being done now. There's some work that's being done, and this is all geared towards trying to secure at least 10 years of active operation. So from our standpoint, we look at a 10-year horizon. Any planning associated with works that come out of this process and council's approval today will take 5 to 8 years to implement. So everything that we've put in place in terms of the active maintenance program and the capital is geared towards trying to secure 10 years.
Okay, thank you. And so there was a community consultation meeting that took place?
Correct. There were three public information sessions that were held in the community. The original one was an open house. The second one was a combination open house and presentation. And at the third one, we made a very fulsome and detailed presentation to the local community.
And were these meetings well attended?
Through you, Madam Speaker, very well attended. 100 or in excess of 100 people attended each of the meetings.
Okay. Now, just and how often is the waste trucked out of that community currently?
Through you, Madam Speaker, currently none. That facility, because the existing multiple hearth incinerators have been in place since the 70s, the multiple hearth incinerators have taken and processed all the waste generated through that facility.
Take it off.
Over the years, we've been able to keep the facility going.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I have a couple of questions. I realize that this has gone before for a couple of rounds. So being new to this process, I mean, I've heard bits and pieces. So I'm looking for some clarification. I'm looking for some updates. I'm looking for some educational. I was wondering if you can sort of give me a small recap of history. How many how many years has it been going on? How many consultations? How many groups have written in? How many community associations are down there that you know of and you've been working with?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we started a biosolids and residual master plan in 2003, which was looking at managing this product throughout the whole city. We're looking at all plants. When we set up that advisory committee, we made it broad. We included not only people from each of the local communities, we included people just generally from across the city, and we also had participation from people outside of the city. In fact, we had a politician from rural Ontario, from Roma, sitting on the advisory committee. We also had staff from the Ministry of the Environment participate. So we did extensive consultation. During that first round, we had public meetings throughout the city and several outside the city, which I attended personally, going out to community town halls.
How many, 10, 20?
Easily. And then we brought the document forward in 2006. That created a series of meetings at Public Works. Again, additional consultation. We revamped our scoring. That was about probably another 3 years till we brought forward the findings in 2009. In 2009, we brought all of the findings forward for all plants, and at that time, the committee accepted our recommendations for the Humber, North Toronto, and Ash Bridges, but asked us to do additional studies for Highland Creek. We did that throughout 2010 and 11 and 12. We brought forward the final results of that additional review. And again, the same outcome was this recommendation that's in front of you today, fluidized bed. Council at that time changed the option and told us to do a different one. We ran into problems in proceeding with that, which required me to come back to council and say we needed to restart the environmental assessment process specifically for Highland Creek, which we've done now. That was an additional $1 million to complete that assessment. Wow. And we're here in front of you today with the findings of that process.
So if I was to say to you, this has been studied to death and exasperated, will I be wrong?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think one of our consultants who's done many of these reports all over the place says this is probably the most thorough investigation on biosolids management application ever done by any municipality, and has the greatest degree of documentation.
How many local groups are, I think there's what, 10, 12, I could be wrong, community associations down there?
I'm aware of, there probably are, I'm aware of at least 5 that have submitted specific comments, 5 community ratepayer groups. And on top of that, we do have a neighborhood liaison committee that meets regularly with our treatment plant staff that have participated as well.
And any of those community groups
have voiced any negative concerns into what you're suggesting today?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as we documented in our staff report, of the comments submitted to us as a formal process in the EA, about 550 comments received, about 6 or 7 were opposed to the recommendation in front of you. All the rest, over 530, 540 then, are in support of the recommendation.
So 6 or 7 out of the 500, that is less than 1%.
Sorry?
6 or 7 out of the 500 plus, that's less than 1%.
That's correct, yeah.
So would you then agree with me that 1% of the population always is not in my backyard, I don't want it, I want something else? I mean, that could be wrong, but that's what I'm assessing.
But, through you, Madam Speaker, my experience of dealing with biosolids management, not just in the City of Toronto, but throughout the province in my career, is this is always one of the most contentious issues to deal with. And what you find is there is no perfect solution. It is what the community accepts, and every community accepts something differently. And so some communities are okay with beneficial use, some are not. Some are okay with incineration, some are not. And so that's been my finding. I cannot please everyone.
Oh, no, that was your last question. Yeah. Members, before we proceed, I'd just like to welcome the students from Horizons for Youth located in Ward 17, Davenport. Their local councillor is Councillor Palacio. Their group leader is Mr. Jonathan John. Welcome. Councillor Cho, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was late this morning. I had to attend some event in my community. So the question I'm going to raise may be already asked. So if that's the case, I pardon all the council members and Madam Speaker through you. Now, one of the councillors is going to move a motion, and I'm not particularly familiar with the terminology. What's the scrubbing technologies?
Through you, Madam Speaker, essentially scrubbing technology is an emission control system. So we put some equipment, so after we incinerate, we put the air that comes out of the system and we scrub that. We take out ash and some of the chemicals that are generated, and we contain that and treat that separately. So you get cleaner air that leaves the facility. So that's essentially what a scrubber is. It helps reduce the impact of the emissions.
I see. And then your report was fluidized bed incinerator?
That's correct. That's the name of the technology that's being recommended.
Mm-hmm.
So fluidized bed technology, if you want a little description of that,
Yes.
and what's different, then so right now we have a system that's called a multiple hearth system. And it's a very mechanical system. It has a lot of moving parts. So you heard earlier some of the concerns we had about maintenance, and that's because it's mechanically intensive. In addition, it requires a lot of natural gas in order for it to work. With a fluidized bed system, it's essentially like a blast furnace that you might have been familiar with that steel companies have used. And you do not have a lot of mechanical equipment. You're just injecting air in, and it burns much hotter. And in fact, once you get it up to temperature, you don't use any additional fuels. You actually use the biosolids as the fuel, and it burns itself. So therefore, there's a significant reduction on the cost of natural gas, and that's why you see a reduction on greenhouse gas emissions. I do not have to use as much fossil fuels in order to run it. So it's a much cleaner, much more efficient technology.
I see. I understand that most countries in Europe, they don't have big countries. So very few countries they use landfill, but most they depend on their incinerator. Is it correct?
That's correct. There's a number of reasons and different regulations. There's some nations where they actually ban beneficial use. They don't want to spread it on fields, which then force them to look at other alternatives, which you will look at incineration. And some may pelletize it first, but then use that in an incinerator. Most of them, because they're smaller We'll tie them into district energy systems as well, see if they can burn it, take the heat, and use it in other buildings nearby. So Europe, slightly different scale, but they do use a lot of incineration technologies.
And then when they use all these incinerators in European countries, the health of the residents, they did all kind of study, the impact?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, they would review health studies. They would have to meet the European standards for air emissions. And we've done the exact same thing. We've done a health study as a companion report to what's in front of you. We reviewed it from a health perspective. We reviewed it from an environmental perspective. It not only meets, it exceeds a lot of the standards considerably, what we're proposing to you. So that's why we're comfortable saying this technology works well, and can function well below the standards that are set today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Do you know what?
Hold on. Councillor Ainsley, do you have a point of order? Yes?
I just wanted to rise on a point of privilege. Unfortunately, my colleague from Ward 44, Councillor Moser, can't be with us here today. I did want to acknowledge one of the groups from his ward. Behind us, we have the three gentlemen from the Highland Creek Treatment Plant Neighborhood Liaison Committee. I wanted to acknowledge them and all their work. I think that many of you, if you haven't either met with them already, they've tried to meet with you, and I just wanted to acknowledge their presence here in the chamber today. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon to speak.
So I can go after Councillor Perks. He's up and ready.
No, the rules are whoever holds it down speaks.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
All right, sorry, Councillor Perks. So I have a motion, and just so everyone knows, you can look at the dynamic duel over there of John Livy and General Manager Lou DiGeronimo, and they can nod their heads that I worked on this with them, so there's no nefarious poison pill like you suspect of me all the time. So this is just to give that extra push to include thermal hydrolysis, which is a great technology used all over the world, especially in Europe. Washington, D.C. has a huge plant. It's cleaner, it's cheaper, it's better for all. So just to consider that and implement that with any of the options, let's just say. So also with the thermal hydrolysis, many European cities are using it. And as I said, Washington, D.C. and Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg are looking into it as well. So why not Toronto again? I'll just say again, I'm disappointed. I feel incineration is a backwards move. Most cities are not building new incinerators. They're not expanding their incinerators. It's an old technology. And we all know, I wasn't here in this chamber at the time, but certainly many of you were, as was a very hardworking resident from our ward and Citizens for a Safe Environment, Karen Buck over here, in the Ashbridges Bay crusade to shut down the incinerator there. They were successful, and we were very hopeful that that was the move towards the future. And obviously, it's up for debate again here with Highland Creek. Another thing with the evaluation process was my understanding that when we were debating or evaluating the greenhouse gases, that what wasn't as strongly evident and highlighted for you was that some of those greenhouse gases, most of those greenhouse gases coming from the incinerator are carcinogenic versus the ones coming from the trucks. So that's just another point. So I hope you will support my motion. As I said, it's tame, it's safe, and it has the approval of our dynamic duel, and you will vote with your conscience. I will not be supporting an expanded incinerator at Highland Creek. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley has a question, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Yes. Councillor McMahon, I wanted to ask about the thermal hydrolysis enhancement process. Is this something new?
So the staff they're already considering it, as Mr. Geronimo said in his questioning. I would prefer it considered strongly at the beginning rather than at the conceptual design stage. But this is something I worked out with city staff.
Was this, so this process, you said they're considering it, did you bring it to them, or when you brought it to them, were they already looking at it?
They were already looking at it, but I just really wanted it to be looked at earlier and taken more seriously than what they were doing, but we've compromised on this.
Okay. Will capital costs be lower?
Not initially, but over the time period, yes.
Okay.
There's savings.
And then I did quickly look up this process, I just Googled it. And one of the things that it talks about, and two of the main concerns in the community over sludge, trucking out sludge versus incineration, was the number of trucks going through the community through the current trucking route that's been there for 40 years, and also the odor. And so will this thermal hydrolysis, does that address either trucking or odor? Does it address any of that?
There may be more trucks, not a lot, but I would argue there are, if you look at the numbers of trucks going through that community every day, it does not increase that exponentially. The odor, there is no odor. It smells like dirt. I actually wanted to bring you some today, but was unable to. I know you like to smell dirt, but it is Class A material. It's better than what comes out of Ashbridges Bay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Perfume factory.
Councillor Cho, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, through you, Councillor Mary Margaret. Pardon me my ignorance, all this technical terminology. The difference is thermal hydrolysis and scrubbing technology. Are they different? Which one is better? They could come together to make it perfect, or could you tell us?
When you say scrubbing, do you mean incineration?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? So it's, Mr. Geronimo says that the thermal hydrolysis is a pre-process that can be applied to anything, the pelletization, the beneficial use, and the incineration. So it just enhances it, improves it, makes it cheaper and greener.
So it's cheaper than scrubbing technology to install that? Is
Well,
it better or what?
It's used with all three processes, but with all three options, but it does improve it. So why wouldn't we explore it?
Okay. So they could combine together to make it better then, right?
Yeah, but I don't feel incineration is better, but so that's where I'm at. But I am just, in case incineration does pass, I want extra protection.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
In your speech, you said the most European country, they use a thermal thing. Is it correct? That's what you said?
Councillor Cho, just clarification of the motion, please. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, we have an important and difficult and frustrating issue in front of us, and I wish I could simply go along with the advice from staff, but I just can't. To recap, the decision we're being asked to make isn't, do you prefer this technology or that technology? The decision we're being asked to make is, should we forward on the environmental assessment work done by staff and their consultants to the province? Are we satisfied we have done due diligence and that work is comprehensive and accurate and fairly reflects a study of the questions asked by the community and members of this council? Unfortunately, on reviewing that environmental assessment, I cannot concur. You heard me ask questions of Mr. DiGeronimo at the beginning about how the different impacts were assessed. You heard that for all options, all regulatory requirements are met. However, for some options, there's a vast difference in the scoring even though the regulatory requirements are met, And for other categories, the scoring is the same because the regulatory requirements were met. I want to review some of these, if I could have it to screen. Okay, so I want to draw your attention to the minimizing odors. You'll see that the alternative 1, which is the incinerator, gets a 5, and the pelletizer gets a 2. There's a vast difference in scoring there. Similarly, if you look up at nuisance odors, you'll see there's a difference in scoring. Similarly, you'll see negative public and opinion and perception of risk. A big difference in the scoring. Yet, as Mr. DiGeronimo told you, in both instances, the regulatory requirements are met. If you go now to the environmental criteria, you will see they're all shaded gray. And the reason they're shaded gray is, despite the fact that there are differences in the environmental consequences, they've been scored exactly the same. I want to focus on 2. First is the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, it didn't come up in questioning, but you can go over and confirm it with staff. When they evaluated the incinerator's greenhouse gas emissions, there's a particular greenhouse gas emission they did not count. What the incinerator does is take nutrients that we could apply to the soil as a soil amendment, as Mr. DiGeronimo described, and burns them and converts them to greenhouse gases. It takes something that could be beneficial in growing crops here in Ontario and turns it into greenhouse gases. That is essentially what the technology does, and yet those greenhouse gas emissions are not counted. The fact that it just simply burns up nutrients and sends them to the soil, into the atmosphere as CO2 was not counted. And that's the only reason they were able to score those 2 options the same. The second thing I want to point to is the issue just immediately above that, minimizing environmental impacts due to air emissions. You heard me ask Mr. DiGeronimo questions about persistent organic pollutants. These are the most toxic and hazardous chemicals human beings make, period. Dioxins and furans. We don't make them on purpose. They only occur when we combust organic material at high temperatures with chlorine present. In other words, when we incinerate things, or in similar industrial processes such as forging of steel. Right now, every single one of us already has a substantial and risky body burden of dioxins and furans. The reason that happens is they persist in the environment, they build up in the food chain, and because they're not naturally occurring, we have no tools in our body that can break them down into safe chemicals. They also lodge into our fatty tissues because they prefer a fatty environment to a water environment. So the concentration gets higher and higher. Because they have these qualities, each new source makes the problem worse. And that's why we have signed an agreement internationally called the Stockholm Convention, which says, where feasible, ultimate elimination should be the goal. We also have an agreement with the United States of America that says we should have zero discharge of these chemicals. It's the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. Every new source makes the problem worse. And yet, Mr. DiGeronimo's consultants scored as if the impacts of creating these toxins was negligible.
Thank
I urge you to vote against the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Perks has pointed out some important information in the table and described some problems he's got with some weighting, but I've got a couple of tables I looked at in the report, and I want to try to break this down to the simplest message. Attachment 3 talks about cancer risks from the emissions, and it says 76 in 1 million are affected by the existing local air quality. Well, my humble math puts that 1 in 13,000. And the current incinerator, the risk is about 1 in 4 million for cancer. And we talk about the options. The options are 1 in 110 million for one of the technologies, and 1 in 42 million for the other technology. Well, according to Google, the possibility of winning the lottery 640, the Lotto 649 is 1 in 14 million. and Lotto Max is 1 in 28 million. So I'd put it to you, to put those into perspective, you're more likely to win the lottery 3 times. And we are also talking about the difference between Lotto 649 and Lotto Max. Flip the page, and we talk about the dangers associated with the trucks. And to put this into real perspective, we talk about the fluidized bed risk to fatalities per 100 years is 0.00013, and compare that to the biosolids transport, which is 0.002. If you noticed, I skipped a 0. And that's because the other option is 10 times, maybe 15 times more dangerous. And that is quite simple. I mean, just think about that. We're talking about minuscule emissions, and now we're talking about potentially over 1,000 trucks going through a neighborhood. And that doesn't even capture the trucks that head down the highway into a farmer's field that is 100 kilometers away. That's what scares me, is somebody getting killed from a truck, not necessarily a minuscule cancer risk in all of this. What really scares me is if we have a breakdown in our existing technology and we don't have a replacement. That sewage keeps flowing. We need to make a decision right now and get on with some replacement technology for something that is at the end of its life. And I think having a very resilient choice in technology and not putting our eggs in one basket into one pelletized process, but having a diverse set of processes in case there is a problem with dealing with the pellets later on, whether that's a refusal to accept these onto the ground, we can't dump them any longer, there's a border closure and we can't ship them. We should have a different piece of technology. But if I can leave you with one parting thought on all of this, is the alarm that I have with what happens when we defer this further. And by deferral, I mean not making a decision to move ahead on something by voting this down. We can argue about the magnitude of difference. Let's just say that the new technology is 30 times better than the older technology. For every day that we waste, that's a month's worth of pollution that we don't have to have. For every month that we delay on this, that's 2.5 years of pollution. And if we were to delay this another year to wait for another report that our solicitor said is going to say the same thing, that's 30 years of pollution that we don't need to have. And all of this minuscule difference in pollutants is a wash in that 1 year delay of 30 years of pollution spewing out of this existing technology, which is clearly inferior. We need to move now on something new. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, it's wonderful when other people get up and start to say, really, that our professionals and those in the industry are wrong. And actually, I was asked, go over and speak to the staff. Because look, if you put it in an incinerator, you're creating greenhouse gases that you wouldn't create if you put it on a field. So I asked. They said, absolutely not true. It's the same greenhouse gases whether you spread it in a field and it breaks down, whether you have it in a pellet and it breaks down, or you put it in an incinerator. So what you're being told by others is it's not true what you're being told, or else we shouldn't have our staff here. The best thing that we can do is go forward with it. It's the same greenhouse gases. We're not the professionals here, except some of us profess to be. My colleague behind me said we shouldn't increase the amount of incineration. We're not. We're simply looking at taking the incinerators that aren't doing the best there and building new incinerators and improving them so they're actually better. They scrub the gases better. They do what they're doing in Europe. They incinerate. Then I'm told, oh, in Europe they're cutting out their incinerators. I asked the staff. They said, that's not true. That's right. That's not true. They're continuing to incinerate. What we have in front, and I'm also told, oh, it's just an environmental assessment that's being sent off to the province. Don't do that. Because you shouldn't send them the EA. That's not true. We are finalizing an environmental assessment process that if we approve, goes out for 30 days of public consultation. If that's approved and sent off to the province and there's no objections there, our staff can go forward and do what they have to do. which is stop the possibility of an emergency happening out at Highland Creek by the delays that we have if our incinerators break down, by stopping the continual trucking of our waste to other places, and there's so much of it that we have to export our crap from our sewer lines down to the States. There isn't enough place to go, and have any of you driven by the farmers' fields when they spread it? Because I have. My God, it smells worse than the beach on a bad day. It's horrible. Look what you're spreading on the fields. Untreated. Not treated. So what's in that you're spreading? And I have read numerous articles that really question why you would spread biosolids, because you don't know what you're putting back into your food source. This has been here on a number of occasions. It's important that we continue to do what we're doing, which is allow for the clean burning of the waste. It's 25% of our biosolids out at Highland Creek. We've asked the residents there what do they want. We've gone through a public process. Everybody has said, continue to work this way. Clean up the incinerators. Go into a cleaner burning technology, but keep it going the way it is. That's what we have to do. That's what we're required to do. We have to listen to our people. We have to go through, listen to our professionals. We have to do what's right for our communities. And think of what we're doing the other way, because I've read a number of articles as well that talk about the effects of all the cows out in the fields. Have any of you read those? What happens in the methane that's coming from the cows that are feeding us? It's a huge problem. Well, we aren't cows in the city. No, we're people. We're 3 million people. We're 3 million people, Councillor de Beermaker. So we don't make the waste of 3 million cows, but we make the waste of 1 million cows. And you want to keep that going around, the methane gas that creates? That's one of the problems, is the methane gas that's coming from all this. And by incinerating it, you won't have the same problem. This is the right thing to do now. It's the right thing to do to move forward with a new and cleaner technology, to do what many of our colleagues in other countries are doing, to not keep spreading our waste all across the continent to other places, to deal with 25% of our waste through clean burning technology, to stop any emergencies that might be happening out there, and let our folks run the proper facility that we all want to see, and invest in improving that. And I hope that we'll be able to support that today.
Thank you. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got two motions that will be circulated shortly. The first motion is directing that if an incinerator is built, that it be built to the U.S. EPA standards, which are the best standards in the world. This is a motion that our staff support. Mr. DiGeronimo and Councillor Moser and I supported this motion. Actually, I've got the date here of January 5th, 2010. So this motion is consistent with the motions that we have agreed to in the past with the local councillor and with the local community. The second motion just states that ask staff to report back to the Works Committee on the feasibility of doing a solar and/or district energy plant down at the Highland Creek area to help offset or eliminate the greenhouse gas emissions that the plant currently and in the future will emit. Madam Speaker, I think with the recommendations that Councillor McMahon has put forward, and with my recommendations, I hope which will be adopted, I will be supporting the staff recommendations to incinerate. And I do this after a lot of consideration, and I look at this really from 5 minutes ago. I looked at this piece of paper when I was actually chair of the Works Committee, that if we had adopted the motions that Councillor McMahon and I were saying back in 2010, where we had agreement, that plant would have been closed down 6 or 7 years ago. Well, actually 5 or 6 years ago, because there's construction. And we would have stopped this current plant that we have now from spewing out the greenhouse gas emissions that it has, which are huge, the pollutants and the dioxins that it is spewing out now, which are huge. If it is not the most, it is one of the most highest sources of pollution in the entire city of Toronto. That old, rickety, broken down incinerator needs to be replaced. My first preference has always been beneficial use. but I've listened to the 5 ratepayers associations in the local area. I've dealt with them over decades. I used to be an executive member of the Coalition of Scarborough Community Associations, so I've sat next to many of the people who are involved and know that if we don't accept the staff recommendations in a legal environmental assessment process, I've talked to our legal staff, will there be appeals to the provincial government? Yes. What are our chances of success of overturning the recommendations of an environmental assessment with the Minister of the Environment at the provincial level? Practically zero. And even if that was to happen, there are all sorts of legal mechanisms that the local residents can use to stop this council's decision if it goes against the now 5 or 6 years of staff recommendations. They recommended this option before. They're recommending it again. If we kill it today, because we could just receive this report or vote against the report, I know what's going to happen. Our staff are going to go back and do the same analysis with the same people at the same plant, looking at the same information, and they'll come out and give us the same recommendations, except it'll be 4 or 5 years from now when you do that entire EA process. And what's that mean? Years and years would be going into over a decade then of an old rickety plant continuing to operate. It's time to close down that old rickety plant and create something that is 100 times better. And it may not be my first preference, but I think having a plant that the community accepts that's 100 times better with the recommendations of improving the process, like the thermal hydrolysis that Councillor McMahon is moving and that I support, and with having a cleaner scrubber at the end of the process, I think this is the very best we can do given the circumstances. I'd ask my colleagues to support the amendments and the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief, and I'm speaking for the record. I have always supported incineration as a cleaner and more practical and more publicly acceptable option for the replacement of the plant that's operating on that site right now. So you've got a far cleaner technology. You have passionate public support in that neighborhood. And I think what we have emerging today at this council meeting is a desire finally to move forward on this issue. I'm delighted to see that. I'm sure that the general public will be very supportive of this, this direction that we're finally going to take. And if there's anyone sitting on the fence, I hope that you've listened very carefully to the passionate deliveries of Councillor Shiner, Holiday, and De Beermaker, and get behind this and end the debate on behalf of the public good once and for all.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the local councillor on the other side of the ward boundary, and I will be voting for the incineration process as well. I did want to comment a little bit about the very dynamic consultation process that was put in place to make sure we had our due diligence done on this matter. So this is the third time this process has been before us, or this issue has been before us. The last time there was a number of community meetings in Ward 44. They were held all at the local Royal Canadian Legion. There was one held in my ward. There's actually one held in Ward 36, Councillor Crawford's, at the Scarborough Recreation Centre, at Kingston Road and Morningside. Throughout that long process, it created a petition that was presented by Councillor Moser of 1,400 petitions, or 1,400 names. I received one in opposition to it from residents in my ward and Councillor Moser ward, Councillor Crawford's ward, of roughly 2,100 people. So we have a process that we just went through today where we tried to do the due diligence. Staff, as you heard earlier, had trouble finding a room to do those meetings, so they were all held at the local Royal Canadian Legion in the middle of Ward 44, close to the treatment plant, which was nice, with a bus route that went by that doesn't operate after 8 o'clock. So that's where all of the community meetings were held on this issue. There was none held outside of Ward 44. If you look at the wind patterns for this treatment plant, they flow westward, mainly through my ward and Councillor Crawford's ward. Trying to be a good city councillor, I went to the staff at Water Wastewater and I said, you know, great that you're having a meeting at the local Legion and great that you put an ad in the Scarborough Mirror. And I don't know if, I know at least 10 of you are familiar with the Scarborough Mirror. You get the Scarborough Mirror, it comes every Thursday with a lot of ads in it. It's about 4 inches thick now. And if you wanted the ads for any of the meetings that were held for the public consultation process, you could find them on page 22, 28, and I believe back on page 22. Quarter page ad in the bottom corner if you cared to find it. When that started to come to light, I went to the staff of Water Wastewater and I asked for some money to put some flyers out in my ward so my residents could understand what was going on. Because this has citywide implications, as we're told throughout this report. I was told that they didn't have the money for that and that I should use my own budget to get a flyer out to my residents if I was concerned that they needed to know about the meeting. Next, I wanted to talk about the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee, which Mr. DiGeronimo earlier also referred to as a community association or a community group not associated with the city. If you want to find out more about the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee, they don't have their own website. If you go to the Water Wastewater section of the City of Toronto website, you will find the mandate, the references, the meetings of the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee, which is supposed to, part of their mandate is to bring feedback from the community to what happens or concerns that my residents, community residents have about the Highland Creek treatment plant and whether with this matter, whether the residents are worried about incinerating or sludge. If you go to the reference page in the City of Toronto website to see the last time that the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee met, they met on November 26, 2014. So this is a committee that's charged, as we sit here for the third time, trying to figure out what to do. They haven't met since November 26, 2014. They will tell you though, and the reason I introduced them earlier because I wanted to make sure everybody had met them, because they've gone to every school, community association in Ward 44 and Ward 43 and part of Ward 36 to make sure that residents knew the dangers of trucking and why we should be incinerating, why it's important to be incinerating, which is probably the main rationale why I have letters from all of my community associations telling me that they need to represent, I need to make sure I represent their wishes and vote for an incinerator today. Because they've had a meeting with the Community Neighbourhood Liaison Committee from the Highland Creek Treatment Plant. Many of you, I've also been told, have been asked for meetings for the Neighbourhood Liaison Committee that is supposed to go back to our staff to bring feedback from the local community. I'm glad that the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee, in their mandate, considers meeting with city councillors to advocate for incineration as part of their mandate. Saying all of that, I want to thank you for everyone for listening to me. I hope that if we have to go through this process again, that staff and Water Wastewater will work with the Highland Creek Neighbourhood Liaison Committee and make sure there's a much more fulsome process of due diligence when you're trying to get residents' concerns about what's happening in their community and how we're spending their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be extremely brief, just to say that I will be supporting the amendments that have been put before us by Councillor de Bearmaker, his two motions, as well as Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon. I think these are good additions to what we're undertaking, and they've kept the environment top of mind in their motions. So I hope that everyone today in the chamber will support these additional amendments to the motion. The recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. That was less than 30 seconds. Councillor Holland to
Thank
speak.
you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be probably about just as brief. And I just want to also thank staff for all their hard work on this. It's been brought back many times to council and to our community council and to Public Works when I was on Public Works Committee. And I just want to thank staff for all their hard work. I want to thank the community associations, and this goes back well even before my time here on council, that they've been working in the community, and I thank both councillors, Moser and Ainsley. I know it's been a very, very difficult process, and unfortunately there is opposing sides and the two different views between the truck method and trucking the sludge or a fluidized bed. But for myself, I've always been supportive of incineration. And it's the best technology that we have going. It's state-of-the-art. It is new. It is not what existed years ago. And also, I'm going to be supporting the motions put forward by Councillor McMahon, and also with some arm twisting a little bit in there, but also with Councillor de Beermaker, his motions. But I'm going to say with Councillor de Beermaker's motion, the issue is that we'll even increase the environmental protection even more with the incineration option. So I think that it's important to protect the environment. Obviously, Chair of Parks Environment, I'm looking towards that, and we have to do that. So I encourage you to support the staff recommendations and also the amendments put forward, and thank everybody here for listening for the third time, especially the residents, and hopefully today we can just push our buttons. I can see Councillor Prutz is up next, and hopefully we can just move forward and take the vote and put this matter to fluidized bed.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've been watching this debate around this issue for some time, and in fairness to staff, I understand they've done a lot of work, and they've got management issues, and they need to get outcomes, and they need decisions made so that they can move on in managing what it is that they do. But just a little but. As you watch this debate, right, you can't help but say to yourself, this is why we are doomed. We are. Why are we doomed? Because each and every time we are forced to deal, everybody, you burn something, it goes into the air, right? And one of the reasons why our environment is in the state that it's in is because we burn lots of stuff. And the more stuff you burn, the worse it gets. So you come to a crossroads where you have to make a decision. What then becomes the decision? Well, you spend loads of time and drumming up all kinds of stuff, and then you have meetings and consultation. I've heard some of the comments, and this is what people want. I think what people really need is good quality air. What we really need is to start taking better care of our planet. I hear that from the kids all the time. It's wonderful. Kids now refer to the planet as Mother Earth. We need to take care of Mother Earth. Well, this is precisely the kind of issue that explains why we are where we are. Because every time we're asked to deal with one of these questions it's just a little bit. You know, you look at all the information, it's almost equal to where we were. Oh no, if you really look at the information really hard, it actually makes it just maybe slightly better. Well, you can manipulate the information whichever way you like. But truth is, If I go home tonight and I spark up my barbecue and I burn something, I'm going to contribute negatively to the environment. All of those things. Absolutely. All of those things. So we get to these decisions and we say to ourselves, and what makes us feel okay is it's just a little bit. It's a little bit on top of a little bit on top of a little bit on top of a little bit, and then it begins to compound. Then the little bits become really a lot. And then we say, well, you know what? We have global warming. And then some people will say, well, that's not true. I don't know. The dinosaurs did worse than we did, right? I don't know. They warmed it up even. Well, you know, you get into all of this confusing stuff. Yeah, that's right. The asteroid that hit Mother Earth. It's not going to get my support because it's a little bit on top of a little bit on top of a little more, and then a little more, and then a little more, and before you know it, it's far, far worse. So. I'll cut it short. I'll cut my shit. I won't take all 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm councillor from Scarborough Rouge River, Ward 42. And my ward is nearly a neighbor of the location we're talking about. And I will support the 3 motions, but the incinerator really concerns me a lot. Now, I came here very open-minded, and what the Councillor Perk made a good presentation kind of affects in my decision-making, Madam Speaker. You know, when the incinerator and the air comes out, if the wind blows north, it's going to affect the whole my world. And I asked Councillor Perk, he's one of the very concerned environmentalists in our council chamber. And he really, summarized very succinctly. And it says dioxin and the furan cause 1, cancer, and reproductive failure, slow brain development, and interferes with our hormone system. You know, it's, if we damage the environment, we damage everything eventually. And I don't think I'm going to sit here another 10 years, 20 years. But while I'm here making decision, I like to make the right decision for the Torontonians and on the long-term thing. And I will support all this motion, Councillor Glenn Waymaker and the Mary Margaret McMahon. But when it comes to the steps recommendation, out of my clear conscience, Madam Speaker, I cannot support that. So I just stand up to say where I'm coming from and why I'm voting that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Filion.
Just briefly, I will be supporting the staff recommendations. We are currently sending our crap to small towns. We stink up the roads on the way up there. We stink up the small towns. We then it gets spread on farmers' fields and stinks up the area, and we have all the stuff that's in our sewers, which includes all sorts of things that are not good for people on the crops that we then consume. So it is, I know there's environmental concerns on both sides, but I have less concerns with the incineration than I do with what we're currently doing.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I begin, first of all, by thanking our staff, because I think over a long period of time, certainly even preceding my arrival here, they've done a lot of hard work on what is a difficult issue. I want to thank the residents because, you know, isn't it good that we should be having a discussion where we're talking about the level of resident engagement and all the people that have had their views expressed on this and so on. And I want to thank Councillor Moser. He's not here, but I know early on when I was a candidate for public office, he cared very much about this, and I'm sure he wishes desperately that he could be here today. And I just want to thank him for the fact that he's been, you know, doing his job. I also want to thank Councillors McMahon and Deputy Mayor de Bearmaker, for moving the motions they did, which I will support. Because I think, like a lot of other things that happen in this chamber, they take a good piece of staff work and improve upon it by doing some things that make it better. Now, what are they improving upon? Well, I just heard Mr. DiGeronimo say earlier on today, and I think it's worthy of taking note of this, that they're improving upon what he described, and I tried to make accurate note of what he said, the most thorough examination ever done by any municipality with the most extensive documentation on an issue of this kind. The most extensive examination ever done. And you know, I listened with interest to my friend, and I do love engaging with him on some of these issues because I know he means well. But I listened to Councillor Prusa talk about Mother Earth and all this kind of thing, and I say to myself, well, that would have been fine hearing all that, except you never, for a minute, made any mention of the alternative and how it is we deal with body waste that is inevitably produced by every single one of us that live in this city every day, and that we have an obligation in here not just to say what we don't like, but to say, fine, if you don't like one way of dealing with it, how would you deal with it, given that we have an absolute obligation in here. One of our fundamental core service deliveries is the treatment of human waste. And so I revert back to what Councillors de Bearmaker and McMahon were improving upon when they moved that motion. And I go back to something that I've tried, and I'm not perfect at this, I'll admit, but I'm trying very hard in the job that I have to rely as often as possible on the objective evidence that is given to us by people we employ or hire to give us that advice. And I've shown myself willing to be flexible on transit and other things when we got back expert information. So what do we have here? Well, we have the report that is the part of this most thorough process described by Mr. DiGeronimo as saying, and I'll use part of my time to read it because it's worth it. The study is a detailed assessment of health, environmental, community, and cost impacts of 3 shortlisted biosolids management options, recommends the replacement of the 40-year-old incinerators, and the study concludes that all 3 alternatives have very small overall health impacts. There are no appreciable health impact differences between each of the alternatives. All 3 achieve notable reductions in health risks related to inhalation and multimedia exposure. All 3 alternatives achieve significant reductions in air emissions. New state-of-the-art incinerators have the lowest noise, odor, and traffic impact on the community and has the greatest support within the community. New state-of-the-art incinerators have the lowest capital and operating costs. So on the 3 fundamental issues, or at least 3 of them, health, cost, and community impact, we have a report here that is unequivocal. And when I read it, not for the first time, but the first time for me, I said, well, you know, this is one of those instances where there is no perfect answer, just like we discussed with taxis. There's no perfect answer. But if you're searching for the best available answer, it would seem that there is not much question about that from the standpoint of the experts. And I will simply say that when I hear councillor after councillor get up and say, this is the 3rd time, the 5th time, the 7th time, we can't go on this way. And I'm pleased to say I think that we're starting now to realize that. And notwithstanding all the good statements of my friends who got up and said Mother Earth and this kind of thing, which we all care about, we have to make some decisions on these things. We heard it said that if we let the present facility go on much longer, we run the risk of the whole thing collapsing, and then thousands of truckloads of this stuff are going to be going through neighborhoods. And I would suggest, with respect to my friend, that if we were talking about trucking it through the northwest corner of the city, I'm not sure he wouldn't have a different position on this. But I think at the end of the day we have an obligation to act on this. I think we have not just one report, we have multiple reports that have said to us that this is the best of the available options. And yes, it was a sort of a close competition between the 3, and it's well scored. There are pages spent scoring it, but that we have to act at the end of the day. That is the one thing that we can no longer postpone around here. We've got to act on this and act now. It's in front of us now. This is the right thing to do from the standpoint of cost, of environmental impact, and of community impact, and that is why it is the right thing to do, not the perfect thing to do. The right thing to do, and the right thing to do now. No more postponements. Get on with it, because that's what the public have every right to expect that we will do. That's what we're here to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're absolutely right. I regret not talking about some of the alternatives that were mentioned in the report. You know that for example, turning some of the sludge into beneficial use would only have added, I think, another extra truck and a half a day through the neighborhood. One truck.
Okay,
one additional truck, turning it to a beneficial use as opposed to incinerating, right? Continue.
If you asked, do I know that? I read that, as you did, but do I also know from the very same reports that that means one more truck added to the hundreds that are going back and forth? And if you ask me if I think that is a sensible, long-term solution for dealing with human waste, especially in light of the fact that we have a detailed professional study that says it actually isn't from the standpoint of cost, environment, or the community impact, then I'd say, yes, I'm aware that it's only one more truck or a few more trucks, but I'd say it's a few more trucks too many in light of the fact there seems to be a better option.
So let me use the word.
Questions,
yeah,
please.
the question is. So let me use the term Mother Earth again. So you don't think that 1.5 trucks versus incineration to the benefit of Mother Earth is something to look at? And
I'll say with respect to that question that is a preposterous question to ask, because the choice isn't between, if you said to me the total output to be trucked versus the incineration was 1.5 trucks ever, I'd say, well, maybe we should be reconsidering. You're saying it's 1.5 trucks if we accept your number for purposes of this discussion, on top of hundreds of trucks of this stuff, going through neighborhoods, and by the way, taking the stuff and spreading it all over fields. And I'm with Councillor Fillion. I've never been comfortable with the notion that it's safe and environmentally appropriate to dump that stuff. On some farmers' field, and that's outside Toronto, so somehow we feel better about that. Some of the very same people that think that's a swell idea now, I seem to recall, were the same people that didn't think it was such a swell idea when we trucked our garbage all the way to Michigan. We did settle on trucking it halfway there to somewhere outside of London. I still don't think that's the right answer either. But you seem to think that because it's only 1.5 trucks more to accept your number on top of the hundreds that are already going, this is okay. I don't know. This report, I don't know if I hope you've read it. This report says that there are things that come out of those trucks by way of emissions and things that go into the air that the report says are as bad if you have to measure it. And that's why I said there was no perfect answer as the stuff that comes out of the incinerator. Yeah. So, you somehow seem to think these trucks are okay.
I'm actually on the committee, so I sat through the hearings and I heard all the.
Councillor Perruzza, a question, please.
And you're perfectly entitled to have an opinion and vote the way you want. I'm just saying I'm going with these experts here that we employ who've spent countless pages telling us why it's not perfect. None of the options are, but that this one is the best one from all of those standpoints, including the environment.
Incineration.
What they're recommending, which is fluid bed, yes, the latest incineration technology. And by the way, I will say to you, just in concluding, and I thank you for this opportunity to have yet another interchange with you, that people like yourself, I say respectfully, are great in telling us that we should adopt the practices of Europe when it comes to bicycles. But when it comes to how they treat their waste, suddenly Europe doesn't know what they're doing. So it's a very selective kind of approach that are taken to these kinds of things. And it's all meant to slow us down from making any decisions here that you don't think are right, notwithstanding what all the experts say that we pay to give us their best advice. And what the public says too, by the way.
Thank you. I thought, Councillor Layton, you had your name on, you took it off? Okay. Okay, that's it. Okay, the motions, if we put them on the screen. Motion number 1 on the screen. by Councillor McMahon. All in favor? Recorded. Well, the lights will come on. There you go.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Di Giorgio, please.
The motion carries 41 to 1.
Motion 2A by Councillor De Beermaker.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion carries unanimously 42 in favor.
Motion 2B by Councillor De Beermaker. Recorded vote. Soccer field.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Bailao, please.
The motion carries unanimously 42 in favor.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Crisanti, please. The Public Works item, as amended, carries 30 to 12.
Okay, just a sec, we have another vote. So, on the HL 7.6, we have to vote on that now. On the item, recorded vote? Yeah. Do we need a recorded vote on this? No. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so we've dealt with both items. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of privilege on behalf of our colleague and friend, Councillor Moser, this has always been an issue for him that he was very much championing him. Unfortunately, because of his health condition and treatment, he sent us all a note that he's not able to be here today. I'm sure that he was riveted to the debate because I know for Councillor Moser, nothing else would have kept him away except his inability to be here and watching us there. So if you are watching or on, from all of us, a shout out to you. We all want to see you get better and come back here and continue to champion the causes that you have for your ward.
Councillor Mihevc, page 2, EX 14.7. Management non-union employees accountability officers. Yeah, I believe that you had moved a...
Move the motion. I can speak to it, but I think
There's questions. We have questions. Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This, in regard to the decision-making process for management non-union employees, how will it be determined what the rates, because this is only part of, who am I speaking to? Is this to the city manager?
I don't know. Who are you speaking
Okay,
to?
all right, okay. Oh, yes, I'm talking to myself. That happens.
Answer the question
That happens enough.
But who is answering your question?
I don't know if this is to the city manager. Well,
Oh, it's behind you.
Okay.
They're behind you, okay.
There's no mention in the report of what we call performance pay, and so I'm wondering how those rates and ratios are going to be determined, if they're going to be revisited and looked at as we head into the next year.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, we have an approved performance management program at the city for non-union staff, which is separate from the cost of living adjustment that we have before you in the staff report. So those rates have been established.
And under what mechanism would that be revisited or re-examined, reassessed for either effectiveness or in light of cost pressures that the city faces?
Staff has periodically reported back to Council on our performance management program, to commenting on its appropriateness, competitiveness. So we do come back periodically. We did come to Council in 2013 and 2014, I believe, with some recommended changes to the program. And any future report backs could be upon Council request or when staff believe they need to introduce changes to the existing program.
Okay, so have we reported out recently to Council on the number of employees in this unit, this group, that exceed expectations, that meet expectations, and the overall amount of the increase that is part of their pay increase that is based on performance? Has that been reported out? I know I received some answers via email and was very much appreciative of that. I'm just wondering if that has been reported out to Council in any way recently.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, we don't typically report out on those numbers unless we are specifically requested to do so.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My questions are about the general increases in the phase-in or lack thereof in this recommendation. Can you explain to me the difference in real terms of the phase-in from the collective agreements with 416 and 79 and for their wage increases compared to this? Ultimately, at the end of the day, what does it look like?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so just to clarify the question. So the recommendation before you for the non-union is for the 1.25% to be effective January 1, 2016 and January 1, 2017. For the union, recent union settlements, those wage increases provided for a 0.75% increase January 1 of each year and an increase of 0.5% July 1 of each year.
So we've phased it in sort of in two phases, one for the first half of the year, the second.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Why was that the case for the collective agreements for 79 and 416? What was the rationale for the phase-in?
I think that was a function of the negotiations. There was a number of issues and a number of matters in negotiations, and to reach a settlement in terms of the total financial package and the priorities of both parties, there was an agreement that in order to achieve those wage increases, that they would be phased in the 2 steps.
So this, and please, if I'm out of line here, then you don't have to answer the question, but was it the city's position to do the phase-in, or was it that of the union?
Again, I think in the context of the total bargaining and in trying to get something that addressed the issues and priorities of both parties and do it in a financially sustainable way, those were the both parties agreed to
If
that.
I'm able to get a more clear answer, I would like that more clear answer. Was it the city's bargaining position, or was it the union's bargaining position to have the phase-in? If you can't answer it, that's okay.
I don't believe I can answer that.
Okay, that's fine. Why was it determined that this recommendation should not have a phase-in?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the approved performance management program for non-union staff is linked together with the cost of living adjustment. And so the program provides for an annual adjustment of salaries where we combine a performance payment together with the cost of living, and the practice is to do it once a year, effective January 1st.
So our practice with our non-union staff is to give the cost of living adjustment, but with our union staff was to negotiate it a lower than cost of living adjustment for the first 6 months of the year.
Sorry, Councillor, our practice for the non-union is to apply the cost of living adjustment at the same time as we provide the performance management increase, the performance payment increase. I think
Through you, Madam
CFO.
Speaker, if I could also add, there's a fundamental difference also in terms of how we apply cost of living increases in the union environment and the non-union environment. In the non-union environment, in the union environment, they are automatic. In the non-union environment, whether you get even the cost of living adjustment is conditional on achieving a certain level of performance. And that's why the two are linked, and it's done on an annual basis. So that's the other key thing. Even the COLA is linked to performance for the non-union, whereas they're not in the union.
So what was the value of that phase-in in the contract? The 79 and 416 contract.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm going to have to look up that information and get it to you.
No, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we?
Thank you.
No.
Councillor Davis, question?
I just want to get at the cost of this proposal. So, as Councillor Campbell points out, there is the pay-for-performance piece of it, and then there is the COLA piece. Could you tell us what was the cost of the COLA piece and the cost of the pay-for-performance piece going to be for 2016 and 2017? Could you hold my time, Speaker?
So the cost of the COLA is in the... Through you, Madam Speaker, so this report just deals with the recommended COLA increases, and the cost for the COLA in gross amount for 2016 is $7.3 million.
Sorry, I missed that?
Sorry, $7.3 million?
Yes?
And the cost of the COLA, that's the gross amount, and the cost of the COLA for 2017 is $7.4 million. And the net impact,
So that's 14...
14 million gross, yes.
Okay, so 14 million is for the cost of living adjustments, and then there is the other piece, which is the pay-for-performance piece. So my understanding, and you don't know that at this point?
Through the Speaker, we don't have the cost impact for 2016 performance payments at this time.
Is that possible to get? And I'm sorry I didn't ask you. That was a question I didn't ask in advance.
We could get a projected amount for that.
Okay. And in particular, I want to know what the re-earnable bonus costs of that portion. My understanding, you've got numbers for 2015?
Yes.
So in 2015, how much did the pay for performance over and above the cost of living, how much was that?
So we had the pay for performance total cost of $10.9 million, and that
Okay.
was split.
So 10.9 million on top of what you've just said was 14, or in 1 year, 7 million. So in total, it's probably close to 20 million.
That is correct.
And this would likely be as well,
Yes.
if the pay for performance is the same. How many employees, and of the pay for performance, how much of that 10 million last year was the re-earnable bonus for being at the top of the range so that you got that re-earnable bonus even though, plus cost of living?
$6.5 million was paid in a re-earnable payment, and $4.4 million was paid for progression through the range.
Is there a re-earnable bonus in the union contract?
No, there is not.
So once you're at the top of the range in a union contract, you don't get that extra. You get it as you go up steps, and there are 3 steps in the 79 contract.
There are 4 steps in the 79.
And no steps in the 416 contract. They're at the top of their range. There is only one rate. Do they get the re-earnable bonus every year if they're performing well?
They do not have a performance management program, but they progress through the steps.
They would have a performance management program, but maybe not be paid for it. So, but do they get an extra 3% at the top of the range? No.
They do not have a performance.
So they're in the re-earnable bonus, in the re-earnable job performance program that the non-union people get. Is it the case that 15% will get, in addition to COLA, a 4.5% pay for performance for those people who exceed performance? Is that correct?
Up to 15% of the non-union workforce are
And we've been at 14.8, 14.9%, 15%.
14.3% last.
14.3, get 4.5 plus 125, 575, correct?
Correct.
72% who meet performance, 72% of our employees get 2.5% plus 1.75 or 3.75, is that correct?
Correct.
So 72% this year will get 3.75% of our non-union employees. And then there are a small percentage, 0.3 and 2.4, who are developing or below performance standards. So 72, 82, 87% will get at least 3.75% this year.
That's correct.
Okay, that
I just have one more question,
yeah.
which is, my one question is, if I earn $50,000 a year, and I was working under the contract versus the $50,000 a year, and I was working under the non-union
Councillor
program,
Davis, your
what
time
would be
was
the
up.
difference in the pay between a non-union employee and a unionized employee over the period of 4 years, assuming there was a 4-year
Councillor
contract?
Davis, your time was up.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, but it took you 30 seconds to ask it. Okay.
Sure.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, since we just had the discussion, I haven't been able to get that information over the 4-year period based on this deal. But the difference will be that in the union contracts there is a split. So if you had a $50,000 salary and it was a 2% increase that was split 1% January and 1% July, the difference would be the cash in pocket on the non-union approach, on the non-union approach would be $1,000 in the year, and on the union it would be $750 cash in pocket that year, so about a $250 difference cash. But the end rate at the end of the year would all go up by the same ratio.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. What was the automatic increase to councillor salaries this year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, 1.5%.
And sorry, what's the non-unionized increase?
Through you, Madam Speaker, 1.25%, split 0.75 January 1 and 0.5
Interesting.
July
Thank
1.
you. Thank you. I wasn't around, but I seem to recall during Mayor Miller's time there was a differential with unionized and non-unionized staff. I think. Well, maybe you could explain. Was there a year or two that non-unionized staff did not get a raise, but unionized staff did?
Through the Speaker, in 2009 and 2010, Council approved a 0% and 1% increase for the non-union. The union had a 1.75% and 2.25% increase in those 2 years.
So it's not unusual that unionized staff get different than non-unionized staff, and that in the past we could say that non-unionized staff have actually fared worse.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Just curious about the performance management system. Are we unique in the City of Toronto where we award salary based on how an employee did through the year?
Through the Speaker, certainly a performance management program for an organization is not uncommon. In fact, it's reflective of best HR practices.
Would it be fair to say that other public sector cities or orders of government use the same system?
Yes, it would.
What would the implication be if we tampered with or canceled such a system on our talent pool?
Through the Speaker, I believe that it would be certainly a detrimental impact. We would not have practices that are reflective, as I said, best HR practices, which have a performance management system which is intended to drive performance. It's also intended to attract and retain high-performing employees, and it is also intended to ensure that we are competitive with comparator organizations.
I realize that the system that we have gives salary awards or changes that are larger than the rate of inflation, and those are modulated by how an individual performs through the year through a process. Would it be fair to say that if we change that, we would be changing our competitiveness with other municipalities?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. One other question, there's a distribution of percentages of employees that fall into the different categories. And with no surprise, most of them fall into the center one, which is, meets expectations. A quantity does go into the exceeds category, and a very small quantity goes into the does not meet expectations category. How does the distribution of employees in those categories compare to other public sector organizations?
Councillor, I believe that it would be comparable. Having the various levels in the public sector organizations, it is a relatively new thing, particularly having an exceeds performance expectation. And the motivation behind it is truly to drive high-performing employees.
I was very surprised at the very small percentage that falls into the developing or does not meet expectations category. Do we have any management controls to make sure that the appropriate quantity of people are falling into that category based on the rigor or design of the performance management plans?
This is an important issue, Councillor, and I appreciate your raising it. Relative to other large public sector organizations, we do in fact have some work to do in terms of refining not only the broad middle and the exceeded, but making sure that there are an appropriate number of people who are in fact identified as, if they are in fact are underperforming, are identified as underperforming.
Would you characterize that we are on track to make those changes and understanding that it's probably a large ship to turn?
It is a large ship to turn. We are not yet on track, but we will be on track.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to suggest at this time before we recess for lunch, quick items, quick releases. So if we can clear the screen, please. Put your name up on request to question staff. Councillor Palacio.
Page number 5, Madam Speaker, MM18.42, and the next one, MM18.43. Both notice of motions, I would like to
Okay,
have
thank
them
you.
released.
So on page 5, members' motion 1842, Councillor Palacio is moving. What? No, it's just that they're on the agenda because they were circulated yesterday. All in favor? Carried. MM 18.43, on the members' motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 3, item EY 13.14. I have spoken to Councillor Mammoliti, and we will be putting my motion forward, and I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay. This is on page 3, EY 13.14 for, oh, sorry. No, it wasn't officially placed, I don't. Was it? Oh, okay. No, just one sec. I need some clarification here. So was it?
I thought I was holding it. If I'm not, I'm mistaken, but...
Hold on, we were just trying to determine that there was a deferral motion that was moved yesterday. So that has to be voted on first. Okay, so the deferral motion first. Councillor Mammoliti.
So, Madam Speaker, I stood up this morning in an attempt to let everybody know that staff had spoken to me and that I was ready to let this go, and everybody jumped on me as soon as I stood up. So perhaps this is another lesson that listen to what somebody has to say before you jump all over them. I'm going to withdraw the motion.
Okay. Oh, you're withdrawing the deferral motion? Oh, okay. On favor of Councillor Mammoliti withdrawing the deferral motion? Carried. So on Councillor Doucette's motion, we'll put it on the screen, please. Recorded vote on that one.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you. Mayor Tory, please. And Councillor Ainsley, please.
The motion carries 26-11.
Okay, Councillor Doucette, are you releasing the other one as well?
My understanding is that Councillor Holliday would like to speak to it, so we'll come to it when we get to the agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, quick item?
Thank you, Speaker. Page 4.
Yes?
MM 18.6, I've had my questions answered.
Okay. So on page 4, MM 18.6, Councillor Kelly is releasing recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Councillor Shiner, when you're seated, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Councillor Coe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if this will be quick or not, but there was advanced circulation of the motion, and this is the one that I spoke to earlier that in fact now does not have to be in camera.
Right.
So I could move this amendment and as a
Okay,
quick
well,
release. Right now.
did members of council have an opportunity to read it? It was circulated? Okay, would you like just to move it?
I would like to move what's on the screen and in front of you.
Okay.
Allows us to still negotiate a bit, but if that doesn't work out, still pursue it at the board.
Okay, so motion's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Is that it for that one? Okay. Mayor Tory.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I wonder if I might ask colleagues to deal with, if they're ready for the question on item MM 18.41, which is simply a request for a report from Economic Development and to get the city manager to find out if it's at all feasible financially and otherwise for us to have these World Police and Fire. No.
No. He wants to hold it down to debate it.
Oh, I'll look forward to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Crescenti.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. So I consulted with my good colleague, Councillor Perks, and we're both good to release EY 13.54 on page 3. It's a technical amendment, and staff has the amendment.
Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen, that's page 3, EY 13.54. All in favor? Recorded.
Whatever you want, Vince. Whatever you want.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
And Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
The motion carries 36-1.
Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Carroll, quick item.
Yes, page 3, ST striking 8.2. I can release.
Councillor Mihevc.
I would prefer not. I'm going to have to maintain the hold then because I've now made commitments to release the hold and leave it as is.
Yes, Councillor Carroll wants to read it because she won't be back this afternoon. Okay. Well, I don't know. Let's move on. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to release. Oh, I need a page number. The Toronto and East York Party Clause.
That's on page 3, T 15.68.
Look at that. You're all set. Great.
You're
Thank
releasing?
You. Yes.
Okay. So on page 3, T 15.68. There's an amendment there?
Yeah.
On favor?
It'll take quite a bit of time to scroll through. But
Carried. Clauses amended? Carried. Just on one thing, Councillor Palacio, on his member's motion, which was MM 18.43, the Earthquake Disaster Relief Assistant, we didn't have a recorded vote on it, and he was requesting one. So can we reopen that? And we can have it on favor? Carried. Okay, just one sec. We're just in the middle of vote. So if we can vote, have a recorded vote on page 5, MM 18.43.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Mamaliti, Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Cressy, too, please. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Mamaliti, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Good. Okay, Councillor Carroll, before we recess.
Yes, on the hold that I spoke to a moment ago, I was not aware, on page 3, striking 8.2.
Yes.
Yesterday, when I rose on it, I started to place a motion and kept a hold. I'm now given to understand that procedurally that the motion is placed, and so I need a motion to withdraw it. Perhaps that will provide clarity. I need to withdraw the motion I placed yesterday. I am quite supportive of the current recommendations coming out of striking.
Okay, so can we do that now? Is staff okay with that? So Councillor Carroll was... Okay. Okay, right now, hold on, right now, we're just withdrawing the motion by Councillor Carroll. All in favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Recess to lunch. Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats, come up to the council chambers.
Or else.
No, there's not enough of that to sit down. One's up top.
Members of council, if you're in your office, can you please come up to the council chambers? Members of council, if you can please come up to the council chambers. And members of council that are behind, if you can please come to your seats. Members of council, please come into the council chambers.
Two more coming. Two more.
Okay. Okay? Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating Executive Committee Item 14.7 on management non-union employees, accountability officers and elected officials, compensation and other benefits. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of member holds. Please put your name up, request to question staff. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Yes, it's, I'm sorry, I don't have the page number. It's members' motion 18.10. It's the functional planning study.
Yes?
Page 4 says, one of my colleagues, functional planning study for the potential reconfiguration of the Bayview Avenue extension. I'm happy to release it, but I just need a minute to make a comment, so if you'll allow me to.
All right, okay.
So I'm going to vote against this. I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think the Bayview Avenue extension, as it currently is a great road. It has very few signalized intersections. The ramp works well. It's one of the few roads that you can actually drive down and get through without being stopped by a light. And there's no traffic. There's very little traffic in the morning, very little traffic in the evening. What I fear from this functional planning study is they're going to take out the cloverleaf. Next thing, they're going to put in more signalized intersections. Then you're going to have sidewalks, bike lanes, and next thing you know, instead of 60 kilometers, it's going to go to 50, then to 40, then to 30. So I think this is the wrong thing to do. It's a perfect road as it is. Let's just repave the road and let the road function as it should.
Thank you. No, hold on. These are quick items. These are quick items. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong was going to release it. He just wanted to make a few comments. So if we're going to have speeches, then it's not a quick item. Yes. If you want to hold it down and debate it. Okay. Okay. Okay, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong is releasing on page 4, MM 18.10. All in favor? Oh, you want a recorded vote? Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cho, please.
The item carries 23-7.
Okay. Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 3, ST 8.2, with 30 seconds, if you give me 30 seconds, I can say my piece and let it go.
Okay, Councillor Mihevik wants to release on page 3 ST 8.2, but he wants 30 seconds. Okay. Is it not a quick item, Councillor
Well, it will
Holland?
depend on what Councillor Mihevik has to say. So if it's a pecuniary interest, then I'll be holding it.
Pecuniary interest.
Okay. Okay, do we want to deal with this as a quick item, or do we want to hold the item down? Councillor Mihevik, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Contrary to what Councillor Holland might think, I have absolutely no interest in this position, nor do I want to question the judgment of the committee on this particular issue. I only wanted to make a generalized point, and I probably should have, but I didn't, hold the item when it was related to the Budget Committee. And my only point was, and I had a very helpful conversation with the mayor afterwards in an attempt to kind of work this out, to basically say to the striking committee, to the mayor's office, that there has to be a greater equity in how these positions are dished out. And so while I am not challenging any appointment in particular, and while I totally support Councillor Cole, and I know he will do a good job on the FCM, there's no problem there, that especially as the second-year appointments come around, my hope, my plea, my encouragement is that there is greater equity. We don't need, there's all kinds of ways to divide. Can I finish, please?
Well, you said 30 seconds, Councillor Mihevik. Like, it's getting into, now Councillor Arjamari wants to speak, so it's not a quick item. Okay, we're holding the item down because Councillor Holland, because Councillor Arjamari is showing she wants to speak, so it's not a quick item. Sorry. Councillor Mihevik, you said 30 seconds. You were a minute and a half. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Third day. Page 3, item EY 13.12. We have all spoken regarding this. I have a motion, and I am requesting a recorded vote to allow councillors to vote how they would like. And just want to remind people that this is a tree which was planted by a resident on city property. City has been maintaining this tree all the time, and this is why staff are asking us to maintain the tree, even though it is a smallish circumference of the, I'm trying to get everything done. It's got a small circumference to the trunk. It's a healthy tree. It's a good tree. They've pruned it beautifully.
Thank you. So we'll ask for a recorded vote.
The motion carries 23 to 9.
Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. Good afternoon. On page 5, MM 18.41, hosting the 2017 World Police and Fire Games. I've just received, as all members have, which I didn't have before, the cost of this motion. You'll see that it states there that it's $3 million net, split between cash and in-kind costs, so based on that, I'm going to simply vote no.
Okay. Recorded vote.
The motion carries 28 to 4.
Councillor Davis? Oh, you have another one? Okay.
Yeah, I've also held on page 4, MM 18.11. I can release that. Noting that unfortunately I'm going to have to vote no again, as it does allow a private corporation to have their label on the sculptures that are going to be put on public land.
Okay. Recorded vote.
Tell us.
That's members' motion, page 4, MM 18.11. It's the Baycrest Health Sciences.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Carroll.
The item carries 30 to 2.
Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis?
Thank you. When there aren't staff reports on things, it's very hard. Anyway, I'm rising to release an item which is on page 3, Striking Committee, ST 8.4. I had hoped to be able to look at some other alternative that would have allowed me or any other member of council from the Dawn watershed in the City of Toronto to be on the TRCA, but apparently there is no solution at this moment, and that's the 4th time, so I will just withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Davis, Councillor Aljamari?
Madam Chair, there's a problem that we're having on the TRCA right now with respect to attendance and the City of Toronto portion. It's going to be exacerbated now because of one councillor's sickness. So Councillor DiCiano has agreed to step down. He cannot make any meeting, and I don't believe he's made any meeting. So he has told me that he's going to resign, and I would like at this... I'm sorry?
Put the resignation in.
You have to hold it. He's not
Yes.
Well, he's not here, so we'll
Yes.
have to wait for him to...
Yes. So I'm hoping that you can get this resolved at this meeting, because we need 2 more members there. at the table.
Okay, well, we'll wait till Councillor DiGiano to, so
With the
like,
replacement to,
well, just continue to hold it.
Why don't you send
Yes.
it to, why don't you send it?
But we could still move this and then move, well, it doesn't matter. Let's hold the item. Let's hold the item. Let's hold the item. Okay, we have, notice a motion that we'll be adding. Marilyn? The motion to be added to the agenda? Okay, who is it? Councillor Cressy.
Let's see how important this is. Afternoon, we're not supposed to be here. Yeah, no, I can assure you it's not an ICBL, don't worry. No, this is, that I permitted to add a notice of motion. This is a reallocation of Section 37 funds regarding 297 College Street. It's urgent because the matter needs to be resolved to enable the agreement to be finalized so that the developer can register it as a condo corporation.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, we'll put the speakers list up for the EX 14.7. Is that it? Oh, okay, so, yeah, we finished the questions. So, Councillor Mihevik, you held the item down to speak.
Thank you. My motion is pretty simple. It doesn't direct anything. It accepts. I'll be supporting the motions. The motion from the committee as unamended, but I do wish to add the following in consultation with the city manager and the general manager of human resources, and that is basically we've asked for this report several times before, or at least a couple of times before. And now I feel there's a commitment basically to produce it for the September meeting of the executive to look at a comparison of compensation, doing a longer-term span. So we haven't done that, frankly, for a long time at City Council, if ever. And it's to look at 10, 20-year patterns. So what has happened to executive salaries, frontline salaries, salaries within our different agency boards and commissions, both at the frontline level all the way up to senior levels, and to look at patterns. And that should inform basically policy making in the future, perhaps some negotiations with everyone from CONTAPSA to the unions, and with our police, our fire, our TTC, and so on. I think what the issue for me, and the reason why I'm putting this forward, is because I do think things are getting skewed, and if you take a one-term perspective on it, you might not see it, but if you take a several-term perspective on it, I think it will become evident that in some categories we're going like this. And in other categories, in some categories, people have gone forward in their salaries and in their compensation in a kind of equal way, but there are some outliers, and we want to be able to identify those outliers and ask the question whether it's appropriate or not. So that's what this additional staff report request is really all about. That's it.
Thank you. Oh, we have a question by Councillor Holliday. Clarification of the motion. If we can put the motion on the screen, please.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
Through your speaker to the councillor, I just want to understand a bit better, and I appreciate some of the explanation about the concept of greater equity among employee groups, and what the process would be to achieve that. Does that mean we're diving down deep into comparing jobs, and are they equivalent, are they not? Can you help me understand what it is, the process that you envision that this will trigger?
Well, I don't know. I think the data would reveal probably some inequities, some job classifications, or some some groups have risen at a much higher rate than other groups. You know, one of the ones that I think has bothered some of us here on council is the rise in senior Toronto Hydro salaries. And so some direction there might be appropriate to make sure that it doesn't, that trend does not continue.
Do you think this is truly achievable, that they can get into that depth of comparing jobs and?
They've already done a lot. They've already done a lot of work on this since the last term of council. I know at the TTC we did a whole salary review, and that material hasn't been brought forward. We've asked for it before, so it's all but together. And so this says, let's get it together, make some policy recommendations on a go-forward basis.
And
So the work is more or less done here.
And so those policy recommendations will temper future decisions that.
Correct.
All right, thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to know through you to Councillor Mihevc, are you hoping that an outside agency will actually provide this analysis and bring that back? Is that what you're hoping to achieve?
No. This actually affirms and reaffirms, we've already had dealt with this motion twice before, at least in my recollection, in last term, twice in last term of council, where we were disturbed as council by some of the trends in some agencies related to the city. So what this tries to do is say, put it all together, and they've already been working on it. I've had some conversations with staff. They're already working on it. We did an analysis at the TTC that was to be presented to council. It hasn't come forward yet, and this says bring it forward by September, but not with an outside. I don't see an outside agency.
Okay, but when you talk about trends and you're looking at some of our internal and external agencies such as, for example, Invest Toronto, Build Toronto, and so on, they are incorporated provincially, and they measure sort of industry standards or average and so on. Are you suggesting that when that information comes back, we would then have an ability to say we're going to put a cap on things? Is that what the objective is with respect to this report?
I think the objective would be, I think my objective in looking when the data comes forward is to make sure that we are paying people appropriately. And perhaps the second objective is that we don't, as a society, strengthen that trend of those who have get more and those who don't have, that the pay scales start to kind of come a little bit more together. So that doesn't mean in the case of some job categories in some agency boards and commissions that we don't have to look at industry comparators. Of course you have to look at industry comparators.
And will this also feature education, training, skill set,
Sure,
and so on, all those component parts? Because the reason why I ask you that question, Councillor, and with great respect in terms of clarification, I've heard in this environment, but people say, hey, I'm a body, I show up for work, I should be able to make the same as that particular person, when I know the skill sets are totally unique and totally different. I'm just wanting to understand.
Yeah, I'm not asking that the frontline assistant gets the same salary as a
No, I'm not
highly
suggesting
skilled
you are, I just
engineer.
want clarification.
No, I think people have to be paid appropriately according to skill set.
Right. And does that include councillors?
I suppose.
That's my last question.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Knee-jerk, I wanted to ask this question, but now I really want to ask this question through you to the mover of the motion, Madam Speaker. In your answers to Councillor Thompson just before me, you very, very ably demonstrated the complexities of this and why you want the report. But having heard those complexities, would it not be a friendly amendment and a wise move to recommend it to Employee and Labour Relations, where they could deal with the complexities of this, so that as soon as possible here in Council, those complexities result in something?
I am not...
Yeah, it's a good question.
It sounds
Sure,
like
sure, it could
really
go- it
deep
could go
dive
to-
committee work to me.
It could go there. Could go there. I'm not opposed
So
to
it
that.
would be a friendly amendment.
It would be friendly, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you mentioned with the TTC work that was done, a motion like this at the TTC resulted in, I think, 6 or 7 subcommittee meetings, $60,000 spent, a deep dive of work that was done. I just want to get a sense of what you're envisioning here, just so that we're not kind of going down a rabbit hole of cost and time with what you're asking to do.
I don't see this as a rabbit hole of cost and time and outside consultants. I would see this as a preliminary report. It may result in work later on around certain categories, and it may require a deeper dive at a later point. But certainly, for me, it would be looking at trends over a 20-year period. Like, what does a frontline firefighter make now versus what did they make 20 years ago, and how does that compare to a TTC operator now and 20 years ago, to a hydro worker now and 20 years ago? And just to see what those trend lines are, compare them to inflation, I think those are things that we want.
Okay,
so it's not a deep dive.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The word equity jumps off the page. Do you feel that the City of Toronto is currently in breach of any of its equity rules or provincial statutes?
No.
Is this data used to affirm that or challenge that?
I would rather look at the data first and then go from there.
So is your sense
equity
that
is not the same as equality?
So you're not questioning, are we in breach of?
You already asked that.
So why are we, if we know we're not in breach, why would we go to this?
In breach suggests that it's a yes or no, guilty or not guilty. I would suggest that you want to look at patterns, and you want to look at how different job classes, different jobs are being increased or decreased over a longer period of time. That's the purpose of this report.
Do you think it could trigger any litigation or grievances across our various collective bargaining?
No, I don't. Not at all. Like, how would it? How would it?
Can't you keep your mouth?
Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
So,
I've had a good lunch.
So as I read this, you want to compare the salary and benefits of one group against another group, yes?
I would like them all on a chart, yes.
So let's
but more looking longitudinally, as well, while looking equally longitudinally as well as latitudinally. If that makes any sense.
We actually have been going through a process where, we're negotiating collective agreements that are similar. So 416 and 79, the library board, there's a lot of similarity. But so, for example, does that mean since take, for example, the TTC. The TTC's benefits are richer than the city's benefits. Does that mean you would be in favor of lowering the benefits of the TTC employees? The TTC employees, there's no part-time employment there. Does that mean you'd like the TTC to allow for part-time employment? The TTC has jobs for life. We're getting out of jobs for life. Does that mean you would like to take away those jobs for life? You would like to get rid of the TTC jobs for life? Because if that's the case, then, I think this might be a good motion.
Madam Speaker, with great respect to the questioner.
Equity. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Great respect to the questioner, I think, and perhaps to some of the others, I think they're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, Councillor Davis has taken her name off, so Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, could I see the motion again, Madam Speaker? Just put the motion up there. So I'm just not clear on what your objective is. I mean, this sounds like an extensive amount of work to do this. Would we have to hire a consultant, an external consultant, to conduct this type of analysis?
No, as I've answered before, I don't see that.
Well, sorry, I had to step out of the room for a minute, so I apologize.
I don't see that in any manner or form. Staff will report that this report has already been requested twice in the last few years, and that most of the work for this report is already done. It's just a matter of laying it out in a single report and us taking a look at it.
So a single report, but an extensive amount of analysis would be required to actually achieve this request.
Not really, like they gave me a chart here, and it's on one page.
Are you satisfied with that chart?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because it doesn't look at it on...
So you're looking for something much more comprehensive than that chart?
Not much more, but more comprehensive.
And so is this, I know you've had ongoing issues with hydro, you've spoke about that repeatedly at council. Is this really just about Toronto Hydro? And
No,
if
it
so, would you
isn't.
narrow this to just Toronto Hydro?
No, it isn't. It isn't.
So this is TTC, Hydro, every city agency, the zoo, as well as city departments, internal city departments and divisions?
No, it would go by, probably by union and the management categories, rather than by departments.
But you
I
want...
don't know, like, I will let staff sort it out. I don't need to tell them how to do their work.
No, but
they've
that's-
agreed to do this.
No, but
They're fine
my
with
my
this.
question is this about not just agencies, because I see that up there, but also every city division within the complement of the City of Toronto personnel?
A city division, like QP 79 is across several divisions, and I wouldn't see them saying, okay, this is how much they're getting paid in HR, this is how much they're getting paid in homes for the aged.
You don't want that? You don't want...
I don't want that, but I'm going to let staff
really
figure out
your
a best
focus-
way. I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to trust staff to figure out the best way to present material that gives us some policy advice on a go-forward basis.
But, so it's not just specific to what I'm trying to get at, is it just about city agencies, or is it broader than that?
As the motion says, it says, comparison of compensation, direct and indirect, of the Toronto's broader public service, union and non-union, the city proper, and agencies.
So, okay, so then you are looking for, this does indicate then every division within the city's administration.
Do you mean division by department, or do you mean division by...
Division, they're called divisions at City Hall, we call them divisions. So there's transportation division.
I don't see it by division. If I were writing the report, but it's not it won't be my report, it'll be their report, it would be by, probably by union and management group.
Okay, that was
Within
your
every
last
division.
question.
Not within every division.
Thank you.
Well, then you can't do a proper analysis unless you do it that way.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak. Okay, members of council, we do want to complete this agenda.
I recognize that, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
So I'll be very brief. I have an opinion in regard to management staff which is somewhat informed but not necessarily well informed. And so to that end, I have a motion. So the motion, actually this was brought to my attention by a resident who was talking about performance pay, and I had a number of exchanges of emails, and thanks to Barbara Schulman for providing me with the information. This is 2014 data show that cost of living increase was just over 2%. Performance pay for this sector, which is 4,200 employees, was 2.43%. The overall increase of almost 4.5%, which struck me as somewhat high given comparisons to the private sector. But this, of course, doesn't tell the whole story. And so what I would like to do is have a report come back to Executive Committee to talk about the number of employees that are meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, not meeting expectations. Another thing that struck me about the data is the number of employees that absolutely were unsatisfactory, which was almost nil. And it's hard to believe that in an organization of this size that absolutely everybody is almost meeting expectations. And that when we set a threshold of 15% for exceeding expectations, well, wouldn't you know it, almost 15% exceed expectations. So that's my motion, and it's really just to, as we go into a particularly difficult budget year that will promise to be very challenging, I think that I'm going to be bringing another motion later on another matter. A little bit more information can't hurt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the elements of the pay for performance system is that if you reach your top of your job class, you do get a re-earnable bonus equivalent to the percentage that would have been the top step up on the grid on an ongoing basis. Is your assumption that this would be included in that too?
I haven't made any assumptions. What no,
Okay.
I have not made that assumption, no.
Okay, I'm
So-
going to make that assumption as opposed to moving a motion.
Beg your pardon?
That part of the review of the pay for performance will include the re-earnable bonus.
If you would like to make an amendment to that, I would be more than receptive.
I am just going to make the assumption, I'm speaking out loud because I see the staff who are nodding their heads, that this would be broad enough for them in reviewing the pay for performance under it where it says financial impact,
Right.
that they would be looking at the re-earnable bonus for the people who are, okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Davis to speak.
I have a motion that I will not be moving because I think it will be incorporated into the previous motion, and I will speak in favor of Councillor Campbell's motion. Hey, that may be a first too. I want to first say, the remarks that I make about our compensation system in no way reflect what I think about our non-union employees. I think our non-union employees, from the lowest pay grade, and there are many who are exempt employees, right up to the very top of the senior staff, do an excellent job in this organization. And whether you are here for 5 years or 25 years, I know that you are performing at your best to deliver good public services in the City of Toronto. But we do have a pay-for-performance model for the non-union staff that establishes, as Councillor Campbell pointed out, there are 4 categories under the pay-for-performance model. 15% who exceed, 72% of employees meet objectives. So 15% exceed objectives, 72% meet objectives, 2.4 meet some, and 0.3 do not meet. So you get your cost of living increase, which is what is before us, of 1.25. They receive the 1.25% plus pay for performance. And that pay for performance, if you exceed, is another 4.5%. So 15% of our non-union employees will be getting 5.75% if you combine the pay for performance plus the cost of living. 72% of our employees will get 3.75% because that's 2.5% for the pay for performance that meets and cost of living. So in total, 87% of our employees will get 3.75% or 5.75% as a result of what is before us today. Right up from the bottom to the very top, even the highest paid employees in this corporation. So if you are in the 72%, you're getting a fairly significant increase. Now, the comparison, of course, is the union contract, and they got it in stages. They did not get 1.25%, they got 0.5 and 0.75, halfway through the year. Now, I did spend some time looking, and I want to thank staff for giving me the spreadsheet of the difference between the union and the non-union contract settlement. And the difference is between union and non-union is about $500 over the next 4 years. So that's not significant. And I thought that it would be greater than that, the way that the settlement's structured. But what the unionized staff never, ever, ever get is when they reach the top of their grid, they never get the reearnable bonus that could be as much as 4.5%. In fact, in this settlement before us, that's worth $10.9 million, $6.5 million is the reearnable bonus for the people who are at the top of the grid. Now, the other thing about the people at the top of the grid, they took a lot longer to get there than the unionized staff. So for 416, they're at the top right away. For 79, takes them 3 years. Whereas the non-union staff, I think it takes up to 7 years to get there. So there are legitimate reasons why their pay structure might be different. And I came to the conclusion, talking with staff, that maybe we need to look at the ranges that are being paid or set for the non-union staff. But I do think that we ought to be looking once again at whether or not a reearnable bonus for everyone who is at the top of their job range should be a
Councillor
practice
Davis.
at the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would, I just have a couple of amendments. Oh, no, motions. That it, pardon me? Oh, you haven't quite got it done yet? Well, why don't I just, can I drop down?
Okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I too have some amendments. I'm not sure if they're ready.
Well, they're not ready either, because if you just give it to them, they need an opportunity to do it. Okay, Councillor Layton.
Sorry, very quickly, I just wanted to point out, in addition to the observations from Councillor Davis, that we use the CPI index for a lot of stuff to make sure that our wages are keeping up and that people aren't falling further behind. But I just wanted to point out, I did this throughout the budget process about the inflationary price of food. But when you add the 4.5% inflationary price of food, the CPI, as determined by StatsCan, for Toronto for the last year has actually been closer to 2 rather than the 1.5 that's listed in the report, and in fact the 1.25 increase that we're using, it's actually at 1.9. So I think we just have to acknowledge that we're not keeping up with the intent of what we would be doing with an increase like this in ensuring that families that work for us, union or non-union, or ourselves, to be quite honest, aren't falling further behind that cost of living as it continues to go up. I just wanted to make that observation. Thank you.
Okay, so staff, are the motions ready yet, or do we want to hold the item down? Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, your motions are ready? Okay.
Oh, they're not ready until I sign them, which I'm doing now.
Okay.
So I have 2 quick motions, and they're in relation to Councillor Mihevic's motion and Councillor Campbell's motion. I just want to refer them to the Employee and Labour Relations Committee, which is the proper forum where these matters should be dealt with.
Okay.
I'll do it in the fall.
All right. So that's the amendment. Councillor Holliday? Is Councillor Holliday's motion ready? No, you can't. You have to introduce it. Do we want to hold this down? Okay, Councillor Holliday, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. It is a technical and in addition to Councillor Campbell's motion developed in consultation with Councillor Campbell. From a technical perspective, we're looking at the 2015 performance pay, not the 2016, and there's an additional request on the report to talk about turnover on a cluster basis as another data point to look at where we may have employee retention issues in our divisions that may help us with decision making. Simply that.
Thank you.
I don't know. Does it? Councillor Shiner, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. So if you're trying to deal with the rate of turnover, that means the people that are leaving the employment of the city?
That would be correct.
So how do you identify those leaving for retirement compared to those leaving for retention?
Yeah, I would allow.
Sorry, Madam
the-
Speaker, I can't hear.
I know. Please, members?
Got a response?
Because now you're just trying to get a stat for the number.
Okay, I mean, I think the intent is to identify people leaving for other jobs elsewhere, higher paying or more attractive.
How are we going to do that?
It would be my hope that staff could identify which are leaving on the basis of retirement and which are leaving before retirement.
So now, with your amendment there and the other motions, now we're starting to go from being a board of directors to being the on-hand management and take over their job role.
I think it's
Are we
just
not?
a,
Because now you wanted them to start to differentiate which ones are here because they're leaving for some particular reason other than which ones are retiring, and then how are we going to know the reason that they left?
I think turnover is an indicator which may point us in the direction of where there may be compensation problems. I'm not saying it is something that we can solve everything with, but it's something we don't have before us now and may be valuable.
But wasn't that different from the issues that this whole thing started off with, which was trying to understand mostly the senior management pay and the performance bonuses? And aren't we now, by your motion, getting into everything that it takes to manage the employees at the City of Toronto?
Well, mine
which is a function of our senior staff.
I believe mine's an expansion on an existing motion for a report request, and if you have a problem with that, don't support it, but I'd just like to simply have some more.
I'll speak.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shiner to speak.
You know, Madam Speaker, I think all these motions should be referred to the Human Resources Committee. And I think the issue should be there, and if I can move a referral of everything there, is that appropriate as I start?
Yeah, can't.
I get yes and no's. I love that.
No, you can't, Councillor Shiner.
So, can you tell me what's been referred to them so far? Is it just the responses?
What are you asking, Councillor Shiner?
To send this somewhere that we can work this out before we start to try and figure out why we're not managing.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong moved a motion that all the motions be referred to the Employee and Labor Relations Committee. Yeah.
So I want to move the rest of them.
Well, the only other one there is what Councillor Holyday just moved.
So just because my time's running, if that's an amendment to a motion, is that motion going to the Labor Relations Committee anyways? I just want to know where this is all going to.
Okay. Councillor Holiday's motion, does it say it's going to Employee and Labor Relations? Oh, it's amending Campbell, so it will go there, Councillor Shiner. Okay, because we don't have it in front of us. Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, I would strongly encourage that we support the referral of this to the Labor Relations Committee, where the issue should have been raised in the first place, where you can take a thoughtful look at what information you really want to have, where you can give instructions to our senior management team as to what you'd like them to do and the information you'd like them to give, but not start taking over the individual management
of all of our employees. It's our responsibility generally for the city manager and some concern we have for the senior management group. But the rest of it has to be the management that we hired to take care of this. And I see us now starting to become and take over the roles of the people that we've hired to do this work. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should have the questions. We should know that they're looking at these things, that they should be able to manage it, and if there's a problem, we could deal with it. Now we start to say, let's try to figure out the turnover. Which ones are retiring? Which ones are leaving for some other jobs? Tell me about that. Tell me why they're leaving. Can I get their performance pay? How does this pay compare to somebody else's? What is this? How does it compare to a union? I can't compare to a union because the union represents its members by negotiating agreement. And they look at what management gets to try and bring their contract as close as they can to what the non-union members are. So now we're going to go backwards and compare each of them? That's not really our role. We're not here managing each of the non-union members individually and to look at what their performance may be. And if you have a concern about senior management, absolutely look at it. But by goodness gracious, I think that we're into our third day of a long meeting and an awful lot to do. We have more to do than just try and manage the managers that are managing the managers that are managing the people that we've managed to hire that may not even be staying because they may be going on to other jobs or they may be leaving for retirement, but now we want to know everything. We're going way beyond, I think, what we should.
Thank you.
You managed to say that.
Pardon? Motion 3A comes first, which is moved by Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong. Councillor
Is it
Pastor.
possible to vote on the individual motions and whatever's carried is referred rather than carry the whole package?
Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Motion 3A carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, next one. Motion 1 as amended. On favor? Carried. Okay. 3B by Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong. On favor? Carried. Motion 4 by Councillor Holliday. Motion 4 by Councillor Holliday. On favor? Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Campbell. As amended. On favor? Carried. Clauses amended. On favor? Carried. Recorded? Okay, members of council, what I'm going to do is that after we finish each item, that we've completed an item on the agenda, I'm going to go back to members of council to if they have any quick releases. And I know we have some members' motion, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Grimes, that you would like to release. And Councillor Jamari, you mentioned that you would release that item, right? So we'll do it after each item, so this way we try to get the agenda completed as soon as possible.
Councillor
Well, let's go to the quick releases and then I'll tell you.
McMahon, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor DiCiano, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, on page 3, ST 8.4, Councillor Ajmer, are you okay with that? You're releasing it? All in favor? Carried. On page 4, Councillor Grimes, you would like to release your member's motion, MM 18.39? It's on page 4, members' motion 1839. Yeah, okay, okay. Yes, just a sec. We have no amendment for you. Did you give the staff your amendment?
May not have.
Pardon?
I'll check. I thought we did.
I can go.
Okay. We'll go to page 5 then. Members' motion MM 18.40, which is Councillor DiCiano. It's 5239, 45, and 49 Dundas Street West, and 8 Auckland Road. Councillor DiCiano?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I also have an amendment that I think...
Do the staff have it?
Yeah, they do. And the matter is urgent because the revisions are necessary to complete and execute the Section 37 agreement for this development, and it's been approved by legal, planning, and myself.
Okay, so the amendment's on the screen. This is on page 5. Oh.
That was better, eh?
Oh, okay, and the same with Councillor Grimes then, no? Okay, so on this one here, I'm told that we have to reopen it first before we can move the amendment. To reopen the item, on favor, carried. Okay, on the amendment by Councillor DiCiano, it's on the screen. On favor, carried.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, there is no amendment on mine, so we can just move whatever's there.
Just a sec. Clause is amended? Oh, there's no, it's okay. All right, so Councillor Grimes, you're okay to move your MM 18.39 on page 4?
Yes, there's no amendment.
There it is on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay, we got rid of a few items. I have to go back to Councillor Cressy. I don't know. Have you given that motion to the staff? Okay. So there was a member's motion yesterday that was passed. Member's motion 18.36, 503 Adelaide. And Councillor Cressy was told today by the planning staff there's a technical amendment that needs to be made. So I need a motion to reopen that item. On favor? Carried. Okay, so on the amendment, we'll give staff an opportunity to put it on the screen.
And here's the amendment. There was a portion that was added that needs to be deleted. This is
Okay, just a sec. Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's on the screen.
So this is to delete one portion of yesterday's motion that went through. Planning staff has advised me that this should be deleted to allow the developer to proceed as we finalize the site plan, and to proceed with the demolition, excuse me.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is page 2, CD 11.2, 2013-17 Recreation Surface Plan. Page 2, CD 11.2, Community Development Recreation. Councillor Campbell held it. So do we have questions to staff?
I hope so. They've been here all day.
Councillor Campbell.
Staff will be very relieved that we're finally at this particular point. Thank you for being so patient, Janie Romoff. In regard to the free programming at the 39 community centers, do we have an estimate on the number of residents that receive benefits from free programming?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the 38 plus 1 to be opened this year, free community centers. We have 139,000 course registrations and about 2.4 million registered and leisure drop-in participants across those 38 buildings.
we don't know the foregone revenue from those programs.
Through you, Madam Speaker, for the 16 that were implemented after the service plan was approved, it's approximately $5 million impact, which was lessened through a $1 million reduction in our welcome policy allocation, so a net just about $4 million impact. For the existing ones prior to that, we do not have those figures, but we certainly can, through some work, come up with the figure of lost revenue from those centres.
So just to go back what you said, so and I've gone through this report, you said these are 16 community centers where we have free programming, but then you made mention of the welcome policy and that factor, but there would be no welcome policy at these centers, would there?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so the community centers where programs are free, any resident in the City of Toronto can participate in those programs. The welcome policy can only be approved through a criteria that is assessed and then approved through our colleagues in Toronto Employment and Social Services. You could essentially be on the welcome policy and also be participating in those programs, and we can certainly correlate some of that data in the review that we're doing.
So the report references a 38% increase in program registrations, 2014 to 2015, 20% increase in drop-in programs, 13% increase in registered course utilization rate. So my question is in regard to the number of registrations versus utilization, because I've heard anecdotally that people will register but not participate. They register because it's a benefit, but then they don't actually participate. Is that a common occurrence?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's difficult to determine whether it's a common occurrence. We also have heard anecdotally that some of that is going on. And since the implementation of this program, we've also implemented a new attendance process in those programs, whereas if the participant doesn't attend for a certain amount of classes, they'll be withdrawn from the program.
They'll be demitted. Okay.
From that particular
Right.
program, correct.
Last question. Tell me, just explain how the welcome policy works. Because, so I know that for having been a trustee, I know with school breakfast programs to eliminate stigma, everyone gets it, there's no questions asked. I know that the YMCA uses a form of a welcome policy. How do we implement a welcome policy that doesn't create a stigma, a feeling of, somebody's getting a hand? How do we do that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the welcome policy is, as I indicated, is administered through our friends at Toronto Employment and Social Services, and it's an income-tested program. So if you were a client of Toronto Employment and Social Services and on Ontario Works, you would have, based on the income criteria, you would have an automatic approval for it. And then a credit within our registration system would be put into the system for you to use. So that way, there is no stigma attached with the actual use of that credit. The client or the participant would be treated as any other participant would be treated, would just be using the credit that's been implemented in the system for them.
So if I'm below the low income cutoff, do I and live in one of these neighborhoods and I'm entitled to the welcome policy, do I receive any other identifying information like a card or anything from the city, or?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's nothing like that, no.
Nothing like that, okay. And the report refers to 95,000 Toronto residents are beneficiaries of the welcome policy.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. So along the lines of Councillor Campbell's questions, my impression, having talked to at least two of your predecessors, that when people don't actually pay for the programs, there is a tendency not to show up or drop out, versus if they make a small investment in the program, they're more committed to it. So do you have any, I heard your answer prior to this, but do you have any stats on that or anything more tangible or concrete?
Through you, Madam Speaker, all of our attendance information is actually collected manually. So we are trying to manage the issue as best we can on site in those particular programs. It is anecdotal at this point. We don't have any specific figures on it that could accurately indicate what the usage of that is.
So currently you have no stats on that?
We don't specifically know.
Okay, fair enough. And then in these catchment areas, would there be families that actually could easily afford the fees associated with participating in these programs?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the criteria around designating a community center where programs are free is that the census tracts within a 1.5-kilometer radius of the particular community center would have to have a low-income criteria of 30% of the population. So in some of these communities, it ranges anywhere between 30% and 50%. Not very many above the 50%, but there certainly would be some residents that would not be below that income level who are participating.
Okay, thank you. And then this attendance, sorry guys, it's everywhere. Sorry, it's really difficult to hear. It's difficult
Okay,
to hear.
members of council, Councilor Perruzza.
The attendance program that you cited during Councillor Campbell's exchange with him, so what exactly is the policy related to that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So we have implemented just this year where in centers where programs are free, where there's a high demand for programs that may be full with waiting lists, where staff are on site managing the attendance of those programs. And if a participant does not attend for the first 2 classes, they're then in a position to contact that participant directly and or withdraw them from the program.
So quickly, does that mean another individual might lose that opportunity
correct.
because of spot? So there is some a lost opportunity for community members?
And through withdrawing that participant, if they're not attending, we're able to bring somebody in off of a waiting list, not wasting that spot.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Romoff, I wanted to start off by asking about the Swim to Survive program, which I think is an excellent program. I was looking at the chart about the numbers and how you're ramping it up to the year 2020. And I wanted to ask about the goal of it. You know, it's grade 4s learning to swim. Our own son just did it. I think it's an amazing program. He thoroughly enjoyed it. Some of his friends, never been in a pool before in water, thought it was a great experience. I'm just wondering how it can, so when it talks about 22,000 grade 4s using it by 2020, is that, I don't know how many, what's the percentage of grade 4s across the city the goal is to get in the program?
Through you, Madam Speaker, our information from the school boards is that that represents full enrollment of all grade 4s in TDSB and the TDCSB across the city.
By 2020, full
that's
enrollment
correct.
in grade 4s in the Swim to Survive. Okay,
that's correct.
that's great. Thank you. I also wanted to ask, in the customer service improvement section, and one of the things that I've had concerns about before, the Laurier pool that just closed, was around people that enroll in programs that might have a pool, for example, that's close to them for swimming, but the program's not offered, so they have to go further away to use it. And I know there was some discussion at looking at how to do the program registration so that you could be offered an alternative if there's enough people, like instead of going to Laurier in the south end of Mowat in Ward 44, for example, you would go to Laurier if it was still available. I was just wondering where we are in the process of trying to establish that alternative registration program.
Through you, Madam Speaker, as you're likely aware, we are embarking on a program to replace our current registration system, which is end of life. And we're working on some options currently with some implementation happening in 2017. What you've mentioned around availability of other programs in an immediate radius is certainly one of the options that we're looking at as a requirement of the new system.
Okay, and do you have an idea when they're going to be looking at having that in place?
Currently, the timelines are calling for a 2017 implementation.
2017? Okay. And my last question, Madam Speaker, I wanted to, the Leisure Swim program, it said the goal of it was to have it increased by 17%. And I was just wondering, is there a benchmark you're trying to hit in terms of enrollment for Leisure Swim, or it's...
Leisure swim as in just the general public swimming leisure swim? I think we just want to increase participation where we know we have capacity.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, I'm just going back to the welcome policy. There's some community centers and facilities that offer free programming to everybody, yes?
That's correct, through you, Madam Speaker.
And so we used to track, and this is my question, we used to track if people came from outside the catchment area to use a facility. And do we still track that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, when we came forward with the recommendations around the expansion of the community centers where programs are free program, we did do a full analysis of postal codes of where people were participating close to where the then community centers where programs are free, which demonstrated that people generally don't travel further than a 3-kilometer radius of their house to participate in a program. We haven't done that analysis since the time of the Recreation Service Plan, but we will be conducting a further analysis as we report back on this implementation that occurred last year.
Oh, okay. I just want to go back to the people that sign up for a program that's free and then they don't show up. So you said they're marked down, but you don't track them.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have implemented this year an attendance tracking system for a manual attendance tracking system for community centers where programs are free, whereby if the participants are not attending classes, staff will be in touch to either withdraw them from the program or determine if they'll be participating in the program at all, so that people can be moved in from the waiting list if the programs are full.
So that data is going to be available, is that what you're saying?
It's being manually tracked right now. We don't currently have a system to upload it into some kind of data system, but we can certainly figure it out.
Okay. Could you just use Excel or something like that?
That's what we'll have to do. That's correct.
Yeah. And then my final question is, are there any consequences? So if there's a paying customer and they don't show up, they lose their money, yes? And so my question is under the welcome policy, are there any consequences or incentives for people to carefully choose the programs that they're selecting, and if they don't, are there any consequences to people who are getting free programming? So to incent them that there's some penalty associated with them not showing up?
Through the Speaker, there's currently no consequences attached to that.
Do you think there would be some value to say, so if you sign up and you don't show up like 3 times, I'm just throwing this out as an example, because you're taking away a spot from someone else, and it doesn't seem you're taking that gift. You're not accepting that gift very responsibly. Then maybe there should be some consequences, like you can't sign up for the next 6 months or something like that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, through the new registration system that I just referenced, we are looking at some automated tracking system around attendance for these programs, not just for programs that are free, but generally for programs right across the city, so that we can manage the waiting lists that we have appropriately. So we agree that there needs to be some better and more accountable tracking of the attendance in these programs.
My last question was about tracking. My question was about setting up a system to encourage people that sign up for free programs to show up if they don't take that responsibility seriously.
Through the Speaker, I think it's certainly something that we can look at as we look at the review of this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just wondering if we can go back to looking at another name other than Centers Where Programs Are Free, CWPAF. I mean, I know we didn't want to use priority centers, but could I just kindly
we're
ask,
happy to do that.
could you find something that's easier than centers?
I agree with you, and we're happy to look at a different name for it.
Okay. One of the primary objectives or principles of the plan was equitable access based on a geographic and demographic basis. We did that for I'm going to call them priority centers. So we looked at and we used a set of criteria, and we determined and now have, I believe, equitable access to that subsidized service. The other services that are not, that are the core core services, or are called primary programs. I know I moved a motion, and you will be coming back with how do we deliver those primary programs equitably across the city. But how are we going to ensure that when we do the facilities plan, without having completed the primary program model that ensures geographic and demographic equity or equitable access, how can we ensure that we are going to put our capital plan, develop a capital plan based on a program or a service plan that achieves the objectives of the recreation service plan, because it's not yet completed?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's true that both of the work is going on concurrently.
Yes.
And the plan would be, as we are completing the primary program model, to match that up with the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, so that we can look at where the facility deficiencies are, how that relates to our ability to deliver the primary programs. So I think the two are combined together.
They are going to come together?
That would be our intention.
Will they?
As best that we can. The two are moving along at approximately the same timeline. So when we come forward with the facility master plan recommendations, part of it will have to take into consideration how programs will, and the amount of programs that can be delivered as a result of the recommendations.
Because I know that really this notion that first you have first you want to say this is what we need to deliver in terms of programming, and then these are the facilities we need to deliver it in. And if they're not together, it would be very hard to achieve.
I agree.
So just one question I had that I don't believe, we talked about community, that I didn't ask at committee either. Customer service improvements, I know we're talking about improving registration and all of that, and we definitely need capital money for new technologies in your department, and I hope it's in the budget. But the other thing that I've experienced, and I know I've talked to other councillors, and that is the lack of marketing of some of the programs, or marketing them well. So I regularly phone and say, where are the vacancies left in this program? And can you put out a flyer? Can you whatever, other than the welcome guide, which we no longer print, or print very few. They don't go on every doorstep anymore.
That's correct.
Can you look at marketing and how you can better market what are your programs somehow? It's not addressed in this report.
Through the Speaker, we're doing some work on that currently, and we're happy to report back on that when that work is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Jamari.
My question, Speaker, is about the difficulty of people surrounding the priority centers from accessing programming. Just this week, I had some grandmothers write to me who are the custodians of their grandkids, who say that they are unable to get programming of any kind near the Grand Ravine Community Center, because they live near the Grand Ravine Community Center, but they can't use it because people come from all over to register there because the programs are free. I don't know how to help these people. We don't have the budgetary means to be able to offer more programming, so what could be the answer?
Through the Speaker, there is, in some cases, we have a demand and supply issue in some of our programs which are over-enrolled. And sometimes there's a limitation of space around how many programs we can actually deliver in a facility. So even if we could add another program, we don't actually have another room to do it. So these are the kinds of issues that staff on site are dealing with on an ongoing basis to try and address that capacity. On people traveling from other parts of the city taking up those spots, the data that we have, prior to the implementation of this indicated that that wasn't the case in a large scale. But we will be reviewing the implementation of these 16 new community centers with no fees, and that's certainly one of the items that we're going to be reviewing again.
Thank you. Councillor Crescentti.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Speaker. Can we talk about the budget for a moment for the welcome policy? How much is allocated to the welcome policy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the 2016 allocation for the welcome policy is $8.79 million.
And how is this welcome policy performing? Are we turning anyone away, or do we have room at the end of the budget?
We have, through you, Madam Speaker, we have, for the last few years, haven't been turning people away,
Okay.
but have been spending very close to what the budgeted allocation is.
So then it's performing well.
It's
As
performing
well.
well, and it's addressing the demand
It's
that
addressing the
that
demand.
there is there.
So given, as you know, my ward is bordering the 905 area, and well, amongst right around the ward to the north and to the west. In terms of the criteria, does it filter out the residents that live outside of the 416 area? Do we have a criteria that's very strict, that's very easy to enforce?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we do have criteria around non-resident participation in our programs. So when our programs are released for registration, non-residents are, first of all, not allowed to register for a period of time, which I believe is 5 days, after the priority registration
Sorry,
day.
I didn't hear
And
that.
then
How long?
if there is, I believe it's 5 days. 5 days, I'm going to double check for you.
Okay.
And then if there is space available, once the programs are opened up for registration, non-residents have a fee that they must pay on top of what the regular fee is. If it's a community center where there are no fees, they will have to pay the full fee of the program in addition to that, a non-resident fee.
Okay, so in other words, a non-resident is not eligible for the welcome policy.
Is definitely not eligible for the welcome policy.
And we can filter that, and we have checks and balances in place.
We certainly do.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Campbell to speak. You held the item down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I have a motion. It's in regard to the community development or the recreation centers. And so I just looking for a report in the fourth quarter on the total, as we head into budget season, on the financial impact, total financial impact of providing free programs in the 39 community centers. It's for information only. I should note as an aside, this is not born out of any malice by the fact that we don't even have a community center in Ward 4. That's just a little dig. But anyhow, this is just asking for a report for information.
Move one. You're like Pasternak, he got one in his ward.
Councillor Davis, did you have your name up there for a question? No? Okay. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I'm going to encourage people not to support Councillor Campbell's motion. I understand his intention, but there is a fully documented history in the record, if you look through the agenda history on this item, showing the evolution of how we made this decision, how much money it was going to cost. There have been briefing notes at budget time. I appreciate that Councillor Campbell would like the information right now, but it's available to him if he wants to go look it up. It's just, unfortunately, tying up valuable staff time, rewriting reports that we've already had. Sometimes I just get astonished at the number of times people say, oh, I just want a little report. There's real work to do here. That's not me, no.
Okay, let's ring the bells. We're ready to vote. I don't have any more speakers. It's too late. Well, we're voting. Okay, the motion by Councillor Campbell's on the screen. On the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Yeah.
So for another council meeting?
Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
The motion carries 20 to 16.
Okay, item as amended, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon.
Counselor Crawford, please. Counselor Cole. Counselor Fletcher.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Okay, members of council, we have 7 items left. Our next item is on page 2. Huh? No, I did say that, yes. Quick releases, yes. I did say that. Do you have one? Oh, okay. Yes, I did say that to Yuli earlier. Councillor Cressy, would you like to release your member's motion that's been circulated? MM 18.44.
18.4 reallocation of Section 37 funds regarding 297 College. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, PW, page 2 at the bottom. I understand Councillor Matlow has a motion. I was prepared to move something similar, but he's just as good. As long as it gets done, I'm fine. So I yield the floor if that's a term.
He may be better.
Okay, just one sec. I just want to make sure the staff have that information first, please. Okay, this is on page 2, PW 12.15. Councillor Matlow submitted in an amendment. Do the staff have it? Okay, if we can put it on the screen, and Councillor Matlow, just for a minute, and this way we can, okay?
This is simply to add Eglinton Connect's project into the request. As you may all know, we are undergoing a huge project in Eglinton, and it's council policy to support the project. Our concern is that we don't want to see a situation happen where the project's done, the LRT project is done, then they put the sidewalks and everything back together, and then they have to reopen it all to then do it again. It would be good to have the funding in place so that when they actually put the street back together, that it's all done at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Can we ask questions? I can't see. No, what is it?
So it's not a quick item, Councillor Matlow.
Can you put it on the screen again, please?
Janet?
No, I'm sorry, that's not a quick item.
Okay, Councillor Perks, so you're not okay with that. So do you want to speak then?
I'll ask the member questions first.
Okay, Councillor Perks, because we want to deal with this item now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were dealing with it right now. Councillor Matlow, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, and I'm a big supporter of the Eglinton Connects program. Are you aware that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has taken a position on what the priorities for the federal infrastructure money should be already, and that the City of Toronto has been helping to develop that position?
I am aware. I'm also, may I have my microphone? I am aware. I'm also aware that the Public Works Committee saw fit to set a list of recommendations to the federal government. If we as a council are going to be endorsing this list, and I think it was completely appropriate to select a priority list, that we add this as one of the priorities given the time frame. So really the question is, do we want to have a scenario happen when we have to put Eglinton back together again, and we don't have the funds to be able to do it properly. So I'd rather do that project once rather than twice. I think it would be better for Eglinton residents and, frankly, a better use of tax funds.
I'll speak.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be opposing the entire motion, not Councillor Matlow's, but the entire notion that a letter goes to the Works Committee, not a staff report, but a letter goes to the Works Committee saying a couple of us on council think these are the really important things. And because we got a letter to the Works Committee, stuff in our ward goes first. It's a terrible principle on which to allocate public funds. As you know, FCM has already spoken loudly, and we've spoken in a unified way right across the country, saying the priorities are transit and housing. Yet, pardon me? Yes. And it's without staff reports, without any indication of what's best value for money, what has to be done first, what fits timing, or any of that kind of stuff. It's just plain wrong for us to start moving motions on the floor of council saying, you know what, my idea is that this project's more important than that one. I have no budget, I have no idea whether it fits federal priority. No, nothing. I just want it to go first. That's a terrible way to do this. We should just support the FCM process and oppose the entire motion. Vote it down.
So Toronto shouldn't set its priorities.
If you wanted to set up a process that fairly established.
Yes, so sorry, I'm just asking a procedural question. I mean, I'm looking at page 2, and ED 11.4 comes before PW 12.15, and I'm just wondering how we're debating this issue.
Well, Councillor Fragedakis, it was supposed to be a fast item, a quick item, because I mentioned that. Councillor Mihevc passed it on to Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow made the amendment. Councillor Perks had a problem with it, so we're just stuck on that item. But if there's going to be a lot of speakers on this, we'll hold the item down and go back. I mean, we're going to get to it. It's 2 items down. So
I know, I was just asking procedurally.
we have to deal with it. So if you want to deal with it now or in a half hour from now.
Okay, I was just asking about procedure.
Okay. Well, that's why I stayed on it, you know. I mean, I'm trying to get the agenda done so we can all go home. Yeah. So, who's got a question? To Councillor, to Deputy Mayor, who do you have a question to? Oh. So now we're going to go to questions to staff? Okay, all right.
And so I have a question. So there seems to be this
Okay,
federal, this list that we gave.
We'll never do that again on quick items. Yeah, we'll never do that again. Okay, I apologize to members of council. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. Okay. Well, I don't know. I think we're just going to have to hold the item. I don't know what you got, what council wants to do on this. Really?
I have an idea, because I actually moved the motion at PWIC. Could we refer this entire item back to executive, and that's really the body that should be looking at all the infrastructure projects across the city? I think that would get buy-in from everybody in the chamber if we just referred this back. Everybody's getting tired. We still have a lot of items. And I think this should be dealt with in a comprehensive, fulsome way. So I think that's should probably be fine with everyone.
Mr. Robinson, why don't we just hold this item down for a few minutes?
Because I think I'm seeing buy-in. I'm seeing buy-in around the chamber.
No, but what I'm saying is the staff have to draft it up.
They have.
They're okay? The staff. I just want to make sure the staff are okay with it. All right. I just want to make sure the staff have it.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand. But I
Okay.
think this makes the most. This is the most logical approach.
All right, so the motion is on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Okay, page 2, we'll go back to ED 11.4. Councillor Campbell. Do you have questions to staff?
Questions? Yes, thank you. One question. in regard to the $150,000 much-loved Toronto sign. The question is, do we really need to employ an extra person for 6 months to the tune of $50,000 to keep this sign operating? And if so, why?
So the extra staff resource or contract resource is to plan, the extra resource is.
Madam Speaker, this is a very important issue. The councillor is asking an important question as it relates to the sign, and he's addressing the General Manager of Economic Development. There's a lot of noise that's going on, and I think we should afford the courtesy for the councillor to be able to ask this question, the staff to be able to respond, and as the Chair of Economic Development, I too want to hear what is being asked and the response, because I want to add my voice to this issue, please.
And I'm asking members of council to please try to keep it down. We only have 4 more items left.
So I'll re-ask the question.
Just a sec, Councillor Campbell, let me finish. Okay, please. Okay, let's start the time now.
Thank
Ask
you.
your question.
I don't need 5 minutes to ask the question. So, Mr. Williams, the sign has been up for a year? How long is the sign?
Since last July.
So we're approaching 1 year. How have we managed to maintain that sign without hiring incremental staff?
So I'll answer. It's probably easier to answer your first question than this one in the right order. But the staff, we had extra staff during 2015 to do the 2015 Panamania festivities, which included planning and mounting the sign. So for all of 2015, we did have extra resources we were able to apply to that sign.
So we had extra resources. Of those resources, did they leave the employ of the city at the end of December?
Yes, all the 2015 legacy staff, extra staff, are finished.
So it was extra staff that managed the sign during that period?
It's extra staff that allowed a combination of those staff and existing staff by offloading some work to have the resources available to work on the sign.
And how have we been managing the maintenance of the sign for the last 4 months?
So we have used existing staff to do that.
So why can we not, on an ongoing basis, use existing staff?
So what we're asking council to consider is the possibility that we would build a second traveling sign around. So we have no resources to plan, procure, organize that extra sign. So a significant portion of this extra temporary resource was to do that. Secondly, the amount of time to manage the existing sign is extensive and is putting stress on staff. We'll figure that out over the long haul, because I agree we don't need a person to staff a sign. But thirdly, the sign was built to just be temporary. So we have to figure out what to do physically with the sign going forward, and also procure the resources to take a look at building a more permanent version of the existing sign.
So, sorry, I mean, I don't mean to, give you the third degree, but you mentioned a traveling sign, but that's not part of this recommendation.
No, we would have to. It's not part of the recommendation. It's investigating it as part of this recommendation.
But it was part of your rationale for hiring the extra person was for the traveling sign.
To investigate the possibility of the traveling sign, not to actually finish doing the sign totally.
So we would need an extra half person to figure out how to work a traveling sign? Is that?
Sorry, I was listening and listening.
Sorry, so in regard to the traveling sign, which is not before us, we need to hire an extra person to...
So the combination of the three things I described are why we need the extra resource.
So, okay, I'll be very direct then. I mean, is our staff so stretched now that we cannot continue to maintain this sign in its existing condition?
Yes.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Were you sitting in the room, I think, when I said 40,000?
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager, if we do nothing today, how long will that sign last? As existing?
Up to 3 years.
Up to 3 years. If we do nothing, we've got 3 years. Now, you've asked for some money.
Again, it depends on how tough the weather is. We had a pretty mild winter, so we were lucky there.
Understood, but generally, a few more years. How much money are you asking for in this report to extend the life of the sign?
It's about, depends how you view some of the costs. Because, for instance, the vinyl wraps help the extension of the sign, and if we want to change them, then that part of that cost is included. Maintenance that's 45 grand. The maintenance contract is 20,000. That obviously is important there. That's about it. Plus the some of the staff planning to make sure that we manage the sign properly.
So, I don't know, 60, 70,000, 75,000? Yes. Okay. How much more time do you think we'll get out of the sign besides the do-nothing option with that money?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, we're going to, just like any asset, you're asking to put some money into it to make it live longer, to last longer. So if we do nothing, you said it would be about 3 years, maybe 2, maybe, it depends on the weather. How much more time do we get out of the sign if we put money into it?
The life expectancy.
So that the lights are going to fade, the leakage, I just don't know. I'm not a technical person, but not a whole lot. It'll start to look lousy, and it'll start to work poorly. It already is working poorly on some of the lighting.
Okay. Would we say an extra year maybe for the 75,000? I don't know.
Sorry?
I'm just trying to figure out the delta, what we're getting for the 75,000. So if we do nothing, we got 3 years out of it. If we put some more money, we'll get a longer time. Is that?
No, I think after 3 to 5 years, even putting the 70 grand into the sign will have reached the end of its useful life.
Okay, would I be off the mark if I said if we did nothing, we'd get 3 years? If we did $75,000, we'd get 5 years. Does that kind of sound?
Now, if we did nothing, we'd have a hard time getting to 3 years, in my opinion.
Okay, so let's say we get 2 or 3
We have to do the maintenance contract, otherwise we're going to have a variety of things go wrong with it.
Let's say $75,000 gets us 3 years. That's $25,000 a year divided by 365. That's $68 a day. Okay. Thank you. I think that's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In recommendation 3, it talks about including one temporary position for 6 months. What is that about? Would that be moving the sign we've got now to a position so you can build a new sign, or?
No, that's the same that we've been just chatting about. That's to cover 3 things. Making sure that the current sign continues appropriately and the new policies for lighting, et cetera, work in place. But more importantly, is to plan for a longer-term solution to the sign, assuming the sign is popular and people want to keep it for a longer period, much longer period of time. And 3, to determine, as requested by Council, whether we should do and what kind of sign we should do with respect to something that travels.
Okay, the 150,000 we're requesting is a one-time. In the attachment A, I'm finding 100,000, which is the maintenance, the vinyl wrap, the lights, and all those things. What's the 150 for? And once we pay the 150, what will then be the ongoing annual maintenance cost of a new sign?
Well, that doesn't get you a new sign. That just keeps this sign and plans for a new sign. So we'd have a further one-time charge, which is not here, and we wouldn't expect to be for a couple of years. Okay. But the annual maintenance to it would be in the order of 60 to 70,000, the same as what we're paying now.
So a new sign, once we built the new sign, so we don't have a dollar figure for building of the new big sign. Am I correct on that?
Oh, we have to specify it and get quotes before we can
Okay.
answer that question.
These mobile signs, from reading the report, you came up with several different ideas of letters put together. Some, to be honest, I don't understand. I do understand TO. I like TO. I also saw in your report that you sort of aimed towards the TO because you felt the other ones might be a fad and may move on. So for a mobile sign, it would cost us, if I'm correct, $100,000 to build, and then annual cost $100,000 to move it, truck it, power it, and labor it. Would that include humans as well? Staff to?
Yes. We would, in terms of staff to move it, yes.
So we would have a new big sign, which we don't know the cost of yet, which would be here at Nathan Phillips Square. Then we'd be looking at a one-time cost of, one-time cost of $100,000 to do a smaller sign, and annually that would be $100,000 to run, maintain, and get across the city.
And most importantly, move it, and most costly-wise, move it around the city.
Now, if it's mobile, are we going to come across problems of it getting damaged, and therefore it might actually cost us more in a few years' time? Because, having something in place is one thing, but if you start moving things around, especially with lighting, are we going to come across it that it's not going to be the $100,000 to maintain it each year, it's actually going to be higher than that?
There's a risk with that every time you move something. All of us who've moved house knows that.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why the cost for a small sign is about the same as what the current sign cost us is we would do it to hire more robust specifications to reduce the risk and of damage to that sign. But moving it a lot increases the risk of damage, and damage would increase the cost.
So what exactly are we supporting today? We're supporting looking at a new sign, but we don't have a cost. We're looking at the idea of a mobile sign, and we do have a cost. Am I sort of on the right track of what we'd be supporting
So what we're doing is we're asking council today to support maintaining the existing sign, bringing in resources to help us plan for a permanent, if you will, Nathan Phillips Square sign, and to help us plan and investigate a mobile sign. We are not asking council today for the money to build that mobile sign, and we're not asking council today for the money to move that sign around. Those, if the decision was made to do that, would be in the 2017 budget application, which council would then approve as it sees fit.
So if council wanted to just have one in Nathan Phillips Square, a new one, and we don't want the mobile one, we will have an opportunity to voice that opinion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess maybe just to continue on with some questions about the mobile sign. My thought is always that part of what makes this sign such a success and iconic in what we have out front of Nathan Phillips Square is that it is permanent, defines a space and a place, and it being in that kind of that important space is what gives it some of its gravitas. Does a sign, by moving a sign around, do we kind of lose the effect of exactly what we're trying to accomplish of placemaking?
That is a concern. That's probably the biggest negative about moving it around. It would diminish the value of the existing sign. One of the reasons for using just TO is to create a different concept. If people remember back when the sign was first put on the square, there was discussions about moving that sign around. And in the end, the decision from a staff perspective was that was inappropriate because of the damage risk, because of the chance that if we moved it and somebody came to Nathan Phillips Square and there was no sign there, they would be pretty unhappy, and that would turn out to be a negative feedback about the city. So the only way to move a sign and keep the sign was to have two signs. And it's cost prohibitive to do a replica of the existing sign, and to your very point, it would diminish the value of it in our view. So we're not recommending a duplicate of the existing sign. One of the things we'd be asking in the next 6 months investigating whether to do the shorter mobile sign would be, does it diminish the gravitas of the existing sign too much? And would we end up therefore recommending not to do it? Council has asked us to look at doing it, and that's what we're doing, but we may come back and say it doesn't make sense to do.
And at the end of the day, I guess in your mind, based on that council direction, what is the objective of that smaller mobile sign?
I think
to create space? Is it to animate events? What's its objective?
Well, we've shown that a 3D lit sign that's got a lot of flexibility around the lighting is very attractive to visitors and residents of Toronto. So to be able to replicate that in other parts of the city is an interesting thing to do, especially when there are events on, etc. So to create that additional social media buzz and resident and visitor love of the city to be expressed and to have their photos taken is something that's worth looking into in my view.
And if that is what we're trying to achieve, would we not want to just then find a similarly iconic, permanent location for this additional branding, as opposed to, again, trying to chase and find out where a sign is around a city based on a festival schedule? Or
my gut feeling would be to recommend against doing that because of the diminishment of the existing sign.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So questions with regard to the Special Reserve Fund. Can you tell me the purpose of this fund?
Councillor, are you referring to where we would...
Yeah, where the money's coming from?
So that was the Pan Am Legacy Fund. That was originally, it's morphed a little bit now, but originally we set aside money for the sign and for other Panamania and other activation of the Pan Am spirit. Knowing that we weren't going to get everything done for the full sign, we held back some spending and we rolled that over into a reserve fund to allow us to be able to do some of this now.
Okay, so this special event reserve fund is specifically set up for, or came out of Pan Am, is specifically for these purposes or this purpose?
Correct.
Okay.
As I understand it.
Just a question, and so on the mobile sign, so you're not asking us to make any decision on a mobile sign or the permanent aspects of what we're doing with the Toronto sign. This is all part of the 2017 budget process?
In terms of actually implementing, yes. In terms of planning for it, there is some aspects of the cost of this extra resource to look into the planning for it.
Okay. A question to the city manager, the CFO, on the 2017 budget pressures. Give me an estimate of what our budget pressure will be in 2017, your best estimate at this point in time.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the number that we had in the 26 budget for the 2017 forecast was net pressures, I believe, of about $450 million. But that did not include a couple things. Did not include any pressures relating to the TCHC coming from the task force report. Did not include any funding for the unfunded capital projects that were highlighted. So it's $450 million plus.
So you would suggest to us that we have a very real pressure that's coming before us for the 2017 process?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And I guess maybe directed more towards the city manager. I know the city manager is working on a long-term fiscal strategy that's going to be coming to us. And I'm just wondering if you could also reiterate, again, this may be a small item when we're looking at the overall budget, but when we start adding on month after month priority items, can you just describe to us, this reality of the pressures we're going to be facing in a couple of months?
I can. And this is a preliminary analysis, and staff are working very hard to try and get visibility into this. But it does at this point appear that there have been substantial expense deferrals over a period of time, particularly with respect to cumulative pressures associated with Toronto Community Housing, which has been funded by drawing down reserves. We have significant pressures that are likely to emerge out of the Toronto Transit Commission. We are familiar with the pressures that have from time to time been apparent in the police budget. City expense has generally been very tightly managed, has not provided a net pressure on the budget, but that still remains a factor. So on balance, we are likely to see a reasonably challenging long-term financial situation going forward. This will require structural change and structural adjustment.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Williams. Thank you. So for the $150,000 from the reserve, that is for 2016. Is that an adjustment in the 2016 budget? That's just for this year alone?
Correct.
Okay. And for the, what is the estimated cost for number 4, then item number 4, the 3 listed under there?
So item number 4 under the first block you're talking about?
Yes. So
The lighting?
right. What if you divided them out? What is the costing on each one?
I'm looking at the chart on page 13. Is that what you're looking at, Councillor?
Yes.
So the total cost for all the current 3D signs is $100,000 divided into one-time cost, which is the synchronizing, so that we can do a lot more sophisticated dynamics with the lighting. And then the other four elements are ongoing costs, and we would have to make room for them in the future in our budget.
So for the third option, in terms of the creation, ongoing operation, and maintenance of the mobile sign, are you explaining that? Are you saying that currently it's just an idea that we aren't actually moving on that?
That's correct. We were asked by council to investigate the possibility of the mobile sign. We are trying to make that possible.
Okay, so just
To make looking into it possible. We're not making any recommendation at this stage to do it or not do it.
Okay, so for the $150,000, that's just currently for the 3D sign that's in the Nathan Phillips Square right now.
Operating it right now and putting in place the new processes we've been talking about to look into costing and how to do a more permanent sign and on what would trigger the need to do that. And then the third thing is to look into the mobile sign.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
So this is really a legacy of the Pan Am Games, this sign.
Correct.
And it's become, as Councillor Cole mentioned, iconic. In fact, they're using the sign more regularly than the CN Tower to profile the City of Toronto. Would you agree?
I would agree. By far, in my whole life in marketing, this is the most successful marketing, media, branding project that I've ever been involved with. Thanks
Yes.
to these two folks sitting beside me. By the way.
Yes, exactly. Amazing staffers for the City of Toronto who created this, that I formerly worked with, and very proud of them. So the tourism, I'm going to ask you first about the Pan Am Games, that legacy fund, what's left in that reserve? Do you
Not
know?
much more than 150,000 as far as we're aware.
150,000?
Not much more than that. I don't know exactly. You'd have to ask finance.
Not much more. Okay. Have you talked to Tourism Toronto about collaborating on this? I mean, they are lucky enough to have access to a hotel tax on an annual basis. Have you had any conversations with them to play a role in funding this, because it does profile Toronto as a whole?
No, they love it. So.
Yeah, I think
And they
everybody
use it a
loves
lot.
it. So there's been no conversation about accessing that funding base?
Not for what we're talking about here. In terms of a longer-term basis, I mentioned to Councillor Holland that we would have to find room in our future, and I was alluding to the conversation that you're now also alluding to.
Okay. And do your staff actually, your team actually operate this, like physically, technically operate? I know they created it, they designed it, they worked with the consultant to design it, but do you actually operate it out of ECDev?
Yes.
You actually do the physical operation of the turning of the lights and altering the lights?
Yes.
And why would that be versus facilities?
So
Why
right-
wouldn't facilities play that role versus ECDev? I'm just curious.
Well, right now, just because it was sort of cobbled together as a one-time thing, it was easier for us to be in control of it and to manage the decision-making process as to the changes of it. Down the road, we are going to be looking and reporting back on how better to manage the 3 squares, and we might come back with a change in that. Facilities is involved with some of the maintenance and with the security for the sign, so it's the responsibility of the CCO's security staff to watch over the sign, and facilities helps with some of the cleaning.
Okay, so, but currently the model just for running Nathan Phillips Square is shared between facilities and ECDev and facilitating the programming of that venue. Is that correct?
And with Parks and Forestry and Rec, because they manage the
play a
rink.
role. Yeah.
And the garden on the second floor. We also work with Protocol because they have significant flag-raising events, et cetera, on the square.
Okay, so 4 different divisions are involved in the events and activities and the lights on the square.
Yes, and Stratcom also plays a role because of some of the events that occur there.
Okay, and then just in the 2016 budget process, ECDev did gain some new FTEs. What was that number?
8 or 9, I can't remember, sorry.
8 or 9 FTEs in this budget process. Could any of those staffers play a role in facilitating some of this activity that you're proposing?
They were spread across the division, so we had one position in the area that, no, I'm told we don't have any of the positions in the area that's responsible for this.
And so what area is currently overseeing the sign and the operations of the sign in your division? Within your division?
The marketing group under
The marketing group has
Marilyn's-
had that luxury. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, through you to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, in light of all the questioning that has taken place here, could I ask whether or not you think it would be a good idea for this matter to be referred back to Economic Development for further consideration and discussion?
Certainly with regard to the mobile sign elements of it, we do need ability to pay some of these costs and to improve the lighting mechanism and some of the maintenance, so I prefer not to delay that if possible.
Well, the lighting and the maintenance and so on, I'm just wondering whether or not that there's a necessity to do all of that before, let's say, August? I mean, that there is a cycle that we'll be able to go back to Economic Development and, of course, bring it back to Council and bring back to, and make a decision before the end of the summer. Would you not agree that there's an opportunity?
Well, we have an ongoing maintenance contract. It's not that big, so I assume we could probably figure out a way to shift our budgets around to accommodate the maintenance contract. So we could manage that. The other thing is we would have to turn down any requests from city to change the vinyl wrap because we have no funds to do that.
All right, but you would agree with me, though, Mr. Williams, that this is rather, it seems to be a little bit confusing. There's the complexity of it, it's not really as clear. I know that the work that needs to be done, but should we not have a more thorough process in terms of examining it, bringing it back to this council?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Williams, I believe I heard you say earlier that the maintenance of the current sign is between $60,000 and $70,000 a year. Is that?
That's if we change the vinyl wrap a few times, yes.
So that includes the change of the wrap, which isn't really maintenance, it's just upgrading the sign or changing it.
So the maintenance it costs us almost $21,000. We have a contract for that to the end of this year. The ability to synchronize the lighting is an improvement on the lighting capabilities that I find very attractive. It would allow us to synchronize with the lighting on the rest of the square. And then finally, right now, somebody physically has to be on site to program changes in the lights. And so if it's on a weekend or late at night that something happens where we want to change the lighting, then that person has to travel down to the square. So until we make that a more robust and connected to the internet, we would have a problem.
Okay, and you indicated that the lifespan of the sign is also 3 years, in your opinion?
That's if we have gentle winters and gentle visitors and gentle birds and...
So, no, there are signs up in the city that are up for 10, 15, and 20 years. It's subject to the weather conditions and elements that you just described. And so I just find that a little bit, because the sign is made out of, I would suspect, good material.
So the sign was only built for the Pan Am Games. It was never built for multiple years. It was never built to get through a winter. We have a steel frame that'll last for a long time.
Right.
We have cardboard plinth on the bottom.
Right.
And that will wear very quickly because it was not designed to last for a long time. The plastic facings and the joins and the attachments were all built to be relatively short-term. They will continue to deteriorate as they already have. The current sign, we are told, and our observation of it would indicate that 3 years we'd be doing well to have it last that long.
So we would have had to invest significantly more initially to ensure that we get maybe a 10 or 15-year span on this sign.
Much more, yes.
Right. Do you know what that might be, or was that ever considered?
No, that's one of the things we need to investigate in the rest of this year or before the current sign completely falls apart or the maintenance costs are much too high to continue to justify.
All right, and so that information will come forward at some point.
That's what we hope to do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Haven't even told my joke yet. Through you, Madam Speaker, this is a pretty quick question. In terms of the motion, all-weather. Yeah, is it an all-weather sign? That's a bad joke. I should never have gone with that. 4C, the creation, ongoing operation,
Parts
and maintenance.
of it are square, though.
Pardon me?
Parts of it are square, though.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, 4C is really my concern. Is there an estimate of the cost of this, of building a business case for 4C? That's the creation, ongoing operation, and maintenance of a mobile Toronto sign and seasonal touring.
So our best estimate is that that's $200,000.
To create the business case?
No, sorry, no. The business case would be a portion of that extra resource, say a third.
Okay. Portion of that? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's just one question. Perhaps you can answer the age-old question of how many economic development staff does it take to change a light bulb?
Councillor Layton. Come on. I'm actually surprised, Councillor Layton. Huh? Like, we're all surprised. Councillor Ainsley.
On a more serious note.
Thank you.
I was just trying to understand, Mr. Williams, in terms of, so the money we invested putting the sign in the Pan Am Games, is there any way to measure our return on investment for the international exposure it's given to the city of Toronto and the goodwill. Like when I walked in this morning, there's a tourist bus there, and I stopped and asked them where they're from. They said they're on a tour group they're visiting from the Netherlands, and I said, well, what brought you here? And they said, well, you know, we heard about it when at home, and it was on our top 10 list of things that we had to do when we were in the city of Toronto, was have our picture taken in front of this sign. And I hear that more often than not as I walk through the square and ask people why they're having their picture taken in front of the sign or what drew them here.
Sorry, I'd make two comments to that. First of all, we know there were around 130 million social media impressions on the internet as a result of that sign, that feature that sign. So people retweeting, newspapers showing pictures of it, etc.
Sorry, Mr. Williams, how many?
130 million. So you can price an impression at pennies an impression, and we get a huge return on the sign already.
And when you say 130 million impressions, that's 130 million different pictures that have been posted on social media, Twitter, Facebook.
It's 130 million times that pictures have been sent out by people.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
The other thing that I think the sign has done, and I don't know if the councillors are here as often as I am, but the square is much more animated. There's many more people here all the time. And I feel that a big chunk of the reason for that is the sign, that people come to have a picture taken with the sign. So I think it's reached out to visitors and to residents much more dynamically than anything we've done before on the square.
Any idea, for example, City Hall, how many pictures a year were put on social media of City Hall before that sign was there?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
So, Mr. Williams, this sign was put there right after the Pan Am Games or for the Pan Am Games. We kept it there. Do we not get any legacy money from the Pan Am Games at all?
We set aside some legacy money as part of the Panamania Festival.
Yeah.
That was basically almost exhausted, and the reserve tip that we want to do this year exhausts, to my understanding, what is left from that Panamania
We
reserve.
took all the legacy money. Could we not be putting some of that legacy money into these costs?
I'm sorry, but we were given no permanent legacy money for ours. As far as I know, the only legacy money that was set aside during the Pan Am Games was to manage and help pay for some of the facilities such as the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre.
That's the only money we got, ongoing money we got from...
I can't say only. I know that's the only one I'm aware of. I sit on that board. And, but I do know that we were not given in economic development any longer term.
Does anybody know whether or not we got legacy money from the Pan Am Games?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the legacy funding that was in the multi-party agreement were for the capital facilities that were built. They would not have covered things like the sign.
Is there money left in that legacy?
No.
We spent it all?
No, the funding that we are getting, the legacy funding, if I recall correctly, is coming from the federal government. They are to be dedicated for specific facilities.
Is there any way we can get our hands on the language on that agreement so that we can see what it actually says?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I do recall because at the time, working for another municipality, going through it, the funding is directed to specific facilities. For example, even the new Hamilton Stadium did not get it. It is the Velodrome. It is, I believe, we're getting funding for the facility in Scarborough, in Markham, for their swimming facility. It was very specific.
We should be able to bring it back forward as quickly as possible.
So is there any way that I could read that document, or somebody can give us a copy of that document so we could see what it actually says? Not that I don't trust you.
No, I'm sure we could get copies of the multi-party agreement and check
I'd
it.
like to see
Absolutely.
that. 'Cause if there's any way of taking this money from there, there's your answer. There wouldn't even be a debate today. I think everybody would probably agree to that.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't think I have any more questions. Thanks.
Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell to speak.
So just
Okay.
just be really brief, Madam Speaker. No, I like the sign. I think the sign has become an iconic symbol of Toronto. We take a certain pride in the sign, and I guess, and of course, there are going to be ongoing costs to maintain the sign, but what completely befuddles me is that if we've been able to manage it for the past 4 or 5 months with existing staff, why we cannot, on an ongoing basis, continue to manage it with existing staff and not incur the extra $50,000 half-time temporary position, which I don't know what's going to happen after that 6-month period elapses. So those are the only comments that I have, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
I have a motion on this, if I can have
Okay.
it up on the screen. Give folks a second to read that. But essentially, I'd like to sell the sign. Hey, and I'll be, if I can speak.
Let's sell it to Brampton.
No jokes. I'm not saying it needs to be sold today or tomorrow. I'll let that up to the general manager. We've got possibly 3 more years out of this. My point is this. Right now, it's a lot of fun. It's 6 months old. I'm not convinced that its luster will last that long. Just as things trend on social media today, they will not continue to trend forever. My fear is that this thing will fall out of fashion, and I don't particularly want to own it at that time. I'd rather convert at some point in time whatever the value of this sign is and use it towards legacy costs. Make it useful. The Pan Am Games are over, and I think we should do our best to manage the legacies that we've got left over from it. I'm just going to talk about, the legend of the white elephant, and it's something I pulled off Google there. A white elephant, and this is what I read on the internet, a white elephant is a possession which its owner cannot dispose of, and whose cost, particularly of maintenance, is out of proportion for its usefulness. And the legend comes from the kings of Siam, who would give these to their enemies, because what they would ultimately be is a gift at the start, but ultimately a draw on resources. And I think, it was good while it lasted, and I think we should get out of the sign business. And I most certainly do not support hiring someone to look after it. I don't really care for what that says about us, that we've got pockets stuffed full of money, that we can afford to hire people to look after this. I don't know if they're going to run out there and wipe fingerprints off of it or shoo the birds away or whatever they're going to do. I'm afraid we're going to be back here trying to order a lifeguard chair and an umbrella for the summer and a warming booth in the winter to look after this sign. But it will go on, and then we'll have a mobile sign. And what is also worrisome is that, this sign is going to break at some point in time. The light bulbs are going to burn out, or it's going to fall, or somebody's going to cut their finger on it. And then we've got a negative publicity piece with the City of Toronto. And that's something that we'd have to dig out of. I think, we should enjoy it as long as we can. There'll become a point when the sign's life is over, and it's time to send it off. And I hope maybe somebody would buy it and use it in their own installation, just like we did with those mooses that were around Toronto, and they still exist today. Maybe somebody will enjoy this. Anyhow, that's my motion.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Well, that one takes me back. First of all, Councillor Campbell, great point. Why are we hiring people? I spoke to the chair of the committee because we don't have to necessarily hire people. We have people in parks with trucks and trailers, and we have to find a way to get them to work together, and maybe we can move the signs around or without having to hire people for it, doing it interdivisionally. So I understand he's going to move to refer it back. Councillor Holliday. 1998, your father was here.
He knew that was coming.
And we amalgamated the cities. But nobody wanted to call themselves Toronto. People in Scarborough didn't want to, people in Etobicoke didn't want to, and my God, they didn't know why Mel wasn't changing the name of this city to North York. Because he was the mayor of North York and he was now the mayor of Toronto, so it should have been North York. And they weren't proud of their city. And now people are coming here and they're proud of their new city of Toronto, and they love the sign. And now I'm hearing those people in Scarborough and Etobicoke and North York, they want the sign up there. They want the symbol of the new Toronto within their municipalities. Why would I ever take the one thing that's starting to bring people together and acknowledge that we're an amalgamated city, a colorful sign with all the municipalities and all the old areas' names all over it, and why would I want to get rid of that? It's actually drawing people together from right across this greater city and right into 905. So please, if there's one thing to do is to shred your motion, because I'd gladly support you withdrawing it, because people are actually together. And I think that's something we have to do. I think we need to have those symbols of the city that people across the greater area of the new city of Toronto acknowledge. We're all working together. We don't always agree on items, but we find ways to work cohesively here at Council. The people of Toronto, the newer ones that don't know what amalgamation was, the kids that come to visit us have no clue that they were former cities. They just know it's Toronto. They want a sign that reflects them in their communities. They want to go visit it at their municipal squares out in Scarborough or North York and other places. My goodness. Is there anything better to do than to do that when people actually want it there? It's such a change from years ago. So I'm going to support Councillor Thompson's upcoming motion. He says to refer it back to committee and try and work on this better. But I would really do that. Now, on a fiscally responsible basis, because I know you want to be fiscally responsible, Councillor, the worst thing you could do is to sell it. Because the next thing we would do is we'd be renting it back from the person that we sold it to. And we'd probably be paying twice the cost in the first month's rent just to get it back because of the demand to get that sign back. And then we would have no control over it because we don't know where it would go. Maybe they take it down to LA and make a movie about Toronto there, and then we'd really be in trouble. So please, let's not get rid of it. Let's take it back. It's a great idea. There's some real questions about how we're handling it financially. I understand that. But let's get a way that all the residents of the city of Toronto can live together and really love their city and have a sign of their city right across all the different communities and like to go out and see it and like to have their pictures taken at it, which is what's happening all the time around here. And we finally found something that looks great. Let's do it. One thing I will remind you, though. Do any of you have the old City of Toronto button? The one from amalgamation? Didn't it look an awful lot like this sign? Those of you that don't have it, I'll try and get a collector's edition that I have. But it said the words Toronto stylistically in those letters, and people loved it. And we changed one to which was a picture of this beautiful building. But people don't recognize this building the same way as they recognize the simple letters that are in that symbol that say Toronto. 7 letters that are pulling these people together right across our municipality, that we should be proud of, that people across this country and through the United States and around the world now know us. And I'd love to have the sign continue to be here for those visitors when they come and the residents of the city.
Councillor Mammoliti.
So I've got a motion as well. Do I?
Nope.
I don't? I don't have it? For real? Do I need to wait, or are you just refusing to do
No,
it?
but is it?
I thought I was ready.
As soon as you stood up,
I'm moving that I volunteer my time to do it for free. So I'd be happy to go change light bulbs and shine it up and probably save the city $60,000 or $70,000. I don't mind doing that. In fact, I think most councillors will probably do it with me. So the motion just says I'd be happy to volunteer my time to do it. And I think it's reasonable under the circumstances. What I don't think is reasonable is that we're going to be spending this kind of money when we have the resources at our fingertips to be able to do this with our own staff, existing resources. And I think that's really the message that I'm trying to get out there, is that I think it's ridiculous to hire somebody specifically to do the job that some think needs to be done. I think we've got the resources in the City of Toronto to do it. And if we don't, then we should agree with Councillor Holyday and sell sell the thing to somebody that might want to buy it. Maybe one of the BIAs will buy it. Maybe one of the business associations will buy it. Who knows? So that's the point I wanted to make. I still have the motion. It's going to be on the floor, and I hope you vote in favor of it because I'd like to get out there, put my boots on.
Councillor Thompson.
Everybody wins.
That's why I assumed that he would be responding. Okay. That's a picture of council. Yeah. That's not very bright. Can you make it brighter, please? Is that possible? Dim the house light. See if this is any better. This is better? Okay. It's sort of better. Okay. It's a series of those. Speaker, I have a motion, and I'd like to move simply that we refer the matter back to Economic Development for further consideration. Speaker, I would actually like at this time to introduce two amazing individuals. These are actually the people who designed the sign, and they're actually here with us in the council chamber. May I present Marilyn Nichols? If you would stand, please, Marilyn. May I also present Sue Hollid. Would you please stand? Members, may I ask you to give them a big round of applause, please? These are the two staff members who have designed this amazing sign. As you've heard from the general manager, we've had 130 million hits on this particular sign, and I've got a basic photo here of the sign. The sign, as you can see, is able to be illuminated in a variety of colors and so on, and it has actually captured the attention of Torontonians. As you've heard, the sign was actually not designed to actually be a permanent sign. It was just basically designed to be there for the games and for the gathering that was taking place at Nathan Phillips Square. Lo and behold, we have actually found something, as Councillor Shiner has pointed out, that has captured the imagination of Torontonians, that actually captured the imagination of the world. We have gotten a tremendous amount of publicity from this sign, uniquely in the newspapers, television, and people actually come to see the sign. It is iconic in nature. I know that the staff, obviously, are very proud of it, and so are we all. It appears to me that some of the questions that, and to the general manager, there's probably a need for us to do a bit of rethink in terms of what's being asked. I see nothing wrong in terms of the need to ensure that we do the maintenance, to ensure that water doesn't get into the wires, to ensure that we keep the sign clean. This sign reflects Toronto for all Torontonians and so on. It's like having a clean house, which is extremely important when you have visitors coming. So I believe it's something that we really need to be doing on an ongoing basis. It does take money, and we've heard that there are, small amounts of funds that were left over to be utilized. I do think that we should look at how we can work with the partners. Perhaps Tourism Toronto might be interested in others and so on, so that we can collaborate a little bit further. The questions that have been asked here, and obviously the fact that we need to do a bit of a tweaking on this, that's the reason why I'm referring this back, so that we can have another go at it, to bring it back to members of council so that you can actually see that we've examined it in its entirety and so on, and so that we will be able to bring something to you that I think that you will unanimously support. So I'm asking for the opportunity to be able to allow this to be brought back. I just wanted to say, the General Manager of Economic Development, as you have been able to see, has been able to answer the questions and so on, but he's responding certainly to some of the requests that we've made to him. There's a limitation in terms of the funding and so on, and I think that perhaps we need to do a little bit more of a rethink. I want to finally simply say this. Oftentimes, we tend to spend a lot of time on the little stuff, and this is an example of it here today in terms of the dollars. We actually, millions and millions of dollars, sometimes we don't even argue, we don't even talk about it. It's the little stuff. We sweat the little stuff, and clearly this is an indication of that. But it's important that we sweat this little stuff. But I also simply want to remind everybody, we also need to look and examine the big things that we do and the decisions that we actually make around here. As it relates to Councillor Holliday's motion, I would ask you, in fact, I'd hope that he would withdraw the motion, quite frankly. I would ask that you don't support it. It seems that we have a tendency to want to sell the things that endear us the most, and as a simple thing such as a Toronto sign, if we are not using it, if we don't respond to this legacy development that has come from the Pan Am Games and keep it so that it benefits us. I mean, just look at the iconic nature of this. Look at how it reflects Toronto. Look at how it reflects our diversity in terms of when you can put a variety of colors into this sign. It is emblematic of who we are in terms of a city that creates opportunities and create that variety that I believe is the essence as to what we in Toronto is all about, the diversity. The sign has that diversity, and I would want us to keep it. So I'm asking that we just simply refer it back to economic development, and it will be brought back to you before the end of the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a referral on the floor, so which means that we could speak to it for 2 minutes. If you'd like to speak on the referral, put your name up, request a question. Councillor Robinson, 2 minutes. Councillor Robinson, 2 minutes.
I'm going to withdraw because I've been booed. I've been booed, so I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so we vote on the referral motion. Do we want a recorded vote? No? On favor? Okay, well, I asked Councillor Ainsley. I asked. Yeah.
Councillor Fillion and Councillor Mihevc, when you're seated, please. Councillor Fillion, you're voting on the referral of this item.
The referral carries 29 to 5.
Okay.
Just on a point of order,
yes.
trying to be helpful in this rather questionable sales endeavor of Councillor Holyday, very questionable, but I just wanted to give him a tip. He could perhaps look at selling this to Toronto, South Dakota, which has a population of 212, and I had another idea for him because I looked this up. Their area code is 605, so you could possibly sell the 6 to them and add to the amount we could get. If we threw in Councillor Mammoliti, we'd probably get some serious coin for this. So, just trying to help, even though I don't support your initiative, Madam Speaker.
All in favor?
Okay, thank you. Our next item is ED 11.6, Service Canada funding for the Toronto Youth Job Corps program. Councillor Campbell held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
I do. And normally an item where the expenditures are $2 million by the federal government and $200,000 by the city wouldn't catch my eye or interest. But, and I thank Costanza Alivado for answers prior to today via email, but I have a couple of other questions. Can you confirm that the average expenditure in 2014-15 on a per positive outcome basis was $11,000 per individual?
Through the Speaker, I have the per cost per participant, which was $7,683.
Okay. So not all participants have positive outcomes. I figured out that it was a little over 11,000. What is the duration of the program that they're in terms of months?
They are in 4 weeks of work-based learning, then in a 12-week employment placement, and then receive ongoing support for a full 52 weeks. So it's a year-long program.
Okay, so it's a year-long program. So they're 4 months of their employment. It's 3 months of, is it, so 3 months of employment, 4 months of training, is that roughly it?
A month of work-based training, and then the 3-month employment placement.
So I guess, Mr. Brillinger, my question is, is this, now the city's investment is not that considerable. That's why I said it wouldn't normally catch my attention. But the overall investment of over $2 million to serve less than 200 youth, it begs the question, is this money well spent? And are these agencies that are executing these programs being effective?
The short answer through the speaker is yes. This program is specifically designed to address the employment needs of those youth who face multiple barriers to employment. So they are the hardest to serve, requiring the deepest investment in order to achieve positive outcomes. The alternatives, in terms of cost, are significantly more than the cost per participant in the program. The program has been evaluated literally hundreds of times at this point over its 30-year history. Okay. Every new government in Ottawa has taken a serious look at it. It is an extremely scrutinized program, certainly from the federal level, as well as staff at the city.
Okay, so that's good news. In regard to the agencies that carry out this work, there are 3 agencies that are named in the report. How often do the agencies that do this work, how often are they reassessed, or do they come back and bid on an annual basis? Is our staff actively involved in the assessment of those agencies, or is that work left to the federal government?
No, it's through an RFP process every 3 years, which is led by the city because we are the ones entering into contracts with the delivery agencies, and the federal representatives are also involved in that RFP process.
And do we have any, this is my last question, do we have any other parallel or other programs that are similar to this that are operating either from the City of Toronto or in concert with the provincial government or just on our own that are comparable to this?
This program is unique within the youth employment service system because of the depth of support that's provided through the program.
That's good. Thank you very much, Mr. Brillinger. Thank you.
So, Councillor Campbell, you're just going to release the item? Okay. On the item, on favor? Carried. Page 3, PW 12.16, pedestrian crossing. Councillor Davis, you held the item down. It's here without a recommendation. Did you have questions to staff?
No, thank you.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? No? Okay, so Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you. This will be very brief. This is a report that considers whether to have a PXO, pedestrian crossover, or a signal light on Victoria Park Avenue, which
you have a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. That this would be to approve the installation. Sarah?
Okay.
The installation of a traffic control signal.
Vanna's coming.
Okay.
At Conroy Avenue, which is the street on Councillor Holland's side, and Denora Drive, which is the street on my side. I will be short. This is the third time that I certainly have received petitions from the community. The average speed is 67 kilometers an hour is the average operating speed. There are 21,200 vehicles per day. And Sarah can show us on the screen, if you could pull out so we can see the whole map. Is that the whole map? It shows you that this is 1.2 kilometers between signals. It goes from Crescenttown Road, which is just north of the Danforth, all the way to almost to St. Clair. It is a stretch, and if I were to take all of my time, I could put a video on that showed it took 19 minutes for a woman in a wheelchair to get to her bus stop, to get onto the accessible bus on Victoria Park Avenue, because she has to go all the way north, either 500 meters north or 550 meters south to cross the road. This is a site where the TTC is likely to consolidate. They have said they're consolidating stops, and they are likely to consolidate it here. And I am asking for you to support the installation of a traffic control signal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Okay, I'll sign it. Thank you, Speaker. I just simply want to move the staff recs in the absence of anyone else. My rationale is quite simple. I appreciate Councillor Davis's observations about the site and don't dispute any of the things that she said. But the one thing that she didn't mention was that they didn't meet the warrants despite all of the things that were explained. And my reason for not supporting is this simply is queue jumping in its simplest format. We can all think of places in our wards where we would like to have a crosswalk, but as in this case, there just aren't enough people to justify it. We have that threshold so that we can actually live up to the commitment of putting in the crosswalks where they're called for. And by granting them wherever people want them as opposed to where the need demonstrates is an irresponsible precedent for this council. And it means that we could never live up to that same standard in all of our wards. So I unfortunately can't support it. It's a very black and white decision, and it is not supported by the staff as recommended in their report.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to add my support. Councillor Davis and I have been working on this matter. As with Councillor Davis, I received petitions as well, and more phone calls from residents, but obviously we always consult with the neighbourhood, and we did do a flyer and heard back from many residents in this particular area. So as Councillor Holliday mentioned, the issue is that we do the study, we get the results. But in this case, we're talking about Victoria Park, and if you go, again, pictures are always worth 1,000 words. It's very, very wide in this particular on this particular street, and also the velocity of speed is higher than the speed limit. I mean, just with the flow of traffic, it would definitely be over 60 kilometers an hour, and so this is more of a suburban built form. And it's not the downtown area where there's so much gridlock that their cars are pretty much forced to go 30 kilometers an hour. So in this particular street, they go over 60, and there's a lot of pedestrians because we have the subway at Vic Park, and so it's just up the street. And again, it's a suburban built form, so you have wide arterials, and you also have long stretches between traffic lights. So in this particular case, you know, the strict rule of meeting the exact threshold and the warrants, nothing's black and white. And so in this case, I'm appealing to my fellow councillors to support it. And this is a very important safety measure that we can help with residents to cross the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
Good idea.
I think you're going to get your lights.
There's a motion to call the question. There are other speakers, and the mayor wants to speak on this. No.
I move to allow...
Recorded vote. I did. Recorded vote. Yeah. I did ask for a recorded vote.
The mayor wasn't on the list.
This is to call the question.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Wong Tam, when you're seated, please.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 13 to 21.
Councillor Lee, you're next up to speak. Councillor Lee?
You mean people do listen to me? Anyways, thank you very much, Speaker. And I rise to support Councillor Davis' motion. And it did come to Public Works, and it was sent back for further review. I normally do not vote for items that do not meet warrant, but in this case, I'm going to say I'm going to support this particular, allowing this traffic light to be done. I mean, I have also got traffic lights in my area, which did not meet warrant, and we were able to move it. In this case, I did go out there and take a look. In fact, I had to remind Councillor Davis that it's a two-lane, one lane each way, and it's on a slope. Actually, there's a long slope coming down from where the traffic light is going to be, down to the next traffic light, closer to Danforth. And it is heavy traffic at many times, especially during rush hour, and it's very difficult to get across the two-lane road. And this is one of those old roads that is not in the best of conditions. So I would urge you to support this particular installation of these lights, because it will help the residents get across from one side to the other side without having to rush, because there are people that will drive faster, as you have seen from the numbers. 67 kilometers per hour is the average speed. And because it's two-lane road, that means you're talking about 11,000 on each lane going back and forth. So I urge you to support Councillor Davis. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor Tory.
Well, I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker, just to really support the comments just made by my friend Councillor Lee. I too will be supporting this, and I know it's important to have standards, warrants, so that we can make sure there's a basis upon which to objectively examine these. But there are always going to be exceptions, and I think there was a rather unusual set of circumstances related to quorum and whatnot that prevented a man who'd done a lot of hard work on things we told him to do, petitions and videos and all diagrams and all sorts of things, and unfortunately he was precluded from being heard at the committee by a problem with quorum, which really shouldn't be his responsibility. That's our responsibility to sort of show up and stay at work. And I think maybe had that evidence been put in front of the committee and he'd been allowed to make even his 5-minute presentation and answer questions, the committee itself might have recommended this. So Councillor Davis has now indicated that some steps can be taken to make this a more justifiable signal with the TTC and others, and I just support what she's doing and what should be done here, I think, in light of the description, I think, very aptly given by Councillor Lee. So I will be supporting this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote. Which, okay, motion number 1 by Councillor Davis, recorded.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
The motion carries 31-2.
Our next item is page 3, ST 8.2, council member appointments to FCM. Now, it was originally held down by Councillor Carroll. She released it, and I heard people wanted to say something, but are we okay just to release it? Yeah? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So our next item is on page 4. CC 18.9, which is the Integrity Commissioner report regarding use of social media. Councillor Mihevc, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? No? No. Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you. Just on one particular item, there was some suggestion within the material that we can't use our social media accounts to discuss or endorse any provincial or federal candidates, things like that. Is that true?
Is this, yeah. So if the account is using city resources or identifies you as a councillor, my advice is that you cannot use it for any campaign purposes for a federal election or a provincial election or a municipal election.
Why?
Because the city policy on use of city resources during an election period includes federal and provincial election, and the provincial law precludes use of city resources for any campaign purposes, whether it's municipal, federal, or provincial.
So, let's say, are we allowed, outside of a campaign period, does that allow us to participate? So let's say there is a government official or a political party that is very supportive of the city. Let's say, for example, they give us a lot of money for transit. Are we allowed to tweet that we're very grateful for that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, if you're talking about a government program, then the guidance is clear that you can promote government programs, talk about government programs, where the restricted use is around partisan activities like supporting political parties, fundraising for political parties, encouraging people to vote for political candidates.
So for example, I can't say vote for this party because they gave the City of Toronto X number of dollars for transit.
So it would depend on how you were using your social media. So if your social media account indicated that you were a councillor, or if you use a toronto.ca account to establish the account, if you use your staff or any city resources to populate the account, then there could be a restriction on that type of content.
So, and you're saying that's just is that a rule within your, is that one of your rules?
So there is
a policy? Sorry, I'm sorry, I don't want any interruptions.
So,
okay, can we continue?
So if you wish me to continue, through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the city, so the first thing to start with is there is provincial legislation that councillors must be mindful of, and that's part of my job to make sure that you're mindful of it. It's contemplated by the Code of Conduct that restrict use of city resources for any kind of campaign purpose. That's in the municipal election finance legislation and the provincial and the federal. The city, because of that very strict rule, has created comprehensive policies, which this council has approved, about use of public resources during election periods. And so my guidance is building on that and applying that to the use of social media.
So that applies inside an election period and outside an election period?
So,
because you specifically said during an election
right.
period.
So the policies are very specific around conduct and use of public resources during the election period, and that I think is the highest risk time. So whenever there's an election on, I know you will all be calling to seek specific advice about how you can use your social media accounts or other public resources. But at the provincial and federal level, as I know you all know, we also have political parties, and they have fundraising opportunities at all times. And so I am, through this guidance, telling you that you must be cautious and seek advice from me before using social media to promote fundraising events for political parties at federal and provincial levels.
Never in my questions did I say fundraising.
Okay.
I said there are two times, inside an election and outside an election. Outside of an election period, can a member of council say something complimentary that relates to a political party?
So my advice through the guidance is that you can promote programs that are developed by governments, but that if your account is using public resources, identifies yourself as a councillor, that you should be cautious about engaging in political debates, supporting political parties. And as the guidance indicates, you could always contact me before doing that to seek specific advice.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to carry on for some clarity, some questions from the Deputy Mayor. So for social media, so I understand you said we can't use city resources for it if we are promoting political activities or parties. So those city resources being what? Staff time and dollars from office expenses used towards Twitter and Facebook, for example?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'll refer to the portion of the bulletin. And if any of these circumstances are present, I think you must be cautious about what you use your social media account for. One is if you use a toronto.ca email address as a point of contact, if you identify yourself as a current member of council, if you publicize your social media account on your website or any other resource that is paid for through city funds, if you use your staff to populate your social media account, if your account uses any proprietary mark of the city, if you use any city resources to use your account.
All right, so just to be clear then, because I think this, based on that list of criteria, if any councillor in this room lists their social media, their Twitter handle or your Facebook account on on resources produced by your office, if we do that, we cannot, inside or outside an election period, use those accounts to endorse a position or a party in the partisan realm. Is that right?
That's my advice to you, Councillor, based on the legislative framework, the Code of Conduct, and the city's own policies about use of public resources.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I guess I still require a little bit more clarity on this issue. So we're to be cautious when engaging in political debates, and we are not to be supporting political parties. Can we slam a political party?
Yeah.
No, and I'm not trying to be funny. No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to actually understand something. Can we slam a political party using our social media?
through you, Madam Speaker. So I want to clarify one part of your question. Nothing in my guidance says that you cannot engage in political debate. Nothing even close. What I'm talking about is specifically supporting a political party, fundraising for the party, supporting candidates in an election period. I'm not talking about political debate. Obviously, that you're all engaging in political debate on your social media at all times, and my report and guidance reflects that. Your question is, can I slam a political party? I think there are two parts of the guidance that I would point you to. One is, and as the guidance says, you're always able to come and seek advice from me before doing that, that I think councillors are expected to maintain a level of decorum on social media if they're representing themselves as a councillor. And if it is supporting a fundraising cause or a candidate, then I think that you should be cautious, depending on how you've set up your social media account.
Okay, and are those the same rules that apply to people who want to run in a municipal election that are executive directors of not-for-profits that receive money from the city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, those people are not regulated by the Code of Conduct, and they also do not have the resources available to all of the members of council here. City publicly funded resources, staff, published materials, newsletters, websites, all of those things are not available to the group of people that you're referring to. And so that's what my guidance orients around, is how can I clarify for you what are the rules with respect to how you use social media when you're using public resources. If you have an account, you don't use a city phone, you don't use your staff, you don't identify yourself as a councillor, that's not what the guidance doesn't apply.
Okay, so because I would push back on the argument that those who belong to not-for-profits don't have the same resources we do. I think a lot of them might even have a lot more. But I've seen real-life instances here in Toronto where city-funded agencies have directors who run against councillors and use their social media that was developed and worked on through their work in these agencies to endorse, slam, and speak about policy and councillors. So either that policy has to be reviewed or something's not jiving because it's not a level playing field.
Okay. So, through you, Madam, I know you didn't quite ask a question, but I hope I can provide a response. I agree with you that I think we can look across at any organization, and any organization will rightfully be concerned about how any of its members are using social media when they're identifying themselves as a member of that organization. And many organizations do have restrictions about how those people can use their accounts. So what we're talking about today is what is my advice to you based on the policy framework in Toronto and the legal requirements that you need to be mindful of in how you use social media.
Okay, thank you very much.
So our policy needs to change.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank everyone for their patience and the Commissioner's patience while I continue to try to process a very complicated situation. Please affirm, if I've got this right, that it is germane whether or not we meet some of the conditions that you've prescribed in how we access our social media accounts. So if we're using equipment here, we are using staff here, we're using our time here, and also germane is some of the presence of indicators on the social media account, which include city logos and the identification of ourselves in our position, could be councillor. And the last would be is if we have reference to that social media account on some sort of a document or a production piece within the umbrella of the city. So a city's website, our business card, our letterhead. Is that all correct?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Speaker, just so I'm clear, so if your question is, there are my advice to you is that there are restrictions on your social media use if any of those conditions are present, yes.
They're like check boxes, and if we
Yes.
check any of those
Yes.
boxes.
So the objective of my guidance is to clarify for you and the public who has I can tell you, having been here during the last election, I had a lot of calls about this, is to clarify in a transparent way, what are those intersections?
Okay.
When do you need to be cautious?
Has anything changed in what we can or cannot do? So you've got those check boxes. That's very helpful. I think that's new. Is there anything new about what we can or cannot do, given now that we've linked the social media account to our office through those check boxes? Our behavior.
Yeah, so if you've linked it through your website, which is, so the criteria I use in the guidance is trying to be using the terms of the city. Any resource that you have that you could be reimbursed through or funded by the constituency office budget policy, if you populate or promote your social media account on any of those, then yes, that's a public use of funds, and particularly because of the provincial legislation, you have to be careful about how you engage in partisan activity.
Promote third-party events, for example, Ecuador fundraising.
Could I promote third-party events such as an Ecuadorian fundraiser? Such as the Ecuadorian earthquake fundraiser? Can I promote charities, runs?
So the guidance, and so one of the things that I hope the councillor, through you, Madam Speaker, I hope councillors recognize is this guidance acknowledges how important it is and what the inherent benefit of being able to use social media is for all of you in doing your jobs. So that's one thing I've cleared up, and that's because I heard a lot of complaints from people over the election about whether it's proper at all for councillors to be engaging in social media. It is, and that's what my guidance says. So if you're promoting a community event, if you're doing any of the things you would normally do, but you're putting it on Twitter, that's fine, and that's what the guidance says.
So what we can and cannot do has always been in place. It was just questionable as to whether or not social media was considered under the umbrella.
Yes.
Okay. So the reverse of that is if I don't meet any of those criteria, am I acting as a private citizen and am I governed by, let's say, the code of conduct?
Yeah, okay, so if your social media use is you don't use a city phone, your staff aren't populating it, you're not a call to counselor, then all of the issues more or less about using public resources for partisan purposes go away. But I am saying to you through this guidance that it's not a free-for-all.
Okay.
And your actions, no matter what account they are, how personal it is not going to immunize you from complying with the code of conduct.
Right. Now, the code of conduct talks mostly about egregious behavior and things that we would try not to do, but we could do more political things such as endorse or become more involved in a federal or provincial campaign.
Right.
Okay, so as long as my Twitter handle is Stephen Holiday and not Councillor Stephen Holiday, I have a little bit of a wider
That's right.
allowance.
And
Okay.
so the other thing the guidance does is it says for many of you who have chosen to create two presences, one for re-election purposes and one for being a councillor, you can carry on doing that, and things carry on as they always were.
Okay, and I've got just a couple of seconds here, but in terms of linking those two together, if I do that, I've got an issue, but what happens, what is the election period? Can we just crystallize that? It's
So it depends on the jurisdiction. Are you asking about municipal?
Ours.
So
our
it will
election
begin
period.
currently on the current law, it's when you file your nomination papers until the election.
Okay, that's, Councillor Holiday, that was your last question. Oh, Councillor Davis.
Make it short.
I just wanted to ask, so that very question, so does this cover us effective January 1st of an election year? Just, there's a date now? It used to be from the time which you registered.
Right. So the guidance contains so let me back up. If you're a councillor that has decided that you do not want to have two presences, you don't want to have a campaign account and a councillor account. So if you just want to have one, which many councillors do, then those dates become important, because what my guidance says is that on January 1st of the election year, if you have the one account, then you must cease producing any business cards, newsletters, brochures that have your Twitter account on it, just to use one medium, and that your content would be restricted, and you have to notify your users on the date you file your nomination papers of the change in use of the account. If you're going to now use an account that you've been using for a counselor purpose, for a campaign purpose.
So this is different than the existing policy. So you're saying if you maintain one, effective January 1st, no. So I noticed that in here that was different. It had been that you could not use any city resources effective when you registered, because then the new election rules kicked in, can't use city resources, etc. This is different. This says somehow January 1st, you have to stop using
all it says,
any materials.
It just says you have to stop producing. You just have to stop producing. So on January 1st, you can't produce 1,000 brochures with your social media account on it for city work.
What if at that point you haven't decided whether or not you are going to run or use one account or two? Then how does one possibly meet that requirement?
So it requires you to plan ahead, and that's why I'm providing this advice now.
How can one plan ahead on January 1st for an election registration date of September 1st?
So the other option you have, through you, Madam Speaker, is that you could maintain two accounts, which many councillors do, and then there would be no need to deal with that issue on January 1st.
So then you're saying there should be no choice, essentially, because then you would absolutely have to constrain your activities as a councillor effective January 1st.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I disagree with the premise of the question, because there's two important dates. On January 1st, all that I am saying is that you have to be careful about any resources you produce. But the more important date is the date you file your papers, because it's on that date that you have to label your account carefully, you have to notify your users of the purpose of the account, and you have to do everything that you had to do in the last election.
You tell your users how do you tell your users the purpose of which account?
So you would put a tweet out to your followers saying, I'm now going to be using this account for election purposes, and you would remove reference to the fact that you're a councillor.
So you would rebrand your account. So you could keep your current account and rebrand it when you register.
That's right.
But if you're going to do that, you cannot produce any materials starting January 1st?
With your Twitter account on it, yeah, that's all. No, I'm not talking about generally producing any materials, just anything that produces your Twitter handle on it, or your...
Wow, this is just way, 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 way complicated. And can you define political debate? You said we could engage in political debate. What is political debate, and can one use the name of a party?
So with the caveat that I would always prefer to give you specific advice about a specific situation, I think if you're talking about a policy issue, something that's open for discussion, all of those things are fine. If you're talking about election campaigns, raising money, trying to encourage someone to vote for someone, then that's where you need to be cautious.
Those are electoral things. I understand that. There's an election on, the provincial government's called a by-election. I live in that, and whatever. But if it is not during an election period, can one engage in political debate that uses names of political parties?
Yes, so I think possibly yes. I don't see that as being as a restriction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's much clearer. The other thing I would just finally ask, if I could, we get these interpretation bulletins. How many are there now? I have lost track of the number of interpretation bulletins.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think for the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, there's probably about 8 or 9 interpretation bulletins. And current interpretation bulletins.
Okay,
And
so-
the exciting thing about this package is we have interpretation bulletins for the first time for local boards. So.
And one of them example is I go into a cafe, I take a picture in a cafe of the scone that I'm about to eat, and I say, I'm so looking forward to having this, and I've got it at this cafe. But it says that as long as I have not been asked or compensated through payment or any gift to tweet information about the cafe.
Okay, Councillor.
And that they were not going to gain as a benefit of this tweet.
Councillor
And-
Davis, that was your last
Okay.
question. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mamalidi.
Yeah, just very, no, it's just, honest, it's just a very quick question. I heard you on the title of counselor, but I didn't understand. If you've got a city account, you can use the title of counselor. Did you say that if you're on a private account, you can't?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is so all of us start out with social media accounts, they're personal by definition. But if you state on the account you're a counselor, then you have to be cautious about the content that you put up. That's what I'm saying.
You're suggesting on a private account, you shouldn't?
You won't have to worry about the use of anything to do with political parties or partisanship. If you don't identify yourself as a counselor,
On a private account, can I use the title counselor?
yes, you can. But that would be there's nothing in here saying that you can't identify yourself as a counselor.
All right.
But there's consequences if you do. That's my,
There's consequences if you do, so you really shouldn't.
no.
So on that note, then, if somebody on a private account recognizes you as Councillor Mamalidi, do you respond to that? Because if you do, then you're recognizing yourself as a councillor. Or do you ignore them completely?
Right.
Or do you say to them, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to use the word councillor on this account?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, you can only control what you can control. And I'm not giving you any advice about how other people refer to you. You can't control that.
So we can respond to somebody who's calling us a councillor on private accounts,
Yes.
and we don't have to worry about repercussions.
So based on your question, I can't think of a repercussion that you'd have to be concerned with, no.
But I can't call myself a councillor.
You can. It just means that you could not then use that account to fundraise for a political party, to campaign for yourself.
No, I
Yeah.
get all that.
That's all that I'm
talking
saying.
about a private account using the term councillor.
Right.
If I use the term councillor in a private account, there could be ramifications.
It means that you have more obligations than you would otherwise.
But if somebody calls me a councillor on the same,
Then
there are none.
Right.
I can respond.
Yes.
Oh my, okay, thank you. Councillor Cressy.
We'll do it when it comes in July.
Councillor Cressy.
I wanted to just let them, so it's in the
That
record.
I have a motion that consideration of the item be deferred until the July 12th and 13th, 2016 meeting. I understand that a number of my colleagues also have motions. If I'd suggest that there are many that we deal with this in July at the same time. There is some concern in particular around Section 15, as it lists some of the guidelines related to involvement in third-party events, in partisan or political purposes, inside or outside the election timeline. And I think, frankly, we're not quite there. So that is the reason and spirit behind my deferral, and I'll move that.
Okay,
Madam
thank
Speaker,
you. Point of order, Councillor Mihevik.
But I do have a motion, and if it just could be, defer that too. I'm suggesting just defer that.
You can move it in July.
Well,
Okay. On the deferral by Councillor Cressy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, the last item that we have. Pardon? I have to ask what? Well, we only have one left. Okay. MM 18.9, Accessibility and public safety around the Yonge and Dundas intersection. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I did, and I recognize everyone's had a very long day. We're on the end of our third day of council. If members do not have questions, I could probably place a very simple motion to amend my own motion. But if there are questions, then I'll tee it off. Are there questions?
Well, hold on, I want to see what we have to say what your motion is.
Yeah, I could do that, but I've been in this path before where I thought it was a quick amendment, and then all of a sudden there was an eruption of questions.
Okay, are there any questions on this?
No? Okay. If
Oh, hold on, Councillor Campbell has a question.
okay, I'll let Councillor Campbell go first.
Okay, so this is a question to staff.
Oh, it is a question to staff. Okay.
Yes.
Has this been identified? Has this been identified as a problem for years? Has this been an ongoing problem? What's the extent of the problem? I mean, I looked at the report, but because the report didn't come from the staff through a committee.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I was tempted to answer the question in mime, sir, but I haven't had a chance to practice.
I'm surprised you still have a sense of humor.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, there have been a number of meetings with Cadillac Fairview, the downtown Yonge BIA, in respect to the volume of pedestrian traffic, including the activities of the buskers in this area. So we've been responding to those complaints. We have had some. I can't tell you exactly how many relative to the Yonge Dundas area. Overall, I mean, we saw a decline last year because of Pan Am. Prior years, we've had in and around 60 some odd complaints coming out of the city overall, being the former city of Toronto geographically.
60 complaints.
Sorry, that's 80 last year.
Where are these complaints emanating from?
So unfortunately, I can't tell you how many are specific to Yonge and Dundas. I can say I believe that a good preponderance of those are related to this space, primarily driven by the contact we've had with Cadillac Fairview, downtown Yonge BIA. We've had about 8 meetings with TTC, Cadillac Fairview, the BIA, the police service as well. It's a very vibrant street corner. A lot of activity goes on. So
That's what we want. We want vibrancy, right?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, sir?
We want vibrancy.
We do. We want vibrancy, and we also want safety. So the bylaw actually provides that the busking cannot occur within 9 meters of an intersection, and that's something that we can enforce. That they have to ensure 3 meters passable space, which is something that we can enforce and have.
Is that a bylaw that would hold up in court?
So the bylaw governing busking activities is actually a former City of Toronto bylaw 313. It was last updated, I think, in 1996. Schedule B, which I outlined some prohibited times for busking in this area. Busking is actually not permitted in this area currently Monday to Friday from 9 till noon and 2 till 5.
Can you you know what, I'm from Etobicoke. How do you define busking?
Well, usually people...
That's a great question. So through you, Madam Speaker, we do have a couple of right-of-way permits covering this type of activity. Busking, which has a series of types of activity, musician, non-amplified instruments, or vocal is the largest number, balloon sculptors, mimes, face painters,
Okay, so we're saying, a guy with a guitar is busking, right?
Yes, he would be.
Okay, so is it not within his, charter of rights, his civil rights, to play the guitar anywhere he wants?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, these permits are actually not to the individual for their activity as much as they are a permit to occupy the public right-of-way for what is their commercial purpose, which is their act, which is busking. So, just for clarity, these busking permits are not assigned on a specific place. They are issued a busking permit. They are permitted to busk anywhere in the former City of Toronto other than the areas prohibited. So they can ply their trade on the streets, our public right-of-way with this permit.
Is the assumption that busking is an endeavor done for money?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would presume it is, sir.
So
yes.
Will this prohibit somebody from sitting down on a bench and playing the guitar? Not for money.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I mean, certainly we have had complaints about people busking without a permit. If it's considered busking in the context of what they are doing, where they are doing it, and how they are doing it, they could be charged with busking without a permit.
Okay, so this is a city that attracts a lot of tourists. This particular area has many, many tourists, hundreds, thousands of tourists daily. Somebody gets off the bus, the Greyhound bus, walks over there, they're from Winnipeg, they sit down, they want to strum the guitar. We're going to fine them now. And then we're going to say, welcome to Toronto.
So through you, Madam Speaker, and for clarity, Councillor Campbell, this is not as a result of a report emanating from staff. It is
I gathered
to address a specific issue. We do recognize that we need to address this bylaw. It is very dated. It is former City of Toronto. We do have the provisions as they are. Generally, we are reactive to complaints. The complaints have primarily in this area come from some members of the public and the landlord occupant of the premises at the Eaton Centre. So we will take the action that we need to. I can tell you that in 2015, we did lay approximately 13 charges related to busking activity. That has primarily been busking without a permit and obstructing entrances.
Okay, I get the picture. Thank you. Thank you for the answers.
No problem.
Thank you.
We'll have to have something that says with the license, with the permit required. Right?
Councillor Wong Tam has questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ms. Cook, do you recall correspondence from my office to your desk starting as early as May 2013? And then there's follow-up subsequent correspondence 2014, 2015, 2016.
So through you, Madam Speaker, most certainly, Councillor Wong Tam, we know this has been an issue of concern for you and has been what's prompted the meetings we've had with the landlords and the BIA, police, TTC, and others.
So there's probably no surprise that I've got close to 30 pages of emails that are double-sided correspondence between my office, the Downtown Yonge BIA, the Toronto Transit Commission, Cadillac Fairview, yourself, trying to resolve proactively in a progressive manner how to keep these entrances clear of excessive pedestrian traffic. Is that correct?
Yes. So through you, Madam Speaker, through those contacts, Councillor, we also have endeavored to take some proactive work in providing buskers with a small pamphlet that explains the rules in an attempt to get them to be compliant with the bylaw.
And so while we're trying to be progressive and communicate with the busking community, there are many buskers who actually do follow the rules, and they are properly licensed and they do not obstruct the entranceway. Is that correct?
Absolutely, that's correct.
And is it also correct that there are some buskers, quote unquote, who don't have licenses, who don't follow the rules, who are probably in a number of, who receive number of infractions, 12, 15 in some cases, individuals who return to this location even though they've been asked to move along. Is that correct?
So to you, Madam Speaker, certainly, Councillor, we have issued approximately 29 charges for busking without a permit. I'm going to presume a number of those are from that area, and that has been since 2012. And we do know, and I do know from correspondence with you, there are chronic repeat attendees at that corner.
And is it, can you illuminate for us how many bylaw enforcement officers do you have dedicated to this particular intersection, trying to keep two entrances clear of obstructions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have 0 dedicated solely to this effort, Councillor.
And so
they respond on a complaint basis.
So for 3 years, for 3 years we've been working with the local community, trying to ensure that good behavior is rewarded, means you can be there. Bad behavior is not, please move away. Would you say that we have been successful?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly with the volume of pedestrian traffic and the activity there, we have undertaken a number of proactive inspections. We've done over 140 through last year, 86 inspections resulting from complaints. It would require someone to be there on an ongoing basis. We cannot be there all the time. That's why we try to encourage compliance through education and reaffirming with people who are there the rules.
Are there areas of the city that prohibit busking?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. The bylaw has another area along the beaches. That was put in place since, I think, 1997. It's Queen Street East, north of Woodbine, and this area that you're speaking around is Schedule B of that same bylaw. It does identify busking's prohibited in this area from 9 till noon and 2 till 5 on Mondays through Fridays, exception of statutory holidays. So prohibition areas do exist currently in the bylaw.
So with the exception of those few prohibition areas and even specifically time frames, is busking permitted at all other times on every other street in Toronto?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in the former City of Toronto geographical area, yes.
So is it possible for the busking community and the open-air theater performers to just move away from the entrance and then simply continue busking? Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in the absence of a prohibition otherwise, then yes, they could go anywhere beyond these areas.
And is that not exactly what enforcement staff have been telling them to do, is to clear the entrance?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the busking, obstructing an entrance is actually an offense in the bylaw. We have actually been reaffirming that with people as we've gone out, and that is one of the, a couple of charges have been issued in that regard.
So currently, what we have is a condition on the sidewalk that has created obstacles for people who are trying to move through the neighborhood. At any given time when I see that area, if there's active busking and there's an audience that's sort of congregated to enjoy the entertainment, is there the 3-meter clearway on the sidewalk?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I typically drive through there every night. It certainly is a busy intersection. It is the busker's responsibility to ensure a 3-meter passable space, but it's clear that there have been impediments to that, and which has prompted the complaints.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a bit of a complex issue. I'm really struggling to understand it. I had a quick look at iView, and I looked at the property line of the Eaton Centre and the sidewalk, and I've noticed that part of the section of the square that we're talking about is both public and private. So I would put to you, the Yonge Street side looked to be about 3 meters wide, the city's portion, and the Dundas side looked to be a bit wider, maybe 5 or 6 meters. And then the leftover chunk of that triangle appears to be belonging to the Eaton Centre. Are we able to work with the Eaton Centre or help enforce people that busk on that side of the line? Can we ban them from there through this motion or suspend them?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, our issuance of a busker permit is solely for the permission to busk on the public right-of-way. Through the meetings with Cadillac Fairview, we have worked with their security. If someone is on their private property undertaking an activity that is prohibited, they can deal with that through a trespass approach.
And have they had problems with that? Do we know, have they been unsuccessful in dealing with buskers?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can't speak to the actual outcomes the security for Cadillac Fairview has had.
Sure.
Save to incept to say that we have had we've had 8 meetings with them working to address their concerns, and their concerns have emanated around obstruction to entrances and the public right-of-way being obstructed.
I'm just trying to assert if we would be effective in taking this policy course and dealing with the issue, given that there's a mix of public and private lands there.
So through you, Madam Speaker, our enforcement efforts regard the public right-of-way. I think it would be very difficult. Well, we'd have to determine if someone is then on the private property and leave it to security to deal with trespass, just as it is now. I believe in areas where it's generally been prohibited along the beaches and Queen Street, we've not had that issue. So again, it would become a matter of education for the people doing the busking, which is what we've been trying to do.
Now, I take it the heart of this issue is that it's not only just the busking, but it's the crowds that gather around the busker that are actually creating the problem.
That is correct,
If the crowds impede on the private side, where does that leave Cadillac Fairview to deal with that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, obviously a very difficult position to start trespassing crowds on their private property.
Sure, a practical issue.
Yes.
Given what you talked about, the city's bylaw with the 3 meters, the 9-meter setback from the corner, and given the configuration of this intersection, and assuming that they're busking on the proper side of that property line, the public side, are our bylaws adequate to deal with what is happening over there, or do we have a larger problem?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, our response thus far has been to address the issues at hand. One of the recommendations I would have liked to have made is for us to take a look at this and determine if there are other approaches that can be taken to address the challenges they are having there. So, I mean, that would be something that we'd have to look at a little bit more in depth from a policy perspective or bylaw perspective moving forward. I understand Councillor Wong Tam's concern is the immediate issue and the volume of pedestrian traffic being obstructed and ending up on the roadway.
You've told me I think what I heard paraphrasing is you are supportive of writing a report on this and looking for some broader solutions.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Speaker, this is one of the non-harmonized bylaws that we still have. It did not get folded into the new streets bylaw. It's not been folded into our new street vending bylaw. It is an orphan piece of legislation sitting for the former City of Toronto, and I'm sure Scarborough and Etobicoke would love to have some busking out there as well. So if we can harmonize a bylaw that permits that, we can bring some vibrancy out there too.
So we've got more than busking happening there. We've got vending, whether it's legal or not. We've got, I'm going to call them demonstrations of people that have decided to speak and talk about things. And then you've got the busking activity that I guess is regulated through permit. Suspending that component, the buskers themselves, is that an adequate approach to an immediate dealing with this issue, or are we still going to have a big problem on our hands?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that's where I would be looking at my friends from transportation and understanding the scale of the public right-of-way and whether it's sufficient enough to deal with the pedestrian traffic that is there in and of itself, set aside the busking and those exercising their freedom of speech rights and the vendors.
Are you supportive of council suspending the busking as a safety measure?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, it's a difficult response. I understand the public safety concerns. I understand the challenges. I also, on the other hand, understand people have found a way to make a living there where they've done it lawfully. We do have a responsibility to ensure public safety. So I'm going to leave that to your judgment. I'm sure our city solicitor would prefer a more consultative approach with an opportunity for deputation by people who may be impacted. But I leave it with you.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, good. To speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
No.
I was looking for the definition of busking. Have the microphone from here, please.
It's
all about. Does that? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be moving an amendment to the motion that I have, and the amendment is to try to be more prescriptive. I recognize that the media headlines were a little bit misleading. Many of them had been screaming that we were banning busking from Yonge Dundas, which was not the case. Actually, there is no busking along a Yonge Dundas Square because it's governed by a special area bylaw. But what we wanted to do is make sure that we can keep two entrances that were very populated and well-used entrances to be clear from any type of obstructions on the sidewalk. They've been identified as safety hazards. They've been identified as entrances that you need to have quick access and egress from, especially if you were entering or exiting the subway. There are also entrances that lead you to major shopping destinations. And for those residents who live in the neighborhood, it's actually their exit from their subway to get home. So we've always been wanting to work with the community, which is why we actually took a proactive and progressive approach to try to make sure that there was going to be involvement with the community as we move forward with decisions. So if there was any misunderstanding about what we were doing, that's all we were doing. So transportation staff have actually helped amend the motion to try to be more prescriptive, and hopefully you can have and see that in front of you. The other thing we're doing is asking for a consultation with the busking community and related stakeholders. I've actually had really good conversations with the community. 4 very distinguished performers are here with us today. They've been sitting patiently for the past 3 days watching the theatrics of our own council chambers, and I think they would say that our performances sometimes would rival theirs. So I'd like to acknowledge Joe Lalonde, known as the Chalk Chick, Kate Mior, who's also known as Marie Antoinette, Barnett. You've seen her on the corners. Kyle Spiking, who is known as Tiny with the Stilts Guy, and Don Virgo, who is Goaty the Robot, and sometimes Mr. Vig, the Magician Mime. So why are we doing this? And I have a map which is right here. Can you just put that on the screen? Sorry for my bad handwriting, but I just wanted to illuminate exactly what we were doing. So if you can just take a look at my hand sketches, you will see the dotted line represents the area that we are hoping to remove any type of busking activity for a period of 1 year or sooner, so we can actually allow MLS staff to get ahead of the program. So what has been our challenge has been enforcement. You have heard that staff have gone out with brochures. They've tried to provide all sorts of information so that people can keep those entrances clear. Cadillac Fairview, as well as the management of 10 Dundas East, which is known as the AMC Theaters. They're also the campus of Ryerson University and Digital Media Zone. They have been working to try to keep their doorways clear. What happens is that when you have people who try to get in and out of the subway or in and out of the malls very quickly, and there are obstructions to their access, tempers sometimes flare, and people need to get in and out as quickly as possible. So we have oncoming vehicles from all sides, and that is the nature of life. And when that happens is that people sometimes they move erratically, and they'll just literally jump onto the roadway to try to get around the crowds of people that have come down for the busking. We have not had an accident that I can identify that relates to this yet, but I am pretty sure that it will happen soon. So for the past 3 summers, and we're heading into our 4th summer, we've been trying to keep those entrances clear. This was not a decision that I made lightly. It was one that actually I did in consultation with the community, and only because we've actually through progressive enforcement and through communication, we haven't been successful, have we placed this motion before you. So hopefully you'll have a better understanding of what the motion is about, and any type of misleading comments out in the media are completely wrong. They're completely untrue. We are not banning busking from downtown Toronto or Yonge and Dundas. That is not true. But we do regulate our public spaces, and it is completely within our jurisdiction to do so. We have a right and we have an obligation to make sure our spaces are going to be safe for everyone. And that means that we have to make sure that the passage of our right-of-way, pedestrian right-of-way, is going to be clear. When we have some members of the busking community who are not licensed, who are not these good folks, in the chambers, hanging from the traffic lights, climbing on the hydro poles, jumping off of utility boxes as a part of their performance, it is dangerous. And it continues to be dangerous until we actually are able to get ahead of it. So that's all I'm asking for. And hopefully you'll be able to understand this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wong-Tam. Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. I, first of all, want to acknowledge that I think that in putting this motion, I know Councillor Wong-Tam is just trying to do her job. And she's obviously, as she's told us, received representations from people there who are concerned about this. But I just think we have to be careful about embarking on a step like this based on a motion that anybody could bring here about any place in the city, when what you're doing is you're first of all making changes to a system that does involve permitting and the administration by our licensing office. And secondly, affects, in some respects, the rights of people to use our public spaces, to hopefully with a permit, obviously, but to entertain and to be entertained. And to, I was in London not too long ago visiting Mayor Boris Johnson, and I remember walking across the Westminster Bridge there, and frankly, people were only stopping to watch others playing literally shell games that were ripping people off, which was unfortunate and sort of sad. But there were clusters of people, and for them it was entertaining to watch this, and without necessarily figuring out that it was a scam. Even I wasn't sure until I watched for a while that it was a scam. But people find this part of the interesting part of life in a big city. And I respect the fact that the BIA and the Cadillac Fairview people have sort of said this is causing a problem with the entrance to their facilities, but I have to ask myself, well, how much of a problem can it really be when you see the very same Eaton Centre, Cadillac Fairview, advertising themselves, and proudly and justifiably so, as the biggest single tourist attraction in Toronto, attracting millions of people. People are not having trouble getting in and out of the Eaton Centre. If somebody said to me there'd been 3 people shoved onto the street because of the crowd scenes on the sidewalk and they'd been, put in danger of being hit by a car or something, that might have my attention, but I would still say, even in the light of those kinds of facts, that what we have to do here is follow a proper process if we're going to change this policy. Because I look at some questions, we say, well, we're going to help these people relocate somewhere else in the city. Well, where will we suggest they should relocate themselves? Are we really wanting to be in the business of helping buskers, even permitted ones, let alone unpermitted ones, because they seem to be at the heart of this problem, to decide where else in the city we want them to go? And how will the people in those places feel about the fact we've sent them there? What other places have problems like this? Surely the Eaton Centre and Cadillac Fairview aren't the only, and the downtown BIA, the only people, or Yonge Street BIA, the only people in town that might say, well, gee, we've got a problem we'd like to talk about too in that regard, and have some people moved out and moved somewhere else in the city. And so, I think you also just have to look at the fact that this is at the heart of the city. And, you can look at it either one of two ways. And Councillor Wong Tam has put forward some reasons why we have to be concerned about making sure the place doesn't get overcrowded and become dangerous or become obstructive to business. But we also have to look at it and say, look, this is the busiest place in the city for a reason. People come there because they want to be part of the action. They want to be part of a crowd scene. You wouldn't go there if you didn't want to be part of a crowd scene. So I guess I will vote against this, and I will do it mainly because I would much rather see Councillor Wong Tam or somebody else come forward with a suggestion as to how we can do this in an orderly manner that sort of respects the right of various people to be heard, including those who have been heard, which are the BIA and the Cadillac Fairview people. But I would say even the buskers, I would be more interested in sort of hearing from those who've chosen to follow the law but we should hear from everybody, including those who are unlicensed. Maybe we should ask them why they don't follow the law, which is a fairly straightforward thing to do. But I just think that that's the kind of process that we should have, and I think it's a shame in some respects that if the real problem lies, as was alluded to perhaps by Ms. Cook, with those who choose not to follow the law, that it's a shame that those who do follow the law will also potentially be affected and pushed out of this area, even if it is only 55 feet or whatever the area is. And they're doing that, they're being pushed out of there because of those who've chosen to flout the law. And that's always a shame when that kind of thing happens. And finally, I would just say, and I've made allusion to this point myself, that I think it is part of the character of this part of the city, that you have crowd scenes on the sidewalk. And that what we're hearing here is that it's inconvenient for the Eaton Centre, or inconvenient for Cadillac Fairview, or inconvenient for the BIA members, which is something that should be on the record and taken into consideration. But inconvenience is a lot different than, say, a huge public safety issue, which might justify then a motion being brought forward to City Council on an urgent basis to change a policy. I just don't think it's the right way to deal with this, and so on the basis of that, I will vote against it. And I would encourage other people to do that, but perhaps to encourage the councillor to bring forward a proposal as to how we can deal with this in a sort of more thorough, orderly manner that would deal with these problems as they might exist plural across the city, and give everybody a chance to be heard if we're going to change the policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, are you aware that we have some of the busiest subway exits and access points right in front of those intersections? So it's not just the interest of the mall, but it's actually the interest of our high-order public transit?
Well, yes, I'm certainly aware. I use the subway every day, including using that stop many times and getting out of those very entrances. But again, I'm not aware that there's been a great problem that's been brought to my attention, for example, by the TTC, about people having trouble getting on the subway. It's very crowded at that station, and so obviously people get in there and get out of there. And I don't think, that whatever 5 seconds of delay might be caused by the crowd scene that is in turn caused by a busker is a reason to bring in kind of an off-the-cuff process to say, let's just decide at this intersection or parts of it at this time to ban these people from some part of the intersection, as opposed to doing things the way we would normally do them around here, which is having a chance for people to be heard, having a proposal that takes into account the possible need of other places in the city, and having a chance to determine if this is the right way to deal with this, including the suggestion that we somehow help these people find some other place to go. I'm not sure that's our job.
Mr. Mayor, are you aware that there's been a 3-year-long process that has involved a number of the stakeholders in these discussions?
Am I aware? Well, again,
In
we
my-
have lots of year-long processes around here, in fact, too many. But the way that normally culminates is with some report coming to a committee that we have set up for that reason to hear what the results of that process are. Just like, say, take the crosswalk we dealt with earlier today for Councillor Davis. I mean, there was a process there, and admittedly the result that we achieved here was different than what that process had produced, but at least it went to a committee. There was an opportunity there for people to be heard and so on. That's how we normally deal with these things, and not by what I'll call a motion that's perfectly properly brought, but it's kind of ad hoc as a way of making policy on this kind of thing.
And Mr. Mayor, are you aware that city staff were part of the drafting and support of this motion to sort of bring to light a situation that they couldn't get a handle on?
Well, I will accept your characterization of that, but I also had the opportunity to sit here and hear Ms. Cook, if that's the city staff you're referring to. I heard her answering the questions. And I didn't hear her saying, well, yes, this is happening because I asked that it happen or suggested that it happen. She was kind of saying, yes, there are some issues over there, and I heard a focus myself, and maybe I heard the answers the way I wanted to hear them, but I heard a focus on the unlicensed or unpermitted buskers, and that was a particular problem, and she didn't have the resources to have people over there all the time.
Just final question, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Are you aware that the buskers themselves are actually supportive of this motion that's been placed before us?
Those ones.
They're showing us jazz hands, that they are actually in support of this motion that's been placed before us.
Well, that's the licensed buskers, and is that,
Yes.
That's fine, but I guess maybe you just make my point. It's fine to have them sit in the audience and wave their hands, which is very respectful in the light of our rules here, but, wouldn't it be great if we could hear from them and hear what their reasons are? And that's, again, why we have a committee process where people can make deputations about changes in policy, so that those people, those four and others, can be heard. To me, it's about the process that's being followed here, not about the substance, although the substance I have some doubts about too, because I think it may be a solution in search of a problem.
Thank you. Okay, let's ring the bells. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 each side, which under our rules means it loses.
Okay, thank you. No, there's no item. Okay, so that will go to licensing, no? Pardon? Okay, well, on the item, recorded vote. They tell me that we have to vote on the item now. No, it was the amendment.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
Yes, Councillor China?
Just so I have clarification, if we vote for this, are we suspending the buskers? I don't.
Yes, that's
And
what
if we
it
vote
says.
against this?
We're sending it to licensing. Okay, well, we can go to licensing later.
Vote each item separately.
Sorry.
There is an opportunity to go to licensing if the councillor wants. Okay, Counselor Shiner, yes, it's yes or no for this. If you vote yes, exactly what you said.
If we vote yes, then we're getting rid of the buskers. If we vote no, the item will have to be brought up at committee.
Just moving the buskers to another area.
Madam Speaker.
Okay. Counselor Holliday, you had a point of order. I don't, we're just in the middle of a vote on the member's motion.
Fine.
Read the first recommendation.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 each side.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we keep moving?
So the item is not adopted.
Any more pressure you want to apply to me, Joe?
Counselor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills 394 to 443 and 446 to 449 inclusive. Thank you.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Al-Shamari, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Robinson, can we have your vote, please?
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Councillor Al-Jamari, you have a motion regarding an absentee.
That City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Ron Moser from the May 3rd, 4th, and 5th City Council meeting.
Okay. All those in favor, recorded vote. Yes.
Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Layton, please. Deputy Mayor, please.
The motion to excuse absentees carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Councillor De Bearmaker, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 18 on May 3, 4, and 5, 2016. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote. Hold on, Councillor Burnside, we still have another vote, please. Can you just remain in your seats until we're complete?
Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Lee.
Okay, you're on.
It is my pleasure to say that the motion to introduce the confirming bill carries 30-0.
Great.
Excited.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis, please.
Mayor Tory, please. Councillor Ainsley.
It's amazing what makes one happy. The motion to enact the confirming bylaw carries 27-3. And thank you so much for an amazing career.
Now, members of council, before we adjourn, I just want to remind members of council that if you have any purple paper on your desk, in your binder, if you want to dispose of them in the proper bins behind us, okay, and don't leave them on your desk. And thank you to Anna, and we'll see you at the end of the month. And thank you to members of council and especially staff. And Anna, thank you very much for all your support over the years. Thank you.